Let's go on with the Roboutian Heresy, the times of ending, Terathalion, or the Siege of Terathalion. Part 1. I am falling. Shadows surround me, inhabited by monsters of eternal hate and hungers, clawing at my soul with talons made of the galaxy's every sin. They seek to drag me into their realms of lies, to tear my spirit apart and feast on the bloody shreds. But I'm stronger than they are still. I fight back, even as I fall, lashing out with fire and lightning. The light of my powers burns them, forcing them back into the rolling darkness. But always others take their place. I am tired. So very tired. I know my mind works more and more slowly. Thoughts that should have been processed in nanoseconds, taking 1,000 times more to cycle through my mind. There is no need for physical rest, for I have no body here, but the etheric aspect of my soul, shaped as a one-eyed eagle with broken wings. But my mind is oh so weary. They show me glimpses of the outside world, these enemies of mine. They taunt me with images of what the Imperium has become, showing me the misery, the ignorance, the superstition, and the blind, terrified worship of my father. From the moment we put his dying body on the golden throne and activated that infernal contraption, I knew it was inevitable, but it still hurts to see trillions of souls pray to him without having the slightest idea of who he really was. What he really fought for. They show me my sons too, especially the one who wore the blood-soaked raven on his armor, and I weep for him, lost to the lies of the blood god. He will find no victory on this path, and all the power Khorne grants him will burn him from within until he is nothing more than a withered husk. All traces of what he was and could have been long gone. How they laugh every time they show him to me as he fights against his own brothers. How they laugh as they show me what he intends to do. Then, there are those of my sons who are still loyal to their oaths, whose souls are all but drowned in ancient grudges. They walk in the shadows, surrounded by the ghosts of the past, caught in an endless, self-sustaining cycle of vengeance, denying the dead peace just as the dead deny it to them. I sense a greater hand at work in their fate, a power on which my foes have no hold, and one they fear might grow to threaten them. But this is nothing compared to the visions of my ashen dead, the silent ranks of my sons who were consumed by the flame meant to protect them from the influence of the dark. Every time one of them falls to his destructive touch, they show him to me, show me all that he was and all that he could have been, while the god of lies laughs in the background. Each time I weep for the cruelty of fate against my sons, knowing it is a result of my defiance, and fully aware that the alternative would have been much, much worse. Because even now, as the jaws of chaos snap at my heels, while I fall ever deeper into the tides of the Empyrean, I still hold hope. There are two of my sons that they never show to me, either because they cannot see them, or because they do not want me to see them. But even if they don't show me my two greatest sons to me, I am not without sight of my own. Even here, even now. The visionary and the avenger, walking their own paths, seeking their own ends, one driven by the search for salvation, the other burning with the pure flame of Vindicta. Their destiny is shrouded to the dark gods, though for very different reasons. And so I fall, and so I fight. I will not stop until the end. I will never give up, never give in. For I am Magnus the Red. I am the son of the Emperor. I am the Crimson King. I will never be your slave. The Siege of Terathalion, Part 1. The Coming of Chaos. For 10 millennia, the 1,000 Suns have acted as the defenders of mankind in the game of fate. Under the directions of their seers, they have fought to preserve the Imperium from the depredations of the alien, the madness of the mutant, and the ravenous eternal hunger of the dark gods. While the Primarch slumbers, struck down by a terrible curse, they labor to keep the flame of hope alive in an ever darker galaxy. In the Prosperian Dominion, they have kept the secrets of the past safe, preserved from the rabid mania of those who would destroy all traces of ancient failures and sins. Yet within their most hallowed sanctuary is also the proof of their greatest shame, the true cost of the Rubik that shield their souls and bodies from corruption. In Magnus's mausoleum, ranks upon ranks of silent brothers stand, their minds and bodies destroyed by the power of Ahriman's Rubik, keeping an eternal vigil upon the unmoving body of their Primarch. And as the times of ending finally descend upon the galaxy, the sons of Magnus shall be tested like never before. The Invisible Hand had once been a proud vessel, fighting at the forefront of the fleet. Yeah, I thought I didn't press record for a moment. Okay, fighting at the forefront of a fleet that had conquered dozens of worlds. It had been created by Xenos species whose name was no longer remembered by any mortal soul, for their rise to the stars had drowned the gaze of the Changer of Ways. Tzeentch had deemed that the aliens unfit for his grand design, and dispatched one of his minions to remove them from the board. Zahariel, the Ever-Watcher, one of the mightiest lords of change, had cast down the forgotten race, turning its members against each other until they had destroyed themselves in a terrible but short-lived civil war that had left an entire region of space a haunted graveyard. During the 27 years this had taken, Zahariel, whatever his name is, had remained in hiding, his presence undetected by his victims until the very end. Only the invisible hand remained of the dead race's accomplishments, stolen away by the greater demon at the climax of the war. The fate of its remaining crew too horrible to contemplate. Remade in the depths of the race's... remade in the depths of the warp, the ship was now an extension of Zahariel's own being and power, a demonic vessel like few others plaguing the galaxy. 9 kilometers long, it was ever-changing, its corridors shifting without warning or pattern, while surface bristled with all manner of weaponry that only remained for the blink of an eye before vanishing as if it had never been there. With it came other demon ships, as well as a fleet of the lost and the damned, cultists from all over the galaxy, which had been cultivated by the Ever-Watcher for centuries, and had finally been called upon to serve their fettered god. Zahariel, the Ever-Watcher. Among all the demons that serve the Changer of Ways, there are few as dangerous as the one responsible for the downfall of Magnus, and who now leads the attack on Terathalion. As a greater demon of Tzeentch, Zahariel wields considerable sorcerous power, and merely looking upon his incarnated form is enough to drive most unprepared mortals to madness. But like most demons of Tzeentch, it is his cunning and long-term planning that make him truly dangerous. The Ever-Watcher has brought entire civilizations to ruin without ever revealing himself, whispering in the dreams of those acceptable to contact from beyond the veil and manipulating the course of history over centuries. When Magnus drew the wrath of Tzeentch by refusing the Dark God's deceitful offer of salvation, long before the heresy began, the Architect of Fate tasked Kairos, the Oracle, to corrupt the First Legion instead. But it was Zahariel who was commanded to punish the Crimson King. This punishment was a long time in coming. The entire heresy passed by while the Ever-Watcher made his preparations. When the Thousand Suns laid waste to Fenris and scattered the Space Wolves across the stars, Zahariel was there, helping Commander Var Greylock escape from the Emperor's retribution. When the Dark Angels were trapped in exile within the Eye of Terror, It was Zahariel that first approached the Sons of the Lion with knowledge of hidden paths out of the storm and beyond the iron cage. Finally, more than 1,000 years after the heresy, the greater demon called on these two depths and orchestrated the first Black Crusade aimed at Terathalion. For several months, the Prosperian domain was caught in war as the 15th Legion did battle against its ancient enemies, Magnus himself directing the Imperial forces. Though Greylock had appeared to be in command of the Black Crusade, the Thousand Sons had suspected another's influence from the start, for it was supremely unlikely a Wolflord had managed to obtain the assistance of the First Legion. Their suspicions were confirmed when Zahariel, led the raid on the Photep, the flagship of the Thousand Sons. While Ahriman was fighting and slaying Greylock, the Everwatcher put a terrible curse on Magnus and destroyed the Gloriana class vessel, striking a blow against the 15th Legion, from which they still haven't recovered. Zahariel vanished afterwards, his god-given task accomplished centuries after he had been issued. Ever since that day, the Thousand Sons have hunted him, bending their foresight towards uncovering his plans. They have succeeded in ruining many of those, but the Lord of Change himself has always remained one step ahead, evading righteous banishment at the hands of the Sons of Magnus. It was during this hunt that the Thousand Sons learned of the Invisible Hand, the demon ship Zahariel uses when the time has come to reap the harvest of deceit through violence. In the years leading to the times of ending, Zahariel was once more summoned by Tzeentch, and tasked with finishing what he had begun 10,000 years before: the complete destruction of the Thousand Sons, and the execution of their slumbering Primarch. Second in size and in power to the great demon ship was the flagship of the Dark Angels' presence among the Chaos Fleet. The battle barge Impeccable Will had fought against the forces of the Emperor for 10,000 years. Unlike other ships of the traitor legions, he had never fought for the master of mankind. Instead, he had been forged in the secret layers of the First Legion before the Roboutian Heresy, and his first engagement had been at the Ishvan massacre, where he had butchered the loyalist ships. In the centuries, the Imperium had come to know the vessel as the personal flagship of Grandmaster Azrael, the Lord of Lies, one of the 9 Dark Angels who obeyed only the direct command of the Demon Primarch, Lionel Johnson. Azrael had brought with him the entire order under his command, thousands of Dark Angels, legionnaires, aboard dozens of ships. Never since the heresy had the First Legion showed itself in such numbers. Azrael had called all the captains who owed him their service to gather this host. With the Sons of the Lion came their mortal slaves, massive transports packed to the brim with cultists of Tzeentch and Broken Ones, former Imperial subjects whose minds had been shattered by the cruel ministrations of the Interrogator Chaplains. From the moment the Chaos Fleet entered the Terathalion system, these vessels began to broadcast the tormented cries of the Broken Ones at full power on all frequencies, a symphony of tortured souls begging for their release, heralding the coming of the Dark Angels. Azrael, the Lord of Lies. The Grandmasters are the highest-ranking officers of the First Legion, the Chaos Lords who sit only one step beneath the Demon Primarch of the Dark Angels, and the complex hierarchy of the Legion, belonging to the Changer of Ways. Their names are a curse for all within the Imperium who know of them. Few as those are, and each is responsible for atrocities no unsullied mind could imagine. The Inquisition has kept track of them for the last 10,000 years, learning the names of those who rose to replace them, who fell in battle, or or out of their dread master's favor. Among this shadowy brotherhood, Azrael is the most recently elevated. He might have only been risen to the statue of Astartes in the last millennium, or he might be a veteran of the Roboutian Heresy who finally earned the Lion's approval. Or he might be something else entirely, something no one else or no one would ever suspect. No one knows for certain, not even Azrael himself, for unknown to everyone in the galaxy, save Tzeentch himself, and perhaps the Lion, Azrael's title of Lord of Lies is more than imperial propaganda or self-aggrandizing. Upon being elevated to the rank of Grandmaster, Azrael's mind, memory, and very soul were reshaped by Tzeentch to turn him into a perfect instrument. At every moment of Azrael's life, his memory of the past changes. 1 hour he remembers fighting at his Primarch's side to breach the Imperial Palace. The next, his first memory is that of the First Legion vessel descending upon his homeworld, the emblem of Tzeentch on their hulls, burning itself in his mind. It is not just his distant past that he cannot clearly remember. More recent memories are no more stable. The shifting memory allows Azrael to speak what he truly thinks is the truth to someone's face, and no amount of instinct or telepathic abilities will reveal any deception. Azrael himself is unaware of what has been done to him. That knowledge is the one thing that never lingers in his mind. His memories always reshaping themselves to erase all contradictions that might lead him to the truth of his condition. Through this manipulation, Tzeentch himself controls Azrael like a puppet, guiding the Grandmaster's great intellect and power towards the Dark God's own unfathomable desires. I like that word. To the outside eye, Azrael appears to be a master manipulator and deceiver. But in truth, he is the greatest pawn in the universe, forever blinded to his chains. In battle, Azrael fights with a long, double-handed blade, inscribed with sorcerous runes channeling the power of Tzeentch. The Sword of Secrets, a sacred relic of the First Legion, which was forged from the shards of the Lion's own blade, shattered by Luther during the final battle of Caliban. Because his memories of training change endlessly, his style with a blade is never the same, and he will often appear to change schools in the middle of a duel, taking his opponent by surprise. While his surface thoughts can be perceived by telepaths, even the strongest of them cannot pierce the depths of his mind, as they interpret the shifting memories as mental defenses against such intrusions, unable to conceive of the terrible truth. The last element of the attacking fleet was made up of the Space Wolves and their allies. Logan Grimnar, the Wolf Lord responsible for the summoning of Rogol Dorn upon the world of Armageddon, more than a millennium ago, was the leader of the 6th Legion's forces from his battle barge. I'm not going to pronounce that. Something with Heim. Gilfarheim, whatever. It had been Zahariel who had convinced Grimnar of joining the attack, playing on the Space Wolf's hatred of the Thousand Suns to overcome his inner disgust of the Dark Angels. Across the Eye of Terror and beyond, Grimnar had reached out to all warbands of the 6th Legion, and he knew of, spreading the word that at long last they would bring about the end of the Thousand Suns by destroying the heart of their Prosperian dominion. Even so, many of the thousands of sons of Rus among the fleet disliked having to fight on the same side as the Lions Get, whose father had led their own to his doom 10,000 years ago. Tensions between the two traitor legions were high, and Zahariel used this to keep his hold over the assembled force. None of those two legionary leaders could hope to seize control from him without the Armada turning against itself. The Wolves had brought with them their usual complement of Xenos technology and allies, Rakghoul mercenaries, ancient weapons whose initial function no one was really sure of, and a plethora of other aliens bound to the Sixth Legion by incomprehensible pacts. Logan Grimnar, the Old Wolf, the Bane of Armageddon. Yeah. The Lord of the Silent Colors, the Wielder of Morkai. All these titles and more have been heaped upon Logan Grimnar. But to those who fight alongside him in the Long War, he is simply known as the Old Wolf. The title is something of a private jest among the Sons of Rus, for Logan Grimnar is young by the standards of the Traitor Legions. He has never fought under the command of the Wolf King and has only plagued the Imperium for the last 2,000 years. Yet any who look upon him cannot doubt his age. His face is ravaged by time, his long beard and mane of hair white as the snow of his ancestors' homeworld. This is because Logan Grimnar has never set foot within the Eye, where the timelessness of the warp seeps into the bones of the traitor legionnaires, who seek refuge there, making them all but immune to aging even as it ravages their flesh and soul. Apart from his journeys through the Sea of Souls, Grimnar has lived through each of the 20 centuries of his life, prolonging his transhuman existence through Xenos techno-sorcery and the dark rites of his cabals of sorcerers. Born among the slaves crew of the 6th Legion, he was selected for transformation into a space marine and rose to the ranks by displaying great tactical acumen and prowess in battle. He finally seized control of his warband when he slew his former master in single combat, after a disastrous battle against the Imperium had left them on the brink of total destruction due to his lord's mistakes. Because Grimnar doesn't seek refuge within the Eye of Terror, nor any of the galaxy's great warp storms, he has spent his entire life as a Chaos Lord hunted by the Imperium. First by Navy patrols seeking to end his piratical activities. Then, after his part in the First War of Armageddon, by every loyal legion and many operatives of the Officio Assassinorum. But he has survived each attempt at his life, and his influence among the enemies of mankind greatly increased after he helped summon Rogo Dorn on Armageddon, unleashing the Demon Primarch against the World Eaters and their human allies before the Great Knights arrived and successfully banished Dorn. Consumed by his hatred for the Imperium that destroyed his ancestral homeland, there is no line Grimnar will not cross in the pursuit of vengeance. But he is still possessed of a streak of ruthless pragmatism. He has made pacts with aliens. Yes, he has made pacts with aliens and demons alike, and always kept his end of such bargains, earning a reputation for trustworthiness that allows him to gather more allies to his side. The Old Wolf wears a suit of antique Terminator armor at all time, and wields the demonic axe Morkai in battle. The weapon hosts a powerful demon of Khorne, bound within the metal by the Rune Priest, who swore allegiance to Grimnar. The Neverborn whispers endlessly to Grimnar, even when the weapon is kept in warded stasis fields between battles, trying to push him into the servitude to the god of war, promising ever greater power in return for loyal service. So far, Grimnar has resisted the temptation of his blade, but no soul can endure a demon whispering forever. Such a force of, demons, traitor legionnaires, chaos cultists, and Xenos reavers had rarely been seen in the galaxy, and never on such a scale. The initial reports of the outpost turned out to have been optimistic. Or rather, the station had been destroyed before the entire enemy fleet had reached its sensors. Rather than 200 vessels it had warned of, the fleet that massed at the edge of the Terathalion system was closer to 500 ships of all kinds. Most of those weren't warships but mercantile craft, captured and repurposed by Zahariel's mortal minions, packed to the brim with cultists ready to lay down their lives in service of their master. Others were pirate ships whose captains had been haunted by visions of the Everwatcher for decades, manipulated into obeying his commands. until they were little more than puppets dancing on his strings, their souls swallowed by their infernal lord, their crews unaware of their terrible fate. For several days, the Chaos Armada mustered at the Mandeville Point, new vessels emerging from the warp in small groups, for all that they had gathered before and followed the same path through the Empyrean. Even ships guided by the malign intelligence of a Lord of Change couldn't completely avoid the vargies of the warp. How many ships they lost to its turbulent tides is something only Zahariel himself, and the cackling mad god he calls Master, know. But what survived the journey was more than enough to send shivers of dread into those who stood against the slaves of the arch-enemy. It became clear then that this was no mere spiteful raid, seeking to bleed the Thousand Suns' resources and make their people suffer for imagined sins. This was truly a host worthy of being called the Black Crusade, a blow guided by the Dark God's hand. The three lords of the Black Crusade did not meet in person, of course. Such a meeting would not have ended well for any of them. Instead, each of them stood in one of their respective flagships' chambers, communicating with the other two through various means. Zahariel had established communication through purely sorcerous means, while Grimnar used technology of Xenos origins to project his image onto the ships of the other warlords. As for Azrael, he was using the result of one of the Dark Magi enthralled to the First Legion, a machine that was as much infernal sorcery as it was mechanical wonder. It clicked and hissed in the corner of the room, projecting the images of Demon and Space Wolf in the air before the Lord of Lies. "Here we are," began Zahariel, his winged form much reduced in stature, in his projection yet still towering above Azrael, despite his attempts to change the setting of the projector. "The greatest armada of the Changers of Ways ever gathered. With the might of the Vulca Fenrica, the sons of the Cyclops do not stand a chance against us." "Perhaps," growled Grimnar, "as long as the Dark Angels can stop themselves from stabbing us in the back long enough for us to actually win the war at last." Azrael carefully maintained a neutral face. He had already tried to save Logan. He had already tried to have Logan killed 3 times since the rendezvous in deep space, sending demons to slay him and making sure they could not be traced back to him. All had failed. 2 had been caught and banished by the cabal of warp dabblers that surrounded Logan. The last torn to shreds by the corn-marked axe of the old wolf. That was a shame. Grimnar had offended the god of fate many times, spurring his gifts in favor of the brutish strength offered by the god of war. But there would be a reckoning. In time. "Come now, Logan," said Zahariel with a crooked smile, somehow appearing on his beaked face. "You are just being paranoid. Azrael would never turn on his allies when something as important as what we intend is at stake. Isn't that right, Azrael?" "Of course," bristled Azrael. "Our work is paramount to the Lion and the Changer of Ways." How foolish did the old wolf think he was? They were here to destroy the 15 Legion once and for all. This was far more important than any other plot. This was the will of Tzeentch himself, written large upon the galaxy. To sabotage it was unthinkable. He would not turn on his allies until Magnus was dead and Terathalion destroyed. Why, he had even held back from trying to have Logan removed during the trip, knowing that without the old wolf, the Space Wolf elements of their fleet would disperse. "See?" chuckled the Lord of Change. "Now on to the grim and delicious business of war." On Terathalion, the Thousand Suns had no idea how such a massive force could have bypassed the iron cage trapping the traitor legions, other than the Ultramarines, within the Eye of Terror. While the ships of the Lost and the Damned could be explained by Zahariels collecting them from all across the sector and beyond, and the Space Wolves had ever wandered the galaxy's dark paths, the presence of the Dark Angels in such a number was disquieting in the extreme. In the past, the sorcerers of the First Legion had only been able to slip single ships or small flotillas out of the Eye of Terror, and always at a great cost. Yet now an entire fleet had made the journey. The ability of the God of Change to seemingly manifest such an armada out of nowhere and with barely any warning was seen by many seers as another sign of the growing influence of chaos over the galaxy. While the sons of Magnus dreaded the long-term implications of the attack, they had little time to spend on such considerations. The preparations of war were in full swing on the 15th Legion's second home world, and there was much to do. Raids from the 6th Legion throughout the Imperium's history had kept the population of Terathalion sharp, and the billions of inhabitants reacted to the news of the imminent attack with calm. Those who were part of the defense force prepared, while the civilians went to their assigned places in the vast, warded underground shelters beneath each of Terathalion's cities, designed by the architects of the Iron Warriors to withstand even the strongest orbital bombardment. Thousand Suns legionnaires checked these shelters, reinforcing the wards against demonic incursions. But they were few, and there were dozens of shelters for each of Terathalion's 15 great cities. And so, inevitably, many went unverified, a failing which would come back to haunt the Sons of Magnus in a terrible manner. The first battle would be waged in orbit as the spatial defense of Terathalion engaged the Chaos Armada. Driven by memories of the burning of Prospero, the Thousand Suns had fortified the heart of the Prosperian domain like few other systems in the entire Imperium. Terathalion was the system's only planet, but the void was filled with the defenses the Iron Warriors had installed there after the Roboutian Heresy. 4 Ramilus-class space forts orbited around Terathalion, spread out above the planet's equator, enough firepower to raise entire worlds, and an investment in resources and manpower that had enraged many high admirals of the Ultima Segmentum over the millennia. Dockyards and Mechanicus orbital facilities linked the forts, forming a ring of sorts around the planet. These defenses alone had been more than enough to fend off piratical and chaos raids in the past. But they were far from the only defenses in the skies of the Thousand Suns' homeworld. Ships of the Thousand Suns and the Spire Guard had assembled above Terathalion, thanks to the warning from one of the Dominion's observation outposts. The 15th Legion had been able to call back some of its members in time for the attack. Still, few Sons of Magnus had been able to reach Terathalion before Zahariel's fleet, while others had no doubt been beyond reach, fighting other wars not knowing their homeworld was threatened, combined with those who had been present on the planet when the warning had come, but either as part of the small Astartes garrison or to bring new recruits to the apothecaries. Less than 100,000 sons were there to fight for Terathalion's defenses. But at their side were millions of Spire Guards who had flocked to the defenses of the planet from all the Prosperian Dominion. Whatever. The numbers of attackers and defenders were rough equal, thanks to the orbital defenses and the call for aid that had been heard through the entire Prosperian Dominion. Still, There was no doubt in the minds of the crew that once battle was joined, many among them would die. Boarding actions from the Astartes element of the Chaos Fleet were the greatest threat, as the defenders simply did not have enough space marines to guard all ships. Yet they did not give in to fear, though many took precautions to make sure they would not be taken alive. The screams of the broken ones, a dire warning of what awaited those who were captured by the First Legion. That strong resolve was due to the presence of their leader, Lady Admiral Sarkat, whose adamantium will and calm spread across the entire fleet. As soon as the enemy arrived, she spoke of those under her command. She spoke to those under her command, though her words were also broadcast across the entire planet. Lady Admiral... I have to do this, don't I? Lady Admiral Kya Sarkat, the shield of Terathalion. While most of the members of the Spire Guard are trained for deployment on the ground in support of the Thousand Suns, the Prosperine Dominion also has its own branch of the Imperial Navy, the Battle Fleet Prospero, named after the sector of space that make up the Dominion and the surrounding subsectors. It recruits from all of the Dominion, but its greatest officers have always hailed from the old families of captains and admirals who guided the ships of the Thousand Suns during the Great Crusade. Men and women whose ancestors had once been sailors on Prospero's own seas. It was from one such illustrious bloodline that Kya Sarkat was born, and soon she proved to be the greatest void mistress in generations. She combined instinctive mastery of the void warfare with a talent for getting people to respect and obey her, and years of the Naval Academy have sharpened these skills to a razor's edge. She became a captain at the very young age of 32, and an admiral merely 20 years later. After an engagement against a flotilla of Dark Eldar raiders, where she managed to outwit the enemy leader, a withered, evil thing that had fought void battles for longer than Kya's family had commanded spaceships. Though she blew the Archon's flagship apart, she had arrangements made with the homunculi of Komorag and returned a few... He had arrangements made with the homunculi of Komorag and returned a few years later, promising that he would wear the dark skin of the monkey bitch as a cloak. Can I say that word? Let me check. Can I say that word? I think I can. It's a coat, so I think I can. And weave her black hair as gloves to wear as he strangles her kin while she watches. So far, he has not succeeded. The entire battle fleet knows the story of the long war between Kya Sarkat and Ulrich Tessatar, Archon of the Venomous Claws Cabal. For the last 100 years, the two have tried to kill each other. Ulrich knows that if he cannot make good on his vengeful promise, his own warriors will think him weak and turn on him eventually. As for Kya, she remembers exactly what Ulrich did to the people of the First World in whose skies they battled, and has sworn that she will see the Dark Eldar destroyed. By the time Zahariel unleashes Black Crusade on Terathalion, Lady Admiral Sarkat had become the leader of the planet's space defenses. From the ships patrolling the system and its neighbors to the orbital platforms, space forts, and planetary missile silos, all was her at command. Well into her second century of life, she had already fought off several raids by Chaos forces, and one led by her old nemesis, though none of the scale. As the fleet began to advance on the Thousand Suns' homeworld, she vowed that she and those under her command would make the traitors pay for every centimeter of the void they took from her. As the Chaos fleet drew near, the Lady Admiral worked day and night to prepare her forces for the coming battle. For 3 days she worked without rest, coordinating the various elements under her command, familiarizing herself with the capabilities of each vessel and the skills and temperaments of their captains. 1,000 Suns member of the Pavoni cult remained at her side. His psychic powers keep her mind and body at maximum capacity during that time, and the rest of the campaign. The Sons of Magnus had pledged to guard the Admiral with his life. In case her ship, the Emperor-class battleship Word of Magnus, was boarded during the engagement. He also acted as a relay between the fleet and the ground defenses, mind-linked to Maddox himself in communion with which even Zahariel could not interfere. Every enemy of the Imperium is out there, brothers and sisters, the Xenos, the traitors, the heretic. They have all banded together, united in their hatred of the Imperium, because they know that they cannot defeat us alone. They have come to bring death, suffering, damnation. They have come to finish what they failed to accomplish 10,000 years ago, when our ancestors' world was lost to the fires of betrayal and barbarity. But they failed then, even though they had the full strength of a Space Marine Legion, and all we had were the men and women of Prospero and a handful of our transhuman guardians. And they failed again when they came to this world with the dregs of that legion. Yet in each of these battles they took something from us, something irreplaceable. The first time they took Prospero from us. The second time they took Primarch Magnus from us, forcing him into a slumber from which he has yet to wake up. And now they are here to wipe us out, to tear the heart of the 15th Legion, to destroy the future of those who, by their very existence, defy the lie that is theirs, because they cannot bear for us to live. I say enough. This is where it ends. This is where the cycle stops. They will not take anything more from us. Here at this moment in history, we will teach the enemies of mankind that Terathalion stands strong against the darkness. They outnumber us, but each of us has the fire of the God Emperor in his soul. They have vile sorcery on their side, but we have his light and the wards of the 1,000 suns to guard us. They have the blasphemous technology of the Xenos, but we have the blessings of the Omnissiah to strengthen our guns. They are driven to battle by the fear of their slave masters. But each of us fight in defense of his world and his people. For the Emperor and the Crimson King. Death to their foes. I like this one. This one was nice. I really liked it. From Lady Admiral Kias Arkat at the beginning of the siege of Terathalion. Despite the preparations of Terathalion's defenders, the first blow was struck before the Chaos Armada reached the first line of defense, coming from an unexpected direction. The arrival of so many ships had torn a massive rift through the warp as they re-emerged into reality, and it had not closed after the passage of the last vessels. A hideous wound opened in space at the system's Mandeville point, bleeding the insanity of the Sea of Souls. It was so large that it was visible from Terathalion's surface, a pulsating, maddening light that shone like a twisted parody of a true star in the planet's sky. Preachers and scholars alike took to the streets, and worldwide announcements warned against the dangers of staring at this baleful light. The people of Terathalion knew more of the warp than most Imperial citizens, though even the Sons of Magnus knew better than to share its true horrors with common folk, and most of them paid heed to that warning. But some, the foolish, the tormented, and the suicidal, did not. They peered into that infernal light, and, on the other side of the rift, the thing that dwelt amidst the realm of chaos looked back. Violence erupted in the streets as men and women were violently possessed, their souls consumed by the Neverborn. The evacuation was slowed as the 1,000 Suns moved to confront these manifested demons, destroying them all. The Seers used their abilities to try and predict where their next incursions would take place, and with that knowledge, the Legionnaires were able to prevent most of the destruction. But not all. For the foresight of the 1,000 Suns, never perfect in the first place, was greatly affected by the presence of the Ever-Watcher in the system. Tens of thousands died or were driven mad, and the Thousand Sons suspected that the rift was not merely the result of so many ships entering the system using demon-touch warp engines, but a deliberate ploy by the sorcerers and the warp dabblers among their foe. So that such atrocities did nothing to weaken their military strength, for the demons were weak and easily dispatched by the Sons of Magnus. But it hurt the people they were sworn to protect, and such a cruel insult was typical of those who had sold their souls to the arch-enemy. The wrath of the Thousand Sons, ever slow to build but terrible when it was unleashed, was already growing before the first bolter held by the traitor's hands ever fired. Brother Maddox, one of the most powerful legionnaires on Terathalion, and the overall commander of the Thousand Sons on the planet, led the efforts to ensure the people reached the shelters alive, wielding his great power against the Neverborn. Maddox, the Undying. Among all the living Thousand Sons, few have a destiny as entwined with that of their old enemy, the Sixth Legion, as Maddox, known among his brethren and the Imperial forces who fought at his side as the Undying, the Lord of Life, the Great Healer, and many other titles. Born on Terathalion nigh 6 centuries ago, Maddox displayed psychic abilities from a very young age, his touch bringing relief to the sick and wounded. He was immediately noticed by the Thousand Sons and inducted into their ranks, surviving the rubric and taking his place among one of the Legion's wandering circles of brothers. Through no effort on his part, he has faced the Sons of Rus dozens of times, seemingly random coincidences bringing him to worlds about to suffer their raids. 3 times the wolves have thought they had killed Maddox in such engagements, but every time he has proven them wrong. He even takes care to remove all of the scars above his neck, knowing the sight of his smooth face enrages the Sons of Rus to no end, with the knowledge they cannot truly harm him. Such is his mastery of the Pavoni arts, the discipline of psychokinesis, or the manipulation of flesh through psychic power, that he can recover from even the most terrible injuries, even regenerating lost limbs and organs. His healing ability extends to others. There is no injury he cannot mend, no natural disease he cannot cure. There is nothing short of true death that he cannot reverse. And the brothers who fight by his side all owe him their lives multiple times. However, a few uses of this same ability on Imperial soldiers who had fought and been grievously wounded at his side had caused some among the Legion's critics to view him as a witch, a necromancer capable of bringing the dead back to a perversion of life. Those humans he saves from certain death are often forced to join the retainers of the Thousand Sons, lest they be slaughtered by mobs upon the departure of the Sons of Magnus. And that way, Maddox accumulated a circle of former Imperial guards and other individuals of various ways of life, loyal to him unto death itself. The repeated meetings of Maddox with the Space Wolves have strengthened his hatred of Rus's Geth. He has seen the trophies some of them still wear from the burning of Prospero, and witnessed their atrocities and hypocrisy with his own eyes. While his talents lie in healing, the Pavoni arts can be used to deadly effect, and he has slain dozens of space wolves with his powers, turning their own corrupted flesh against them, and showing perhaps too much relish at their agonized screams. Many of his brothers fear that Maddox's destiny lies within the ranks of the Heralds of Prospero, these Sons of Magnus consumed by the screams of the dead world, who go to war with the ghosts of the slain at their side. Whether Maddox already hears the call of the dead world is unknown. When Zahariel's Black Crusade came to Terathalion, Maddox was already on the planet, having come back to lay 3 of his brothers to rest in the Legion's mausoleums and bring their gene seed to the Legion's apothecaries. As the strongest and most esteemed Thousand Son present, as well as the one with the most experience facing the Vulca Fenrica, he took command of his gathered brothers. When he learned that Logan Grimnar was leading the Space Wolves among the invaders, He made a personal vow to kill the old wolf himself, payment for brothers lost 3 centuries ago. I have looked death in the eyes many times, and taken from his hands those I did not believe should fall yet, and I have learned something in all those meetings. Death does not hate us, nor does he crave our end. We are all equal before him, and he simply carries us from one place to another, from one realm to the next. Dying is nothing to fear, but what comes right before and immediately after is another story. For death may not belong to the dark gods, but hell does. From the private writings of Maddox of the Thousand Suns, then, as the fleets were about to enter each other's range, Zahariel struck his second blow at Terathalion, and it was just as vile and as treacherous as the first. Aboard the Invisible Hand, with the help of a circle of dark angel sorcerers and demons of Tzeentch, he performed a foul ritual that reached into the minds of Terathalion's defenders. The words of the Thousand Suns held true, diminishing the ritual's power greatly. The power of the Rubik shielded the Thousand Suns even further, and the only thing they felt was a tightening of their etheric weave that burned within their very soul as it shielded them from Zahariel's spell. Every human in the fleet felt a binding headache, accompanied by terrifying whispers that vanished after a few seconds, causing no greater damage than a few incidents where those afflicted had been performing delicate tasks. But there were still those minds too frail to resist such a blunt assault on their psyche. They fell, their brains bleeding out through their ears, dead before they hit the floor. And then there were those who had been directly targeted by the ritual, rather than caught in the wake of its power. The target of the ritual was the Ramirez-class space fort, Pythagoras. For 10,000 years it had stood, defending Terathalion from all invaders, as light in the sky a source of comfort and peace for the people below. Like all such immense fortresses, the Pythagoras was a city in space greater than any single ship and housing hundreds of thousands of souls. None of them were spared, the power of the ritual tearing apart the words engraved on the space fort walls and scouring the souls of those within. As the Thousand Suns recovered from the Rubik's sudden pressure on their minds, they stumbled, their psychic senses nearly overwhelmed by the cries of anguish and horror that rose from Pythagoras, while mortal psychers wept bloody tears, unable to understand why. The ritual was a creation of Tzeentch, the god of change, and it bore all of its terrible hallmarks. Those who were caught in its full effects had the very truth of their souls rewritten, their loyalties and hatred reversed with no regard for their sanity. One moment they were defenders of Terathalion, loyal servants of the god emperor, hating the Xenos and the heretic with all the passion that was to be expected of them. The next, they were heretics themselves, despising the corpse and god of Terra, the Imperium, and the Thousand Suns, with nothing but the blackest contempt for their own families. In the blink of an eye, tech priests became heretics, and preachers became demagogues of the ruinous powers. No son of Magnus was with them, though whether or not the ritual would have affected the legionnaire is unknown, and it is perhaps for the best that the question remains forever unanswered. Many of those affected died on the spot, or fell into a coma, their minds simply unable to function. Under the strain of violently contradicting convictions, the matter of Pythagoras, Commander Nizrak, a veteran of 200 years, who had fought for the Imperium all his life without giving ground ever once, was one of the early victims. According to footage later recovered from the bridge's pict recorders, the Commandor killed himself with his service weapon, the expression on his face showing immense tension as whatever remained of his noble soul battled the corruption sown in him by the arch-enemy's vile sorcery. But even though thousands died or incapacitated at the command structure of the space fort was completely destroyed, their imperial bred respect for authority their imperial-bred respect for authority being one of the first things destroyed by the spell. Pythagoreans remained extremely dangerous, driven by their new hatreds. Gun crews aimed their weapons at the fleet and the planet below, scouring the nearest ships who were still maneuvering and hadn't yet put strength in their void shields. Swarms of fighters left the hangar bays, the pilots having replaced their discipline and brotherhood with vicious, selfish, predatory instincts. Ships died in flames or went down and crushed on Terathalion's surface, sending shockwaves that ravaged the nearest hives. They had trained her to deal with treachery. Of course, that hadn't been part of the official course at the Naval Academy. To openly acknowledge that servants of the God Emperor could turn from his divine light and break their oath would be unthinkable. But the teachers of the Spire Guard that it had happened many... But the teachers of the Spire Guard knew that it had happened many times in the past. None more devastating than when the thrice-cursed Guilliman had cleaved the Imperium in twain. Her name isn't Kya. Her name might be Kyla. Okay, we're just gonna go with Kya. As Kya had risen through the ranks, showing more skill than any of her forebears had for thousands of years, they had added many more lessons to her curriculum, nearly crushing her under their weight. Those had included private seances with the oldest instructors. It had been in those lessons that she had been taught how to react when her supposed allies turned against her. She knew how to isolate them, how to select those forces under her command that could be trusted to not hesitate in gunning them down, how to maintain morale and cohesion despite that terrible blow. But none of their lessons had covered how to deal with the agony in her soul. Treachery hurt in a way no physical wound could ever match. It burned within her, anger and grief and doubt. She had known every man and woman who manned that station, that had turned their guns against her fleet, had spoken and laughed with them. One word echoed in her mind over and over. Why? Why had they done it? Why had they turned against the Emperor? Had they even a choice? Or had their minds been broken by the sorcerers of the Dark Angels? And if they had, a cold voice whispered at the back of her mind, then who else could be turned in such a way? Who could she trust? Her mind was protected by the son of Magnus at her side, but what about the rest of her crew? What about the tech priests who guarded the plasma reactors? All it would take was a moment's control, and the enemy could kill the entire ship. And what about the people on the planet below manning the defense arrays? One miscalculation, one error in the targeting protocol, and the fleet would be crippled. She could not trust anyone but herself. She could not, Admiral, said a strong, calming voice directly into her mind. Admiral, come back to me. Her eyes snapped open. She hadn't realized she had closed them, and she saw Asim standing before her. His face, shadowed by his psychic hood, was difficult to read, but she thought she saw concern and a touch of shame on his features. She took a deep breath, feeling the paranoid panic that had nearly seized her fade away. A glance at the hololithic projection told her that whatever had happened in her had lasted less than a second. My apologies, Admiral, said Asim. The enemy struck at you, using the greater spell as cover for their sorcerous weaves. I should have seen and blocked that attack, no matter how subtle it was. I swear to you on my life that it will not happen again. Kya blinked. Her fears were gone. No, not gone, but under control again, and it seemed incredible that she had been about to lose her mind over them but moments ago. Then the words of the son of Magnus registered, and a cold fury seized her. It's all right, Lord Asim, she replied before turning to her Vox officers and beginning to speak the orders that would destroy the traitors in their midst. Even as she spoke, she silently vowed that the slaves of ruin would pay for this atrocity. Pythagoreus was lost. Even if the space fort could be reclaimed from the traitors that currently occupied it, a tall order considering there were still hundreds of thousands of them, The Imperials did not have the resource or time to crew it again. Therefore, Lady Admiral Sarkat took the only decision available to her. She ordered the priceless Void Fortress destroyed. The Lady Admiral reacted quickly, and at her command, a portion of the fleet turned against the Pythagoreus, while the two other closest Ramilus-class space forts trained their own weapons against their corrupted brethren. Soon, Pythagoreus' main guns were crippled, the immediate threat to the fleet removed. But Pythagoreus couldn't be allowed to remain. In Terathalion's skies, that is. Kya asked for the help of the Thousand Suns. A boarding party would be sent to sabotage the main reactors of the space fort and grant the Emperor's mercy to the unfortunate souls within. She left some ships to quarantine the space fort while on the surface. Brother Maddox gathered his brothers around him and prepared to lead the boarding party himself. Maddox took 4 of his brothers with him, 1 from each of the cults. The 5 of them went to Pythagoreus aboard the venerable Stormbird, the second principle, shrouding it from detection by the Starfort's apexes with their powers. They landed in one of the abandoned hangar bays and fought their way through the throngs of rabid cultists that now populated the space fort. Already, confusion and infighting were raging within the Pythagoreus, as people who had once been the closest companions raised war bands to fight another, consumed by unspeakable hatred. The Thousand Suns tore through battlefield after battlefield, laying waste to both sides as on their way to Pythagoreus' depths. Speed was their ally, but eventually word of their presence spread, and their shared hatred of the Imperium and the Sons of Magnus drew the twisted crew of the space fort into vast hordes. By the thousands they came, their poisoned thoughts nearly bringing the Thousand Suns to a stop where all guns and blades had failed. But Maddox shielded his brothers from the corruption surrounding them, purifying their brains of the sorcerous taint that still echoed in the space fort's corridors. On and on they advanced, moving faster than the human tide that was closing in on them from all directions. Then they reached the reactors at the heart of the immense structure. There, the fighting was the fiercest, with corrupt magi leading the hundreds of tech trolls under defied icons of the machine god. 2 of Maddox's brothers fell before they reached their goal, but eventually the remaining 3 reached Pythagoreus' beating heart. A light in his helmet's display flashed green, and he knew that the second principle had gotten clear of Pythagoreus. It had been a risk to bring the gunship here, without the Thousand Suns aboard it. It could not hide from the enemy's sensors. But it seemed the party had inflicted enough damage and caused enough disorder among the foe that even the servitor pilot that had been left to crew the gunship had managed to bring it to safety. That was good. Maddox expected that they would soon need all the gunships they could find. Howls coming from the entrance of the reactor chamber warned him that the foe had arrived at last. But it was too late. They had completed their task. The machine spirits had been driven into a frenzy, all of their restraints removed. Nothing could stop the explosion now. As warp lighting surrounded Maddox and his remaining 2 brothers, and they were carried away from the doomed space fort and back to Terathalion's surface, Maddox found no joy in this success. They were destroying a fortress that had stood vigil over Terathalion for 10,000 years. How much history would be destroyed along with it? How many lives, even if they were already lost to the cruelest of the dark gods? His heart burned with an anger that threatened to overwhelm him. Anger at the demon that had cursed his Primarch all those centuries ago. Anger at the foul gods it served. Anger at himself for failing to protect the crew of the Pythagoreus from their vile sorcery. That anger fanned the flames of an older wrath, one that had been born in his soul when he had been but a child learning the story of Prospero for the first time. Ancient voices and screams rose from his soul as if from a great distance, the cries of the martyred dead of the Thousand Suns' first homeworld. So much had been taken from the 15 Legion over the years. But the Lady Admiral was right. This would end now, with this battle, one way or another. No more. As his flesh faded from reality, Maddox swore that there would be an end to it all. The Pythagoreus exploded in a sphere of starfire that scrambled the apexes of the entire defense fleet and obliterated the nearest vessels, despite their void shields being raised at maximum capacity and their captains having moved as far away from the space fort as they could. On her bridge, Lady Admiral Kya breathed a prayer for the unfortunate souls that were lost along with the venerable Void Fortress. At least now, the threat lurking among her fleet was gone, painful as the removal might have been. But despite the Imperial's swift reaction, Zahariel's vile spell had fulfilled its purpose. 1/4 of Terathalion's orbital defenses were now without the support of a Ramilus-class space fort, their fleet still reeling from the blow it had inflicted upon its betrayal, and, with its death, formations had been thrown into disarray. Now, the Chaos Fleet was advancing at full speed, the 3 flagships leading the onslaught. Aboard the Invisible Hand, Zahariel cackled, preparing to reap the result of all his plots. The Lady Admiral had known exactly what the Demon Lord would do from the moment Pythagoreus had been turned. The formation of her fleet was well arranged as it could be under the circumstances, and her greatest advantage remained. The forces of Chaos lacked the true discipline of the Imperial Navy. She had also given orders for the 2 Ramilus-class space forts that had fired upon Pythagoreus, Zika's Light, and Photep's Fury to move from the geosynchronous orbits above Terathalion. It was a bold move, for it left the regions they were supposed to protect without their immense strength. Furthermore, it would be many more hours before they reached the battle and could bring their full firepower to bear. But Kya believed, based upon the Thousand Suns' divination and her own instincts, that Zahariel would not attempt to break orbit and reach the planet's surface anywhere else. And once the 2 space forts arrived, the tide would definitely turn in favor of the Imperium. Zahariel's host of cultist vessels crashed against the defenses like an ocean tide against a cliff. The poorly equipped ships were slaughtered by the dozen in the first moments of the engagement, but they had never been intended as anything but a distraction. While the Imperial fleet's guns were busy tearing the shafts apart, the Traitor Legion's ships sent boarding parties, taking full advantage of their greater number of Astartes warriors. Through torpedoes, gunships, and teleportation and other fouler means, the Space Wolves and Dark Angels attacked the defenders, silencing batteries and wreaking havoc within enginariums. From their posts within the planetary fortresses, Terathalion's defenders saw the skies of their world filled with the light of weapon discharges, destroyed ships, and burning orbital installations. For several hours, the 2 fleets did battle, Lady Admiral Sarkhet directing the Imperial efforts with all the skill that was to be expected of her. Yet, for all her talents, she could do little more than try to direct the flow of battle, which quickly degenerated into an archaic free-for-all as the Chaos Fleet flew right in the middle of the Imperial formation. The Imperial flagship was boarded several times, but always the elite Spire Guards tasked with defending the vessels repelled the attackers before they could reach the bridge. Such was the confusion, the number of variables, that the seers of the Thousand Suns were all but blinded to the immediate future, spread out across Terathalion cities, within the bulk of them guarding the sanctuary of Magnus, knowing it would be a primary target of the foe, or the primary target. They watched the war above, wondering why none of the Chaos ships had attempted to send troops onto the surface. They all knew what it meant. Zahariel had another plan in reserve, for he could not accomplish his goal if his Black Crusade remained blocked in orbit. Still, when that plan was revealed, it caught even the most potent seers by complete surprise. On Terathalion's equator, below the melted fragments that remained of the Pythagoreus, stood the city of Lutaket, a vast metropolis that housed more than 20 million souls. When word of the coming Black Crusade had arrived, the people had evacuated in good order, leaving their homes and going to the underground shelters. Only the Spire Guards, the Thousand Sons, and their other Imperial allies remained on the surface. They were manning the city's defenses, which included cannons powerful enough to reach orbit and beyond. Such was the confusion of the battle above that it was difficult for the gun's crew to get a lock on enemy target. But they remained at their post, taking advantage of any opportunity that presented itself. Lutaket was the only city whose defenses could take part in the battle, being closest to it all, and they hurled last bolts that seemed like the Emperor's own lightning and shells the size of tanks into the heavens. Then, the madness began. It struck them like a hammer blow, shattering their defenses and tearing at their minds. A wave of agony, of horror, and disgust, so powerful that it could not be ignored, could not be pushed aside. Across the battlements of Lutaket, the Thousand Sons and every human with a shred of psychic potential fell to their knees, clutching their heads and screaming in pain. The other defenders rushed to their side, calling for medical assistance, looking up at the heavens, suspecting some mental assault from their distant enemies, and assuming it foretold another attack. They were right in thinking so, but the attack came from another direction. From the depths they came, numbering in the millions. The gates of the underground shelters blew open, and the flow of corrupted humanity poured through. Men, women, and children, screaming and laughing madly, their skins torn where they had clawed at their own flesh, in bloody patterns that burned the eyes of any with some shred of sanity left in them. They ran through the streets of Lutaket, directed by cultists in dark robes, held aloof on infernal discs, and wielding great staves of bronze, inscribed with sorcerous symbols. These were the betrayers who had brought the poison of chaos within the shelters, the vile renegades who had forced damnation upon the city's population. When the tides of madness reached the walls, it took several minutes for the defenders to find within themselves the resolve to open fire on those they had sworn to protect. During these moments, the madmen launched themselves at the walls, breaking their bodies and forming a grotesque mountain of flesh upon which the rest of the horde could climb then. Then, when at last their training overcame their horror, and they began to fire, more treachery struck as soldiers of the Spire Guard turned against their comrades, their faces blank, utterly expressionless masks. The Thousand Sons, still shaken from the psychic onslaught caused by whatever fell ritual had taken place in the shelters, were murdered by the Imperial Guard medics who had rushed to their aid. Lutaket was lost. Lutaket, a city that stood for nigh 10,000 years, fell in what seemed to be mere moments, and its guns turned against the Imperial forces in orbit. They blasted through loyalist ships and stations, opening a path for the Chaos Fleet. At once, what seemed like a disorganized mess was revealed to have been a cunning plan, and the armies of the Black Crusade rained upon Terathalion. Gunships, drop pods, transports, and mass carriers descended, bringing with them the host of the lost and the damned. Like a tide of locusts, they came to ruin Lutaket. They came to ruin Lutaket. Okay. To seize the city and use it as their base of operation. In their war for Terathalion, in orbit, In orbit, the Chaos Fleet formed a ring above the space... Wait. I think I lost the line. The Chaos Fleet formed a ring above the space once defended by the Pythagoreans to the foe. Wait, no, I lost again. No, it's wrong. It would be nice if fanfiction.net could have a section where you can just select stuff. You can select stuff because they're scared of, they're copying fanfiction. Anyway, in orbit, the Chaos Fleet formed a ring above the Lost City, suddenly displaying discipline and cooperative previously unseen. The Lady Admiral was forced to withdraw her fleet from above Lutakit, surrendering this region of space once defended by Pythagoreus to the foe. With the casualties the fleet had sustained when Lutakit's guns had turned, she could no longer hope to match the Black Crusade's ship in open battle. All she could do was regroup near the other Ramulus-class space forts and wait for the monolithic stations to reach a position where they could open fire on the Chaos warships. But that would take days, rather than the hours they had expected. For as Lutakit fell, saboteurs had unveiled themselves among the crew, touched by the same delusions as the cultists of the Lost City. The engines of the two space forts had been damaged, and while they could be repaired, great care must be taken in doing so. And until Zika's light and Photep's fury could cross the distance, the forces of the arch-enemy were free to land on Terathalion unopposed. Across the planet, the Defenders' remaining cities made their final preparations. Astartes spoke their oaths of moment, Spire Guards recited their prayers to the God Emperor, and Tech Priests consecrated their weapons for the final time. In the top of the battlements of Magnus's sanctuary, Maros looked at the horizon and knew Zahariel had come down as well, leading his unholy alliance of demons and traitors. Twice now had the Everwatcher come to Terathalion. Twice now had he twisted the minds of Magnus's own people against their own. To many of Maddox's brothers, these crimes would have been as nothing compared to the atrocities of the 15 Legion had suffered in the past, the burning of Prospero, the fall of the Crimson King. But in the eyes of the Undying, this corruption was even worse. The descendants of Prosperos' sons and daughters had been made to kill their own, to embrace the falsehoods of the great deceiver. Those aboard Pythagoreus had been soul broken by the greater demon's foul ritual, but the cultists who had seized Utaket were another story. Somehow, someway, the slaves of Zinj had wormed their way onto Terathalion, spread their blasphemies among the population. He did not know the details of Lutaket's fall. All he had heard were panic reports from the human defenders and horrified sendings from his brothers there, all quickly silenced. But he could guess off-world cultists had made contact, or one latent psyker had been touched in his dreams. From that seed evil had grown, hidden deep into the fabric of society, to avoid being detected by the sons of Magnus. He could only guess how many generations it had taken for the renegades to spread and gain as much power as they had held. How many centuries, millennia perhaps, had Zahariel been planning this? How many other plots did the Everwatcher still have? How many pawns hidden in the darkness, ready to strike at their master's command? All Astartes are engineered to be immune to the falling of doubt, but even they can be troubled by it when ruin looms large. Yet Maddox's own misgivings soon faded in the face of his wrath. His burning hatred had grown cold now, cold as the snows that had fallen on the Space Wolf's accursed homeworld before it had been destroyed. Shadows moved around him, distant screams echoed in his mind. He knew what this meant, and had known for years. Some fates required great effort to be divined, while others were ever shrouded in changing. But his own had always been clear, even if the seers had been reluctant to speak of it. His brothers sensed what was happening to him. He could feel their gaze on him, and they could feel their sorrow at what awaited him. They were calling to him, the dead and the betrayed, the fallen and the lost. They called from beyond the grave, from beyond the ages, and he must listen. Yet he felt not the impulse the scrolls spoke of, the need to journey to Prospero and walk through the burned cities of his ancestors. His war, his duty, were here, now, fighting against enemies old and new. As the invasion of Terathalion began, Maddox of the 15th vowed that it would not change anything. No matter how many more spies Zahariel had hidden behind the Imperial lines, no matter how many more spells the demon held in reserve, his duty remained the same. Terathalion would stand. Aboard Logan Grimnar's stupid ship, Grimnar prepared for war. His massive Terminator warplate shook the floor as he marched through the dark corridors of his ship towards the Teleportarium. His elite guard marched him, each of its members a warrior or sorcerer of such might he could have led his own warband in the Eye of Terror. He held the axe of Mordecai in his hand. He would not take the risk of letting it hang from his belt when there were so many souls nearby the demon within could tempt into trying to seize it for themselves. The demon's screams of rage were diminished somewhat as it sensed the incoming bloodshed, the significance of the moment. The Teleportarium was filled with dozens of heretics, dark magi, and other scholars of dark and xenotech. The battle barge's old Teleportarium had been destroyed centuries ago, along with 20 Terminator warriors who had been transitioning through it at the moment of its catastrophic failure. Now it had been rebuilt using a combination of human genius, plundered alien technology, and the mad inspiration brought by the whispers of the Neverborn. With it, the Space Wolves could bypass all but the strongest shields. Yet looking at it filled Logan with bitterness. It galled him that his legion were reduced to using such means to prosecute their wars. This was what the Thousand Suns had done to them when they had deceived the Emperor 10,000 years ago at Nicaea and doomed the Imperium. For 100 centuries, the sons of Lemanrus had fought to bring the witches of Prospero to justice. And for 100 centuries, they had failed, but no more. One warrior was already in the Teleportarium when Logan and his guard arrived. He stood alone, a confident grin on his face as he bowed slightly to the older warlord. "Lord Grimnar," greeted Ragnar Blackmane. "Shall we begin?" Okay, let's go. Siege of Terathalion, Part 2. Boy, this is gonna be cool, isn't it? I can hear their screams as I fall. Their souls are broken. Their minds are gone. But some shard of who they once were remain, buried beneath the tide of corruption and madness. Millions of shards of purity, of sanity, screaming their horror into the void. They never chose to fall. They weren't even deceived into bowing to the evil that lurks within the Imperium, as nearly all of the lost and the damned are. They were drowned in the abyss, forced down under by the hands of those who were first turned to darkness. They choked on the corruption of chaos, until nearly all that they had been died in this terrible dark. I can hear their screams. So much pain, so much horror. They beg for release, they beg for death, they beg for salvation, for oblivion. And I wonder, is this what my brother could hear as he walked the stars and witnessed the most terrible fates inflicted upon mankind throughout the age of strife? Is this the plea for mercy that haunted his very waking moment, driving him to isolation among our kin? Mortarion, brother, I am sorry. Now I finally understand why you were willing to do the things you did, but I will never have a chance to make things right between us. The war goes on. My people will stand. They will fight against the darkness as they have always done. I hear the defiant cries, their oaths of moment and their prayers to my distant father. They call out to the light I can no longer see. But my father is far away and much weaker than he once was, yet still far more powerful than his enemies believe. The wolves. The wolves have come again, shouting their hatred across the void, unable to see the strings that manipulate them into doing the binding of the very forces they thought we would unleash. I hear the howls of their souls, the snarls of the beasts riding within their blood. They who were once the foremost guardians against corruption are succumbing to its pull at long last. The outer darkness they wield as a weapon, strengthening the one within. In their blind quest for vengeance, they have endangered the last shreds of their honor, the last fragments of their sanity. The enemy will claim them all in the end, and the wolf will be broken within the crucible of chaos, reforged into a beast of mindless hatred and bloodthirst. The knights of my deceived brother have come too, led by one who knows nothing of truth, pawns and slaves one and all, the puppets of the one who orchestrated the doom of my sons. They dance to a meaningless tune, speaking the lies that are whispered into their minds. I hear them too, these falsehoods spoken by the great deceiver. I hear the hollow promises, the threats of a future where mankind is extinct, annihilated for refusing to kneel. I hear the cries of broken heroes facing the horror of their fate and submitting to their tormentor in order to justify their past sins by making them part of some grand, illusionary design. So many souls lost to the dark, driven by their masters to bring ruin to my world. So many lives whose light was extinguished and replaced by hatred and madness. Stolen not through any fault of their own, but because of the legacy of an evil older than our entire species. There is no justice in it, because you and your kind murdered justice long before my father was even born amidst the grasslands of old earth, shattered the balance of the universe, and claimed dominion over all. Is it what you want me to think? Is this how you think to break me after so long? You will fail in this, as you did in all your other attempts. You will not break me. You cannot break me. I am Magnus the Red. I am the Crimson King. I am the Primarch of the 15th Legion, and the son of the Emperor of Mankind. These words, these names, they remain in my mind even as the rest of my thoughts burn away, turning into smoke carried on the etheric winds. They are who I am, and you cannot take them away from me. Only try to deceive me into giving them up, like you deceived my lost brothers. But I have seen through your lies with my single eye. I know the secret my father discovered when you unwillingly set him down the path that led him to this throne of broken hopes, burned dreams, and eternal defiance. I know the truth you do not want the mortal races of the galaxy to know, hidden behind your power, your slave armies, and your demons. I know that terrible and wonderful truth that shatters the will of champions and reforges them into heroes freed of the illusions woven around them for their own protection. I know what you are. Oh yes, I know what you hide behind your masks and your echoing laughter. I know the truth. You have no power over me. With the orbital defenses of Terathalion breached by sorcery and treachery, the forces of the Black Crusade were able to land on the 15th Legion's homeworld by the millions. Demons, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, Xenos and Cultists all came to the lost city of Lutakit, driven by the will of the Crusade's master, Zahariel, the Ever-Watcher. Never before had so numerous a host despoiled the surface of Terathalion. Never before had one of the greatest cities of the Thousand Suns fallen to the slaves of ruin. Still, courage yet burned within the hearts of the mortal defenders of Terathalion, whilst the sons of Magnus were inhabited by a great fury at the sight of the desecration of their homeworld, ancestral memories of Prospero's doom rising in their minds. Though Lutaket had fallen, 14 great cities still stood, and the greatest of them was Ahat Ikabi, built around the Thousand Suns fortress, where their Primarch's body rested. For all their dark magics and cowardly tools, the forces of chaos would not find the conquest of Terathalion an easy one. Horror filled the defenders of Terathalion as word of Lutaket's terrible fate spread across the planet. On the walls of the 14 remaining cities, men and women of the Spire Guard trembled before the words of preachers and commissars shook off the nameless dread that had descended upon them. The Thousand Suns scattered among them, deployed their telepathic powers, easing the fears of their human comrades by sheltering their souls from the unnatural corruption the Black Crusade had brought to their homeworld. In Ahat Yakabi, Maddox the Undying finally spread out his consciousness across the city's walls, manipulating the defender's physiology to prevent panic. From orbit came the warning of the Lady Admiral. The tech priest had evaluated the damage done to the 2 Ramilus-class space forts on their way to join the battle against the Chaos Fleet. It would take 6 days for them to arrive, and during that time nothing could be done to stop the flow of heretics, traitors, and Xenos that landed in Lutaket. An attack on the fallen city would be suicide. Such was the foe's numerical advantage. The Imperials must trust in the defenses of the remaining cities, built in concert with the Iron Warriors in ages past. Yet these defenses hadn't been enough to resist treachery, and the wave of suspicion, mistrust, and paranoia swept across Terathalion as soldiers began to doubt the loyalty of their comrades in arms. For 10,000 years, the Thousand Suns had believed their telepathic abilities allowed them to uproot all infiltrators and traitors in their midst. But Zahariel's corruption of Lutaket had proven that the greater demon had found a way around this. The exact circumstances of Lutaket's fall remained shrouded in mystery, for none of the city's defenders had managed to escape the catastrophe, something that was quite unlikely given their numbers. To the Imperial analyst, it seemed as though this indicated that the Everwatcher had made great efforts to prevent any survivors from revealing the details of his victory to the rest of the Thousand Suns. That, in turn, made them doubt there was any risk of repeat performance. The Greater Demon must have invested a lot of resources into infiltrating the cultists who had driven Lutaket's population to madness. However, nothing was certain where the demons of Zinj were concerned, and the guard around the other shelters was reinforced just in case, taking precious soldiers away from the walls, which was likely what Zahariel had intended in the first place. But they couldn't take the risk not to do so. Less than a day after the disaster at Lutaket, the flow of troops from orbit ceased. Aboard the Word of Magnus, Lady Admiral Sarkat looked upon the combined auspices of her fleet and frowned. Sensors aimed at the fallen city were falling one after another, until only direct observation through reinforced domes showed any result. A dark cloud had risen above Lutaket, an unnatural storm that blinded all instruments. By sorcery or dark technology, the forces of the Black Crusade had shrouded themselves from orbital scrutiny. Over the course of the next 3 days, the clouds grew in size, finally stabilizing at more than 200 kilometers of diameters. Then, to the shock of officers throughout the fleet, it began to move on a straight line that would take it directly to Ahat Yakabi. Communications between the ships in orbit and the Thousand Suns on the ground grew more and more erratic as the storm interfered even with telepathy. On Terathalion, Maddox and his brothers quickly divined what had happened. With the Imperial fleet closing in on their ships, the heretics couldn't rely on their vessels to protect them from orbital bombardment during the long trek to Magnus's sanctuary. It was inevitable that the Lady Admiral would be able to get some shots at the moving army during the day's long trek, but the dark clouds they had summoned would grant them protection from that. Psychic probing at the darkness in the heavens revealed that it was indeed the product of sorcery, and those who had faced the forces of Logan Grimnar before recognized the etheric signature of the infamous Silent Callers. What are the Silent Callers? Well, though Logan Grimnar is seen as the one responsible for summoning Rogol Dorn to Armageddon in the 40th millennium, it wasn't the Wolf Lord himself who performed the unholy ritual. Instead, he had gathered a group of the most powerful rune priests of the 6th Legion, along with sorcerers from other legions, and especially powerful mortal wizards, even including a few fallen inquisitors. On the plains of Armageddon, hundreds of them performed the ritual that shattered reality and allowed the demon Primarch to leave the Eye of Terror. Most of them died, their lives consumed by the ritual's demand, their souls burned to ash by the power they were calling upon. Of those who survived, none did so unscathed. The ritual cost them all their voice, both physical and psychic, and ravaged their mortal frames. After the First War of Armageddon ended, they attached themselves to Grimnar, who alone seems to be able to hear them. He is often seen discussing with them, but onlookers can only hear his side of the conversation. Now known as the Silent Callers, they hide their faces at all times, the traitor marines among them with their helmets, the mortals with masks or other headpieces. No one knows what they hide beneath. Despite the price they pay to bring forth Rogol Dorn, the Silent Callers remain very dangerous warp wielders. They specialize in demon summoning and are capable of bringing entire infernal armies into existence if given the time to prepare and work their foul magics, and are still dangerous psychers if attacked directly, without time to prepare. At the command of their lord, they have damned whole planets, giving them over to demonic legions simply to deny them to the God Emperor. Over the centuries, the Imperium and rival Chaos forces, combined with the innate dangers of the Vilecraft, have whittled their numbers down. By the time Logan brought his forces to Terathalion, only 6 of them remained. All that time, they have remained at the side of the Wolf Lord, and there are many who suspect that their relationship with him isn't as simple as it looks. There are also many rumors that the Silent Callers actually died on Armageddon, and that only creatures from beyond now dwell within their bodies, hiding their changes from sight beneath their armor, masks, and hooded cloaks. Should that theory prove true, it would cast a disturbing light on Grimnar's recent rise among the sons of Horus. Inquisitorial spies and analysts have revealed that the old wolf is driven by hatred against the Imperium for the destruction of Fenris and the fall from grace of the Space Wolves, conveniently ignoring the sins that led to the route's excommunication. It is this hatred that has led him to gather a warband of traitors and Xenos alike, his burning desire to see the Imperium fall overpowering the disgust for the alien breed within all Astartes. The purity of this hate has earned him the respect of most 6th Legion warbands, and many see him as the leader Bjorn the Fellhand could never be due to his obsession with bringing Leman-Russ back. But if Logan Grimnar is in truth nothing but a puppet of demons masquerading as trusted advisors, then the prospect of the route reuniting with his command is even more distressing than it already was. Soon after the clouds began to move, the amassed Chaos Fleet began to move away from orbit, fleeing the approaching wrath of the Imperium deep in the unthinkable huge void of the system. Too far for the Ramilus-class star forts to pursue them with their engines still damaged. Yet, they all remained close enough that the Imperial fleet was forced to remain watchful for another attack, unable to scatter to cover the entire surface of Terathalion. Lady Admiral Kya was forced to establish a blockade to prevent them from interfering with the war on the surface. Though it chafed at her honor and sense of duty, she could do nothing more for the defenders of Terathalion. When the storm's edges reached and then passed over Lutaket, the city once again became visible to orbital auspex. What had once been a bustling metropolis was now a hollow ruin. Nothing living remained within its broken walls. Corpses were piled in the streets, but no vermin feasted upon their flesh. By some foul artifice, Zahariel had frozen Lutaket in time, turning it into a grotesque monument of the Thousand Sons' failure to protect their people. One more insult to add to the tally of bloody deaths the sons of Magnus owed the Ever-Watcher. But the bodies were nowhere near numerous enough to account for the whole population. It soon became evident that most of the 20 million souls that inhabited Lutaket now marched alongside the forces of the Black Crusade, a mass of twisted, insane, bolter-folder to the future to further bolster the ranks of chaos. At first, the defenders of Terathalion thought to send all their forces to Ahatikabi, as it seemed the enemy was focusing their attack on the greatest of cities. But before the decision was made, it became clear that Zahariel had planned for that possibility. Smaller armies emerged from the storm, led by lesser warlords of the Black Crusade's host, one for each of the 13 other cities of Terathalion. Though each of these hosts was but a fraction of the whole, they still counted hundreds of thousands of soldiers and war machines. To gather all of Terathalion's defenders on Ahatikabi, or even just the Thousand Sons, would have been to abandon the people hidden in the shelters to the terrible fate reserved by Chaos Lords to those unable to defend themselves. Never mind the logistical nightmares such an operation would have represented. The sons of Magnus refused to make that choice. They would not abandon their people to save themselves. One by one, the leaders of the defending forces of each city vowed to come to the other's aid once they had dealt with their would-be invaders. Yet the Imperials were not content to simply remain in their cities and await the coming of the foe. The enemy, fracturing into 14 different war hosts, opened new opportunities of attack. Terathalion had many minor settlements spread out across its surface, which had been evacuated in the coming of the Black Crusade, emptied of all resources that could be looted by the enemy. A lifetime living in the shadows of possible raids by Chaos forces had hardened the people living away from the protection offered by the main cities, and each settlement had its own militia. Most of those had added their strength to the defenders of the great cities, but there were those who had remained behind to scout the enemy army and provide invaluable intel to the Thousand Sons. Such assignments had been purely voluntary, for they were extremely dangerous. Each man and woman in these groups carried several ways to commit suicide should their situation grow desperate. Anything to avoid being taken alive and brought to the Dark Angels. The Shroud of Darkness has made these scouts even more important to the war effort. But as the Black Crusade splintered, some of the groups decided to do more than spy on the foe. They mounted raiding attacks, striking under the cover of night, killing a handful of enemies before retreating, drawing their pursuers into prepared ambushes. Traps were laid in the path of the armies, bridges were rigged, and water sources poisoned. Logistics, rarely a strong point in any Chaos army, became even more of a nightmare. Thousands of cultists dying every day from starvation and thirst. Squads of the Spire Guard's elite were sent to bolster these efforts, along with Psykers and even the occasional Thousand Son to help those who had the unavoidable honor of attacking the main force. Without psychic assistance, no raid or ambush could succeed against an army led by one of the most powerful greater demons of Tzeentch, and counting one of the Grand Masters of the Dark Angels in its ranks. Even with it, many of those brave soldiers were lost, but those who escaped grew more and more experienced at this kind of guerrilla warfare. Of the 12-man squad that had knelt before the Thousand Sun and received his blessing before leaving the safety of the city and returning to the wild. Only 5 remained. The other 7 had died over the last 2 weeks, and their remaining comrades comforted themselves with the knowledge that none of them had been taken alive, even if it had taken a long-range shot to make sure of it in one case. Now they hid in the ruins of a small tower, left over from the world's distant past, before the Thousand Suns had come to Terathalion for the first time and made it a library world. "We have to get back to Geridia," whispered the first soldier into his vox. Even here, none of them dared to raise their voice, or they were simply too exhausted to. "We can't stay out there any longer. We barely got any time, and their pursuits get closer to us every time." "You swore the same oath we all did," replied his squadmates. "Our lives for Terathalion." "Yes, but we would accomplish more by dying on the walls." "Wait, did you hear that?" Before anyone could answer, the night's quiet was shattered by a horrible sound. Something similar to a howl, but twisted and perverted. Another followed, and another, coming all around the ruin. The survivors raised their weapons, falling into a circular formation with an ease born of practice and desperate survival. Their thermal visions showed them shapes running up towards them, moving faster than any living thing they had ever seen. They opened fire, and the air was filled with the scent of burned fur and flesh, but not one of the creatures stopped. If anything, their fury seemed to grow as they were hit, and their screams grew even more vicious. The last shot was fired 4 seconds after the hunting pack of wolfen reached the ruins, but the last member of the squad took 17 minutes and 34 seconds to die. Eventually, these small blows began to accumulate, and Zahariel was forced to take action, lest his entire army fall apart as it tried to hunt down the elusive ghosts that tormented it. The greater demon called upon Logan Grimnar's circle of sorcerers once more. Together with the Everwatcher's own coterie of Lords of Change, the Silent Callers performed a grand ritual that sacrificed 1,000,000 of Lutaket's insane people and tore through the veil. An immense warp portal opened within the ritual circle, soon followed by other lesser openings across the surface of Terathalion. Hordes of feral Neverborn belonging to all of the 4 dark gods poured through these gateways, guided by no common tactic, but driven by their hunger for souls and suffering. The squads that had been performing the hit-and-run raids were forced to retreat, abandoning the countryside and withdrawing to the cities, lest they fall prey to the Neverborn horde. Only a few actually made it to the relative safety of the walls. However, the rest was caught and devoured by the demons, fighting to the end against the warp-born abominations. Though the cities were able to withstand any attack from these disorganized hordes, the countryside of Terathalion was ravaged. The corruption of chaos followed wherever the Neverborn marched, twisting wildlife and tainting the very earth. Beasts of nightmare emerged from the forests, repugnant hybrids of animals and demons. Graveyards across the planet erupted in etheric storms as corrupt echoes of the dead were brought into existence, born of lingering memories. The earth trembled with tectonic fury as the power of the warp interfered with its natural cycles. Earthquakes and tsunamis scoured the land, but the cities of Terathalion had been built by the best architects in the Imperium, and they endured the upheaval with only minor damage. Ancient words inscribed upon the walls by the Thousand Suns millennia ago flared to life, preventing the corrupting touch of the warp to creep inside the cities and helping keep the demon hordes at bay. In the underground shelters, priests of the ecclesiarchy led the faithful in prayers to the God Emperor, millions of souls calling upon the light of him on earth as one. Where no single soul could have resisted the pull of madness, together they held firm as their world shook in the pain. The forces of the Black Crusade also suffered from what they had unleashed. with demonic warbands attacking their forces and the destruction of the landscape, swallowing entire groups of cultists. But the interference of the Imperials had ceased, and fear of the Neverborn kept the army from falling apart, which was all Zahariel cared about. The Ever-Watcher drew hosts of Tzeentchian demons from the manifested legions to his side, driving them ahead on his army through his indomitable will. Not all could cross the wasteland they left in their wake, and thousands more cultists and crazed civilians were lost, their death rattles birthing new demons. All the way, the power of Tzeentch suffused the survivors, twisting them into new shapes, until it was impossible to tell where the demons ended and the mutant began. When the Black Crusade finally came within sight of Ahat Yakabi, nothing human remained in the millions of crazed civilians Zahariel had brought from Lutakit's ruins. The Thousand Sons and the mortal gifted had to shield their minds against the pressure of so much madness from so many hosts, and even the commissars had to execute a few psychers who'd failed to retain their sanity in the face of such horror. Ahat Yakabi, the warrior's mourning. Greatest of all the cities of Terathalion, Ahat Yakabi was not part of Magnus's initial plans for Terathalion, when the planet went from being a library world to the new home world of the Thousand Sons. The city came into existence later, after Zahariel's first attack on the Prosperian domain, when Magnus fell to the greater demon's sorcery, his spirit banished from his flesh. The Thousand Sons recovered their father's body and entombed him within a great pyramid, built for that express purpose. In the days following the loss of Magnus, his sons still hoped to find a way to bring him back, and they built a fortress around the pyramid to protect their slumbering father. In time, the fortress became the center of the Legion's activity on Terathalion, and the city was built by the human inhabitants of the planet around the Legion's fortress. Pilgrims came from the entire Dominion and beyond to pray for Magnus's soul, even though the Thousand Sons allow none to lay eyes upon his body, fiercely protective of their gene-sire and the secrets hidden within his mausoleum. Still, the local ecclesiarchy presence has recorded dozens of apparitions of the Primarch's ghost in the dreams and walking visions of the faithful, bestowing advice and commands before vanishing. Many priests believe that even in his diminished state, the Crimson King still acts as an agent of the God Emperor, imparting his will to his faithful followers. The Thousand Sons are tight-lipped on what they think of these miracles, and no one is brave or foolish enough to insist on the subject. To them, the quasi-worship of their Primarch by the Imperium's common folk is an uneasy subject, especially when the adoration extends to the Thousand Sons themselves. The Legionnaires have tried very hard to keep the population of the Prosperian domain to the levels of education and morality that were normed during the Great Crusade, but even they have not been able to completely surpass the slow spread of faith and superstition over knowledge and morality. Nonetheless, the warrior's mourning, as the city's name loosely translates to in Low Gothic, was built in accordance with the Thousand Sons' ancient principles and the Iron Warrior's fortification techniques. The leaders of the 15th Legion knew from the beginning that their Primarch's body would be a target for the forces of chaos, and the fortress mausoleum is circled by a first ring of defenses. The city itself is surrounded by its own fortified walls and hosts more than 30 million people. Part of the training for aspirants of the 15th Legion takes place within the city, where they must learn to block out the thoughts of the masses in order to track down specific individuals. It is also within the fortress mausoleum that the final initiation of the aspirants takes place. Once every organ has been implanted and the training is complete, very few succeed in this final trial, and the fate of those who fall is not spoken aloud by the Sons of Magnus. Though there are many rumors circulating in Ahat Yakabi and the rest of Terathalion, and even the wider Imperium. The first wave of attack was made of the demon Zahariel and the other sorcerers of his host had gathered from the Silent Caller's summoning. As the Everwatcher held back the rest of his army, all manners of Tzeentchian Neverborn launched themselves at the city's outer walls in a tide of ethereal flesh and fiery sorcery. Many demons fell to the city's wards, losing their hold over the materium, and their power was sapped by the ancient spells. But more and more came, climbing over the dissolving forms of their predecessors. In fact, the destruction of so many Neverborn weakened the dimensional barriers even further, and, to the horror of the defenders, towers of crystals and bronze rose from the morass, high enough to reach the battlements. Atop each of these infernal siege towers was a giant green-orange jewel that glowed like a baleful eye. The gemstones that were Terathalion's pride twisted into vessels for the warp's unholy power. Demons climbed up the tower as they approached the walls, and though the defenders' guns brought several of them down, many more came crashing against the fortifications, unleashing their demonic passengers onto the battlements. Battle was joined on the battlements of Ahat Yakabi, while reports came in through disoriented Vox transmissions that the other cities of Terathalion were also under attack. War erupted across the 15 Legions' homeworld, and the fate of the entire Dominion laid in the balance. The Great War. Though the forces of chaos were mainly focused on Ahat Yakabi, 13 hosts also laid siege to the other cities of Terathalion. These are the troops that deployed against each of the great cities. Geridiah, Space Wolves, Wolfen, and Mutants, led by the Wolf Lord Morak the Headhunter. Merodos, Dark Angels and Cultists, led by the First Legion Sorcerer, Lord Elikas the Whisperer. Nalhos, Demons of Tzeentch and Mutants, led by the Lord of Change, Zahariel. Numeras, host of cornate demons, which slaughtered the army sent by Zahariel. No leader. Arstanok, 1st and 6th Legion Astartes, along with cultists, led by unidentified robed figure. Iverok, human and Xenos enslaved trolls, led by the Psyker overlord Jerex. Purverek, human and Xenos pirates and mercenaries, led by Hiestus Haliok IV. Nosmidar, dark mechanical war cohort, led by Exagramus Archmagos of Hell's Mount 4. Zirhamor, Ragol horde brought by the 6th Legion, led by the abomination Xirxelion. Brekzari, Dark Angels, Chaos Knights, and Cultists, led by the Demon Prince Belphegor. Zelder Nox, Cultists' army, identified as the Liberated, led by Interrogator Chaplain Sheol. Heiraket, 10 regiments of Traitor Imperial Guard, led by Renegade General Telrion. Felharen, unknown. Storms blocked out all transmissions, and the city had vanished by the time they stopped. All that was left in its place was a giant hole that went several kilometers down. Soldiers of the Spire Guard fought side by side with the Thousand Suns, but they were not alone. Others had heeded the Terathalion's call for help. Regiments from all over the Imperium who had been transiting through the Prosperian domain when the Black Crusade fleet had been sighted. Adeptus Mechanicus Skitari cohorts descended from orbital docks and the nearby Forge worlds, and hundreds of the Daughters of Magnus all stood upon the walls of Terathalion cities, ready to lay down their lives in defense of the world. Psychic lightning rained down upon the foe along with last bolts and conventional ammunition. All manner of sorcery was unleashed, and the veil between reality and the warp thinned more and more with every passing hour. The Daughters of Magnus. The relationship between the Prosperian domain and the Adeptus Astra Telepathica can best be described as tense. The Thousand Suns' way of psychic training are far from being as restrictive and soul-searing as those employed by the Adeptus, and the Psykers they produce are far more powerful and versatile. but the training also requires far more resources and the guidance of one of the few sons of Magnus who can be spared from the battlefield. As a result, the 15th Legion can only take in and train those male psychers of great potential, leaving the rest to be harvested by the Black Ships, to be trained in the way of the Adeptus, or given their lives to fuel the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon. Over the centuries, some Thousand Sons have argued that this culling of the psychic population is holding back mankind's evolution into a psychic species. But the archives of the Legion are very clear. The dream of humanity becoming masters of the psychic realm died when the Emperor's Webway project was destroyed by the self-righteousness of the Space Wolves. Any attempt at breeding more psychers will only result in disaster. Yet, while the Thousand Sons provides a place for the strongest male psychers, the female ones cannot hope to join the Legion. For reasons known only to him, the Emperor designed the Astartes to be created solely from male aspirants, and any attempt to adopt the gene-forging process to female subjects would require an absurd amount of heretical modifications. But the 15th Legion was ever loath to waste psychic potential. And so, soon after the end of the Scouring, when the Thousand Sons were finally able to focus on the rebuilding of the Dominion, they created various orders that are collectively known as the Daughters of Magnus. Initially, the orders were led by Prosperian refugees who had particular talents in one of the many branches of the psychic powers and had been taught within the Prospero's famous academies. Some of them are battle-oriented, while others are dedicated to healing. Most of the psychers within the Spire Guard come from the Daughters, though there are also sanctioned psychers of the Astra Telepathica, and no little tension exists between the two groups. The indoctrination undergone by those trained by the Schola Psychana makes them regard the Daughters as dangerous for their lack of soul binding, while the Daughters consider sanctioned psychers to have been deeply broken by their training. In the 41st millennium, there are many who believe the Daughters of Magnus to be a branch of the Adepta Sororitas, but nothing could be further from the truth. For one thing, the Daughters of Magnus are a far older organization than the Sisterhood, which was only founded after the Age of Apostasy and the Passive Decree. For another, the Sisters of Battle are violently anti-psyker, banishing those of their number who are revealed to hold psychic abilities, and often executing them after prolonged atonement that can more accurately be described as torture. The various orders that make up the Daughters of Magnus worship the God Emperor and Magnus as his son, and believe wholeheartedly into the prophecies that the Crimson King will one day return from his slumber. They follow the Imperial Creed, but it is only their close relationship to the Thousand Sons that prevent them from being declared heretical for their psychic practices. Even with that protection, the Inquisition is ever watchful of them, since they lack the power of the Rubik of Ahriman to keep them safe from the warp's depredations. Few of the Daughters have ever succumbed to the lure of chaos, but like the Thousand Sons themselves, the few who have become some of the most dangerous foes of the Imperium to ever plague the galaxy within their existence. The Thousand Sons were the most numerous on the walls of Ahat Yakabi, ready to die to defend their Primarch's resting place. Members of the Piraeus swept the battlements clean with streams of etheric fire, while those of the Raptora cult tried to force back the infernal towers. But the demonic crystals atop each structure radiated a malevolent influence that shielded them against psychic attacks, and eventually the Sons of Magnus relented, preferring to use more conventional methods to tear down the warp-spawn siege engines. For hours, the defenders of Ahat Yakabi fought against the demonic tide, until finally the last of the towers was brought down and the last of the Neverborn, having set foot upon the battlements, was banished back to the realm of chaos. The demon that landed before Maddox as he ripped his staff free of a thing of blue flesh and betrayed hopes was twisted hybrid of a raven and a man. Interesting. It stood on two legs that ended in talons. Its body was covered in black feathers, and its upper limbs were wings that ended in three-fingered hands, whose pink skin was entirely too human. But it was what was its head that disturbed Maddox the most as he rose his power staff in his direction, preparing to strike. Two human eyes looked at the son of Magnus from a beaked head, blue as the skies of Maddox's near-forgotten homeworld. "Doom!" croaked the demon, tendrils of shadow rising from it. "Doom comes for you, boy!" Maddox charged, but the Neverborn evaded his first strike and struck back with a blow to his side that nearly sent him to the ground. With a grunt, Maddox turned and struck again. "The young king comes for you, Maddox the Undying. His blade thirsts for your life, as his destiny thirsts for your soul. The old grudges between your lines will be your shared damnation." Maddox ignored the demon's taunting. There was nothing to be learned from listening to the lies of the Neverborn. This was one of the first lessons ever taught to any aspirant of the 15 Legion. "Listen to Tokurga," shrieked the demon, suddenly furious at Maddox's refusal to acknowledge its words. "Doom comes for you and all your kind. The blood-soaked raven will come for you all, anointed in the power of the Lord of War. Your father cannot save you. Nothing can save you." The shadows of the demon's sorcery clung to Maddox, trying to pry his armor as well as his mind open, but he fought them off through the focus brought about by the enumerations. And he wasn't alone in that fight, for another shadow fought against Tokurga's spell, drawn to Maddox by the hatred burning in his soul. The wails of the vengeful dead were blocking out the tempting whispers of chaos, and Maddox finally managed to hit the crow demon. The base of his staff pierced through its chest and pinned it to the ground, writhing and shrieking. Maddox looked down upon the creature, his helmet revealing nothing of the expression hidden behind it. But he knew that the demon could still feel his anger and contempt. The creature of Tzeentch had spent thousands of years trying to corrupt the sons of Magnus, and the 15 Legion knew well how to resist their deceptions. "I care not for your false prophecies, spawn of the Lord of Lies." He spat and channeled his power through the staff, burning the demon's essence and sending it back to the Sea of Souls. But the demonic assault had only been the first and lesser part of Zahariel's forces. Without giving the defenders time to recover, the Everwatcher sent forth the second wave, the grotesquely mutated inhabitants of Lutaket. The Thousand Sons and their allies looked down in horror upon what had become of their own people. But they did not feel fear, for they could not conceive of any of these unfortunate wretches could threaten the walls. Ahat Yakabi's outer ring of fortifications had suffered from the demon's attack, but the 4th Legion built walls were still holding strong. Many among the Imperial officers thought this new attack to be a mere ploy to force them to waste ammunition and damage their morale by forcing them to slaughter their erstwhile compatriots. Doubtlessly, this was part of Zahariel's plan, but the Greater Demon had another purpose in mind for the corrupted humans he had brought with him for the city he had murdered. Once again, Zahariel and his circle of Lords of Change gathered and wove a ritual that took effect as the mass of twisted flesh reached the base of Ahat Yakabi's walls, stepping on the broken, dissolving remnants of the Infernal army. When the Infernal siege towers had been brought down, the gemstones atop them had broken apart, their shards spreading across the killing fields. These shards now reacted to the ritual, the power that still lingered within them answering the call of Tzeentchian sorcery. They began to glow, and the mutagenous energies flowing through the mutants' twisted bodies reacted in turn, like calling to like, following one of the oldest principles of the Great Sea. Like a tidal wave, the mutated people of Lutaket rose, their flesh melting together and struck to a point of the wall. Okay, that's a hard thing to imagine. At the moment of impact, there was a terrible flash of eldritch light that melted the eyes of those who stood closest to it, and the entire wall trembled. When visibility returned, the purpose of the ritual became clear. The flesh of tens of thousands of mutants had been transmuted into one giant, hideous, shaped statue of gemstone. I was expecting more like a flesh thing, but sure. The hardness of the material combined with the force behind the living battering ram before its transformation had proved to be enough to overcome even Iron Warrior's construction, and the spider web of cracks spread across the walls. The Thousand Sons shouted for those nearest to the blow to flee, but soon the inevitable happened, and an entire section of the wall collapsed in a deluge of debris that crushed thousands more mutants, but also created a direct stairway to the streets of Ahat Yakabi. The remaining mutants started to climb it at once, crushing the shattered pieces of the great gemstone statue under their feet. From the battlements, Maddox looked upon the devastation and gave order to withdraw. The outer wall was lost, and with it, likely the city itself as well. But a fortress holding the Great Sanctum and the Thousand Sons' base of operation on Terathalion remained, as well as fortified as any other Imperial stronghold in the galaxy. And the wards on these walls were strong enough that Zahariel wouldn't be able to pull that trick again. Then, within the ranks of the traitorous Astartes, Zahariel raised his staff, and the force of the Dark Angels and Space Wolves began to advance, while the Everwatcher took to the skies. The rest of his circle of Lords of Change joined him, as did a flock of Chaos Furies, twisted gunships, and Helldrakes. The earth trembled under the impact of thousands of Ceramite boots, tanks, and the steps of Chaos Titans. Now, the defenders of Ahat Yakabi had tired themselves fighting the demonic and mutant Shaf, and the walls had been breached. It was time for the elite of the Black Crusade to march deep below the surface, and their shelters. Babies began to wail, their innocent souls sensing the breach of the city's wards and the intrusion of evil they had kept at bay for so long. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, the slave of the deceiver and lord of the deceived. On white wings does he fly, and doom follows him in a storm to cast down the works of men. With him come the knights and the wolves, their purity of old tainted by his dark will and power, to extinguish the light that was promised, to break the chance which took eons to create. Cry out for the dead, whose vengeance was long delayed. Cry out for the lost sons, who wander into the darkest places between the stars. Cry out for the exiled children, trapped in the labyrinth built by those who came before. For only together can they preserve the hope of salvation from the deceiver's cruel talons. Excerpt from the Terra Apocrypha. The Imperials began to abandon the outer walls, retreating in an orderly fashion, while rearguard formed to hold the breach as long as possible. Those who volunteered for this duty knew there would be no coming back. They stood alone against the might of a Black Crusade, and it fell to them to sell their lives dearly. The sons and daughters of Magnus stood alongside the children of Terathalion, 500 in all, and they fought atop the rubble, using the higher ground to their advantage. For 19 minutes they held the breach, long enough for the Imperial forces to evacuate the walls and finish the preparations for the next phase of the siege. Hundreds of Chaos Marines fell while attempting to climb, but eventually Zahariel himself descended. He could feel the awful power of the Empyrean pressing at the rubric, coursing through his body and soul, searching for weaknesses and finding none. The warp was never clean, never that. even here on Terathalion, the center of the Thousand Suns' efforts to spread knowledge and morality. But now it was festering with the foulness of chaos, and the entire world was under the gaze of the god of lies. Every spell, every gout of fire that incinerated the mutants and cooked the traitors' flesh within their armor was more difficult than the last, as the poison accumulated around his soul like a crust. Never had he had such respect for the human psychers who fought at his side. Without the protection of the rubric, they were facing the full horror of the great ocean, and they did not falter. There was courage here greater than anything the sons of Magnus, whose fear had been ripped out during their ascension. Whose fear had been ripped out of during their ascension, could ever display. It inspired him. It gave him strength. He would not fall as long as one of them stood. He owed them as much. And so, Brother Ezorat fought, unleashing all of his pariah arts against the enemy. Wolves, angels, demons, corrupt mortals, it did not matter. They all burned in the end. He was the Primarch's wrath made manifest, the fury of Terathalion let loose against those who defied the world's greatest city. He was levitating now, kept aloft by the energies he was channeling, even as they ravaged his body. He could taste the blood and feel it drip from his nose and ears and eyes. He had already lost all sensation in his limbs, his nerve endings destroyed by the power he was wielding. His consciousness was fading, darkness creeping at the corners of his sight. Still he continued to fight, even as his mind finally lost the focus of the enumerations, and the pain spiked to new and horrible heights. Then a shadow fell upon him, and he rose his face to see the giant figure of Zahariel come down and land right before him. Ezorat focused the stream of fire coming from his hands in an unending flow on the demon, but he had grown too weak. With a cruel chuckle, the greater demon extinguished the flame before reaching out and seizing Ezorat. The rubric flared at the demon's touch, protecting the flesh of the son of Magnus, even as his armor twisted and bent, its metal corrupted by Zahariel's aura. So much potential, growled the winged Neverborn, its grip tightening on the warrior's torso, Cermite cracking under the strength of the deceptively thin claws. Wasted, just like your fathers, just like your legions. You could have been the chosen servants of the Architect of Fate and ruled over the stars in his name. Now, just like your sire and grandsire, all that you have built will fall to the wrath of the true God you denied. Now, as the end finally comes for your grandsire's failed empire, you will all be remembered as great warriors who died for nothing. For the Emperor, spot back the son of Magnus, and the Ever-Watcher closed his fist. There was pain, sharp and immense, and then a flash of light. And then, atop the ruined wall of Ahat Yakabi, Zahariel screamed in rage as the soul of his victim slipped through his grasp. Even in death, someone was protecting it from him. But not for much longer, he promised, looking towards the fortress of the Thousand Suns. The defenders of the breach fell, slaughtered to the last by the power of the Ever-Watcher. But none of them took a single step back as they died. With the time they had fought, the defenders had been able to turn the entire city of Ahat Yakabi into a gigantic trap. Tens of thousands of Spire and Imperial Guard troopers and Skitarii waited in ambush, ready to bleed the Chaos Marine every step of the way, while more forces withdrew through the streets towards the Legion's fortress at the city's core. Ahat Yakabi was a huge city, hosting more than 30 million souls without resorting to the typical architecture of a hive city, and spread out across thousands of square kilometers. Entire districts had been trapped Towers set up to collapse at a moment's signal, and those were only the mundane dangers awaiting the invading army. With any thought of collateral damage thrown out of the window, the Thousand Sons had activated 10,000 years worth of arcane traps, some of which even they did not know the purpose of. But while these measures would help deal with the infantry and heavy vehicles, Zahariel had gathered to his cause, they would do nothing against the greater threat of the Chaos Titans. With the outer walls abandoned and its guns silenced, the traitor God Machine had torn their way in, blasting huge sections of the fortification apart with infernal weaponry. One by one, they crossed the rubble and entered the city, crushing buildings underfoot. The being that had once been known as Indias Cavallerio, Principes Seniores of Legio Tempestus, laughed as he killed. His laughter boomed from the massive vox speakers of the shoulders of his warlord, who had once been known as the Deus Tempestus, but was now called the Kerktas Nox by millions of the dark mechanicum tech trolls who lived on the Titan's homeworld, deep within the Eye of Terror. To them the name was that of the chief god of the pantheon they worshipped, the splinter of the Legio that had remained alongside Cavallerio and the shattering at the Siege of Terra. He still remembered that battle, the glory and scale of it along with the pain when his previous Titan had been destroyed, and the Ultramarines had dragged his body out of the ruins before implanting him within the newly ruined Deus Tempestus, forcing both of them to return to the front line with their sorceries. He had never forgiven them, even though they had helped make him the god he was today. His body and mind fused with the Deus Tempestus' new name, I'm not pronouncing that again, in a way that the trolls of the false Omnissiah couldn't possibly hope to understand. One day the 13th Legion would pay for the lies of its sire and the indignities he had visited upon Cavallerio. But for now, there was a battle to enjoy. It had been Azrael who had brought the Chaos Titans to the Black Crusade. The Lord of Lies had appeared in orbit of their demon world and called upon ancient Death's oath to the First Legion, using words of power agreed upon in ages long past. What unnerved Cavallerio was that the Grandmaster with whom the pact had been made had died mere days after, slain along with his entire force when a pack of warp-born Leviathans had devoured his fleet. For centuries, Cavallerio had believed that the compact had been voided. Then Azrael had shown up, and there had been no escaping the mystical bonds he had placed upon himself in return for the First Legion's help. Aboard their transport, the Titans had followed the Dark Angels out of the Eye, sailing paths through the storms that had burned themselves out of the memory of their navigators. And now here they were, part of the Black Crusade, against the homeworld of the Thousand Sons themselves. This Titan still bore some of the scarring the Sons of Magnus' power had inflicted upon its hull at the palace's walls. Under the banner of a demon lord, they had come to bring an end to Magnus' legacy, and Cavallerio was going to relish every moment of it. The defenders of this miserable city were as insects before him, and he would slaughter all those who stood in his way. Then he would crack open the Thousand Sons' fortress and watch as the Crimson King's body was destroyed. There was nothing that could stop them. A booming horn drew his attention to the city's center. Vast sections of the fortress walls were collapsing, revealing hollow spaces hidden within their structure. And within these spaces were towering forms, each as tall as the Titan, glowing with the power bound within them. The Wardens, Cavallerio whispered, something very much like fear growing within his withered heart. The Thousand Sons have awoken the Wardens. The Wardens of Ahat Yakabi. Crafted in the image of Prospero's ancient gods, the Wardens of Ahat Yakabi are a set of warlord-sized titans whose creation was commanded by Magnus the Red in the late days of the Great Crusade, when the technological mastery of the Mechanicum was at its peak. The Wardens were created using a fragmentary STC recovered by the Thousand Suns on a world that has been sourced clean of life by violent solar eruptions. It took many tech priests many years to extrapolate the missing parts of the schematic from the remaining data, as well as insights from the Crimson King himself and the dedicated help of his sons. However, their construction was halted by the eruption of the Roboutian Heresy and the need to focus resources on fighting the hordes of the Arch-Traitor. The Thousand Suns reclaimed the piece of the project on Forge Worlds that had been devastated by Guilliman's armies, and the Wardens were finally completed during the Scouring. The first battle was the Siege of the Fang on Fenris, where they fought against the Titans whose service the 6th Legion had managed to retain. The Warhounds pack of Legio Fulcrum were torn to shreds thanks to the Warden's unique ability. Their capacity to wield psychic power as well as weapons of a titanic scale. Using priceless Archotech, the Wardens can channel the energies of the warp safely and unleash devastating attacks, capable of annihilating entire companies of warriors no matter how well armored they might be. With purifying fire and kinetic blasts, the Wardens hold power far greater than that of conventional warlords. The tech priests estimate each of them is worth at least 5 warlords. However, there is a price to pay for the use of the Wardens on the battlefield. The machine spirits of the Titans are even more prideful than those of other god machines, each having taken a trait of the ancient god in whose image it was shaped. As such, no mortal mind, not even one trained by the Collegia Titanica, can hope to master them. The only way to awaken the machine spirit of a Warden is for a son of Magnus, or a human psyker of equivalent power and discipline, which granted is incredibly rare, even in the Prosperian domain, to sacrifice himself to serve as Principes. The Warden will drain the essence of the sacrifice, ultimately killing his body and reducing him into one more spiritual echo within the Titan's core. There can be no avoiding that fate once the connection has been made and the Titan has been roused from its slumber. Any attempt at severing the connection will result in the immediate death of the Principes. Because of this, the Wardens are only awakened in the direst of situations, and spend the centuries, sometimes millennia, between their awakenings within the walls of Ahat Yakabi. Only when the war comes to the Prosperian Dominion, in terrible scale, were the Wardens roused. One such occasion had been during the War of the Beast, when the Wardens had fought against the Orc Gargants throughout the Dominion. By the time of the siege of Terathalion, the Wardens were legacies of a distant age that were still religiously maintained by a dedicated order of tech priests that the rest of the Adeptus Mechanicus regarded as forever walking the line between orthodoxy and techno-heresy. There are rumors of other side titans in existence, used during the Great Crusade, only at the Emperor's own command and against the most terrible of armies and enemies. But those hadn't been seen in 10,000 years. Should they exist, the Inquisition would doubtlessly keep any trace of them under the utmost secrecy. His heart bleeding, Maddox had ordered the Wardens to be roused from their slumber, knowing full well the price this required. All of the Thousand Sons in Ahat Yakabi volunteered to give their lives to join with the Titans, forcing the Undying to choose the sacrifices from among their ranks. He picked those whose minds would best direct the God Machine's enormous power, and promised to each of the 12 warriors that should he survive the coming battle, he would use all of his talents in the healing arts to try to save them from the doom awaiting them. They smiled and nodded, but each knew just how unlikely that was. There was more to the Warden's price than anyone understood. the connection between them and their pilots more than merely physical. The Chaos Titans of Legio Tempestus were met by the Wardens of Ahat Yakabi, and the ground of the city trembled under the battle of giants. And in their shadows, the forces of the Black Crusade met the dogged resistance of Terathalion's defenders. 1,000 heroes were born in this battle, laying down their lives in defense of the Imperium, and rallying broken units to stand their ground against the darkness. Yet for all their strength and courage, there was no doubt that eventually the traitors would reach the fortress. Zahariel's sorcery had brought down the city's outer walls far before the estimated time, and his army was far more powerful than the defenders could hope to defeat on their own. The Silent Callers were tearing more rents into reality, their eldritch might overpowering the ancient wards and bringing armies of demons into the streets of Ahat Yakabi, weakened by the runes laid down by the Thousand Suns' ancestors, but still dangerous. Packs of wolfen were let loose by their Space Wolves masters, hunting by a sense of scent keen enough to pierce any illusion. The airspace above the city was filled with explosions as the fortress's cannons fired at the swarm of Chaos Flyers. War had come to Ahat Yakabi total and absolute. Contact with the other cities was still impossible. Mados could only communicate with the word of Magnus, thanks to his special psychic connection with his brother aboard the vessel. Asim, one of the Legion's greatest apothecaries, had been one of Maddox's teachers in years long past, and the bond between tutor and pupil, Mulan game pupil. The bond between tutor and pupil, you get what I mean, remained as strong as ever. Lady Admiral Sarkat was forced to listen to the reports of her guard, unable to do anything to influence the course of the battle. Street by street, the forces of the Black Crusade were getting closer to the 15 Legion's greatest stronghold, paying a bloody toll for each step. But crucially, one their master could afford. Then, from the madness at the system's edge, a new fleet manifested, passing through the wound left by the Black Crusade. The Lost Sons had come back, and the Dark Gods themselves trembled. The fleet came through the same wound in reality that spat out the Black Crusade fleet, but these were no traitor reinforcements. For one thing, the first OPEX scans indicated no corruption of the vessel's imperial construction. For another, the Chaos ships were reacting to their arrival with what could only be called complete panic. Intercepted Vox traffic between the various elements of the Black Crusade revealed that witches and weirds across the Chaos fleet had started to go mad the moment the first vessels had emerged, screaming about the doom that had come for them all. With the leaders of the Black Crusade all down on the planet, the seconds they had left in command were struggling to maintain control. But already lone ships were fleeing, abandoning their comrades in their desperation to escape what they could sense aboard this new armada. On the bridge of the Word of Magnus, Lady Admiral Kya Sarkat looked at the OPEX readings coming in, listening to the numbers and types of the incoming fleet. The data didn't make sense. There were merchant vessels, Imperial Navy frigates, rogue trader ships, and a handful of Legion warships whose last recorded sightings in the archives was centuries, sometimes millennia ago. Furthermore, there were dozens of ships in the new fleet, but that wasn't nearly enough to justify the panic that had seized the Chaos Armada. Even if Kya took her own ships out of orbit and successfully pulled off a pincer maneuver, the Black Crusade's fleet would still outnumber them. Transmission coming from the lead ship, Admiral, called out one of the Vox officers from his post. Patch it through, commanded Kya, her hands tightening on the arm's rest of her command throne. The voice that came from the bridge's Vox speakers was deep, cultivated. This was a voice that was used to making speeches, a voice whose smoothness reminded the Lady Admiral of velvet. Yet the words it spoke were hard as adamantium, and filled with enough rage to ignite a star. She imagined that this was what the angels of retribution spoken of in legends sounded like. The voice spoke only 3 words, slowly, carefully, and Kia somehow knew what these words were coming out of every Vox speaker aboard the entire Chaos fleet, their meaning burning into the minds of the tainted. We are returned. My sons are here. They have returned from their errands across the stars. They sailed through the tides of the warp, which grow even more turbulent as the final hours of this age draw near. Just as it seemed your victory was assured, they arrived, and your slaves in the void tremble at their approach. You did not see this coming, did you? They are beyond your sight, those of my blood who embraced the echoes of your terrible crimes and turned them against you. They are beyond your reach, and that proves you to be nothing more than a lie. You do not know everything that happens among the stars. You have broken my city's walls and spread ruin and suffering across my world. You have made the heavens bleed and poised the earth with the taint of the Neverborn. Worst of all, you have taken my people and broken their minds and bodies, drowning their souls in darkness. Everything they were, everything they could have been, you callously destroyed to make them another tool of your design. Such has ever been your way, ever since you collapsed into existence in the infernal depths of the Great Sea, a canker festering in the soul of the universe. But now, you will be judged, and you will not be forgiven. My sons have come, bearing the wrath I buried for the sake of the Imperium, the thirst for vengeance that nearly consumed me when I learned of Russ's terrible sin has passed on to them, and the work of my greatest son keeps them safe from your corruption. Even now, its great fire burns within the warp, the wrath of a Primarch cast out of his soul in seeking the vessels it requires to express itself. Sometimes, amidst the torment and divisions, I wonder what might have been if I had kept it within myself. How different would things have turned out, I wonder. Would my wrath have made me stronger? Or would it have been my undoing? Would I have been able to save my father from his terrible fate? Or would I have fallen to the lion, allowing my treacherous brother to help Guilliman in his last battle against our sire? So many doubts, so many questions. But I cannot waste what remains of my mind on what could have been, lest it consumes what is left of my will. I will cast out my fury to focus on the defenses of the throne world, to deny the enemies I fought in the webway this weakness in my armor. And now it has come back to me. It began as my wrath, but it is changed. It has evolved into a power of its own. Through the thoughts and emotions of my sons who embrace it and the echoes of the slain. Others serve it across the Imperium, fueling its flames even as it strengthens them. For 10,000 years it has grown, fed by the will of those who dedicate their lives to the just punishment of the guilty, to the avenging of the dead. Every Imperial Guard who looks upon a burned city and swears to slay its destroyers. Every Arbites who sees a crime scene and vows to bring the criminal to justice. Their oaths are unaware offerings to this power. Those who die unjustly, their last thoughts of terror and fury leave their echoes behind. And it is through these lingering traces that the thing my wrath has become expresses itself. raising the shades of the dead to create wraiths bound to its living agents. A new power has risen, unmarred by ruin, untainted by the dread legacy of the old one's terrible failure. His name is Vindicta, the rightful retribution of the slain, and it comes for you, passing through the tides of madness, forged by 10 millennia of war, a vengeful angel empowering those who have dedicated their lives to the punishment of the guilty. Fear its judgment, for it shall show you the same mercy you showed to all those you crushed underfoot. And if powers can be born, then they can also die. The Siege of Terathalion, Part 3, The Wrath of the Dead. From the warp came the heralds of Prospero, carried on winds of vengeance, drawn to the greatest concentration of Lemanros's blood in the galaxy. With them came the ghosts of the thousand suns' long-lost homeworld, spirits of mortals and Astartes possessed with a burning need to avenge the wrongs inflicted upon them in ages past. These wraiths have shielded them from even the sight of the Everwatcher, and the witches aboard the Chaos Fleet screamed as if they sensed judgment come around at last. At their head was Kion the Black, Scourge of the Wolves, and the first of the Heralds, who has led the defense of Prospero against the 6th Legion, watching his world burn around him as he fought to save his people. To the embattled Thousand Suns, these returned brothers were a miracle, but their journey to Terathalion had been far from an easy one, and even with their help, the issue of the war against Zahariel's armies remained to be decided. One thing, however, was certain. Before the end, the dead would have a chance to claim their revenge. It began with a call, a distant voice crying out to the scattered heralds of Prospero, long before Zahariel's Black Crusade entered the Prosperian dominion. Across the galaxy, the sons of Magnus, who had heeded the voices of the vengeful dead, sensed something ominous on the horizon, and the instincts that drove them to battle against the minions of chaos and the children of Rus woke once more. Within the Imperium and beyond its borders, hundreds of heralds knew that a terrible threat was rising. A new power being forged in the darkness that would be aimed at the legion they had left behind, but that they still adored. It was a pull on their consciousness, far stronger than anything they had ever felt before. Each of the heralds had walked the path leading to his status alone, hearing the call of the Legion's dead homeworld until they had journeyed there and bonded with the restless spirits of Prospero's ruined cities. They had all left their brothers behind, claiming small ships as their own, navigating them through the warp through their own power, and amidst the desolation left by the burning, they had embraced the powers that had been born from Russ's betrayal, the psychic imprint left by the slaughter of billions of psychically insensitive souls. A thousand suns descended to Prospero, and the herald returned, wrapped in the ghostly shades of long-dead humans and Astartes. So it had been for 10,000 years, and during all that time the heralds had remained isolated from each other, walking their own paths, only rarely crossing one another when a particular battlefield called to several of them at once. And now they were returning to Prospero for the first time. All of them. Though the heralds of Prospero fought alone, not even they could hope to sail the galaxy for long without aid. Each had gathered a war band at his side, and those who had survived the darkness, thanks to the haunted warriors. In their errands, they had found allies, men and women who could be trusted in the long war against the slaves of chaos. And the sons of Leman Rus. Rogue traders, inquisitors, but also captains of the Imperial Navy who had willingly followed these wraith-wretched warriors. Some heralds only had a single small ship, made warp capable only through the exercise of their power. But others brought small flotillas to Prospero, with entire regiments they had rescued from the fires of war aboard. It was an eclectic mix, and only the exchange of the old 15 Legion codes kept the various elements from turning hostile against one another. The defense, left in place by the Thousand Sons, did not open fire, acknowledging these codes as well. Several weeks after the arrival of the first ship, without any special exchange, every herald suddenly descended to the planet, the call that had brought them to the system intensifying. None of them brought any of their forces with them. Whatever was about to happen, they all knew it was a matter only for the sons of Magnus. 52 heralds of Prospero returned to the world that had forged them into what they were. Their transports landing on the edge of what had once been Zika, the City of Light, capital of Prospero and center of the Thousand Sons' dominion. The world reacted to the new arrivals, and as the heralds moved through the ruined streets, echoes of the city's lost glory appeared around them, the ghosts of buildings long since destroyed. But soon the images changed, showing the buildings as they had been during the burning, with half-formed specters fleeing from their destruction, hunted by red-eyed monsters in grey armor. The minds of the heralds were filled with the screams of the wounded and the dying as they retraced the path their ancestors had followed 10,000 years ago towards the pyramid of Hotep. There the Thousand Sons had made their stand against the 6th Legion, and there they had escaped the misguided judgment of Leman Rus. The wound in reality through which the survivors of Prospero had escaped remained, even after all these years, the energies of the warp leaking through it, infusing the bones of Zika and all of Prospero. Lesser minds would have shattered under the pressure, unable to cope with the suffering surrounding them. But the heralds were used to such things, their psyches inured to the screams of the lost, which they always heard in the back of their skulls, even between battles. All of them had renounced any form of peace, sacrificing even the tenuous tranquility Astartes might know in the pursuit of retribution. The ghosts of Prospero only strengthened their resolve, and they came together before the ruined pyramid, emerging from the illusion-wretched Zika one by one. Then, from the spectral mist came the first and greatest of them, Kion, the Black, Scourge of the Wolves. All present recognized him, and the 51 heralds bent the knees before the warlord who had led the doomed defenses of the world on which they stood. Here was a living legend from the Legion's distant past, rooted in the same ghostly fires that raged through the devastated city. Iskadar Canyon had vanished after the scouring, when the rubric had been cast and the 15th Legion had all but been destroyed by its unintended effects on those not strong enough to bear it. Since then, he had never been seen by any Imperial, and the Thousand Sons themselves thought him long dead. But when the black-clad legionnaire entered the circle of his younger brothers, none doubted his identity for a moment. His armor, blackened by the fires of Prospero's burning, his axe, bearing the mark of the wolf that he had claimed from the last champion of the 6th Legion he had killed before leaving Prospero, and the aura of ghosts that surrounded him, thicker than any other heralds. All were incontrovertible proofs of who and what he was. For 10 millennia, Canyon had wandered the galaxy aboard his starship, the Thylock, fighting beyond the borders of the Imperium against threats both new and ancient. the Xenos enemies whose very existence had been forgotten amidst the heresy's destruction. He had hunted the traces of Russ's folly, these disturbed Xenos worlds where the Wolf King had awakened horrors that predated the rise of mankind. Though the Imperium would never know of his deeds, Canyon had prevented countless atrocities over the centuries. He had been spared even the slow aging of the Astartes, preserved by the same power that flowed around the heralds, and baited all of Prospero. Like them, he had been called here without knowing why, unable to resist the pull of his lost homeworld. And like them, he had many questions and precious few answers. But before he could do anything, a terrible vision fell upon the assembled heralds of Prospero, brought to them by the power that had gathered them, Vindicta, the warp entity that had grown from the wrath of Magnus. For thousands of years he had slumbered, empowering the strange abilities of the heralds, and perhaps others fighting against chaos and the wolves. But now, as the Dark Millennium came to a close, and the enemies of the 15th Legion rose to destroy it once and for all, it was awakening, roused by the echoes of a potential future that must be averted, no matter the cost. They saw madness. They saw the fortress of Ahat Yakabi torn down, its walls breached by armies of demons and chaos marines. They saw their slumbering Primarch slain, his body torn bloody pieces by the claws of the greater demon that had plagued their legion for 10,000 years. They saw Zahariel use the defiled remains of their Gene-sire to weave a vile spell, preventing their rubric and turning it against the Thousand Suns, wiping out every living scion of Magnus in the galaxy. They saw the Ashen Dead, these brothers who had not survived the Rubik's power, enslaved by the cruel will of the Everwatcher, waging war against the Imperium side by side with infernal horrors. Their armors had been defaced with symbols of Tzeentch, and they wielded new sorcery-infused weapons of terrible power, while the souls trapped within were forced to do the binding of the Changer of Ways. They saw Terathalion burn and crack, the planet unable to bear the strain of the atrocities committed upon its soil as the 15 cities were lost to the depredations of the ruinous powers. And they saw the Prosperian Dominion fall to the armies of Tzeentch, brought low by the Black Crusade unleashed by the Chaos God of Change to fulfill his ancient vow to destroy the Thousand Suns. Library worlds set ablaze, billions made playthings for the Neverborn, a kingdom of the damned and their victims to suffer in the fires of anarchy for the rest of time. Warriors who had witnessed the darkest horrors chaos was capable of fell to their knees, weeping like children, unable to cope with the monstrosities they beheld in their mind's eye. Their screams of revulsion drowned out the sound of Prospero's own wailing, a shriek of outrage and terror and pure absolute denial. They vomited in their helmet, twitched on the ground, paralyzed by the shock, or remained eerily silent and immobile while the air around them was filled with psychic projections of their terrible anguish. Only one remained on his feet, though. Even he was shaken by what he had seen. Canyon threw his head to the storm-filled heavens and shouted his defiance. "No, this will not be. I will not allow it. Never." The strength of his words, backed by the indomitable power of his will and his tremendous psychic might, shattered a hold of the vision on the herald's mind, allowing them to rise again. But no sooner had the words left his lips that, from all around the sons of Magnus, came a sound that every herald remembered, even if they had never heard it in their lives. The sound of wolves howling as they came to destroy Prospero. Ever since the razing of Prospero's cities by the Sixth Legion at the dawn of the Roboutian Heresy, the world had been haunted by the ghosts of these slain during the fateful conflict. But the defenders of Prospero had taken a toll upon their attackers, and thousands of sons of Rus had paid with their lives for their betrayal of imperial unity. As the world was slowly suffused with the powers of the warp, the shades of these warriors had been risen as well. But the overwhelming number of the Prosperian dead had prevented them from manifesting whenever a new herald was called. However, they were still there, fiends of shadow, fang and claw, lurking in the desert and wild places, still consumed by the same blind, self-righteous rage that had driven the rout to the Thousand Sons' homeworld. And now these wraiths had been strengthened by the fall rituals of a servant of darkness, a being that had once been mortal, but had long since transcended the laws of life and death. Agastri the Necromancer, undying servant of Vulcan, the Black Dragon. Agasti the Necromancer. Centuries ago, Agasti was an inquisitor of the Ordo Sepulturum, the branch of the Inquisition whose members take it upon themselves to hunt down those who disturb the slumber of the dead. Greatest among the Order's enemies are the cults of Vulcan, and the resurrectionists who seek to break the laws of life and death. Agasti served well as an acolyte for several decades, finally earning his inquisitorial rosette when he slew the Great Defiler, an unidentified Xenos creature whose psychic abilities had turned the whole Hive City into a kingdom of the walking dead. Agasti's loyal service continued for nearly a century until his path crossed that of a cult of Vulcan known as the Arisen Dead. These debased worshippers of the Black Dragon originated from all strata of Imperial society, their minds blasted to ruin by the call of Vulcan. Each of them had undergone an unholy rebirth that transformed them into wights, retaining their faculties and gaining immense strength and resilience, at the cost of their soul. Driven by a splinter of Vulcan's immortal mind, the Arisen Dead wandered the galaxy in search of the Black Dragon's legacy. These items of power and significance scattered across the stars, and all bearing Vulcan's taint. Agasti confronted the Arisen Dead on multiple occasions, losing several of trusted acolytes, before eventually managing to corner the cult's last member on the forbidden world of Maltiros. This world had been abandoned by the Imperium during the Scouring, declared irredeemable by the then newly found Inquisition, for reasons only mentioned in the most sealed of records. The Arisen Dead had come to Maltiros, drawn by hints that one of Vulcan's relics was on the planet. Agasti and his remaining allies fought the undead in the streets of the world's greatest city, now hollow and ruined, with no sign remaining that anyone had ever lived there. Eventually, Agasti confronted the leader of the Arisen Dead, a Draconite Inquisitor who had succumbed to the empty promises of the Black Dragon more than 2,000 years ago. Agasti's final triumph over this renegade destroyed the remaining Arisen Dead, but his victory had cost him the last of his allies. Then, as he prepared to return to his orbiting ship, Agasti found a relic that had led the Arisen Dead to Maltiros. In the ruins of the governor's palace, the Inquisitor found a ring crafted by Vulcan himself during the Great Crusade and offered to Maltiros' ruler when he had bent the knee to the salamanders without fighting. Back then, when the 18 legions still served the Imperial Truth, upon Vulcan's fall to chaos and eventual ascension into a demon Primarch, the ring's connection with the Black Dragon had been enough to transform it into a dark relic, possessed by what might possibly be the first of Vulcan's own Neverborn. Maltiros' governor had been corrupted by the ring, by the ring's malevolent influence, though few records remain of the exact process. When the scouring reached the planet, nothing living remained on it except the creature the governor had become. After the Sons of Horus destroyed it, the ring was lost and the planet quarantined. Lest Vulcan's evil influence spread once more. But even this was not enough in the end. Weakened by his recent battles and the loss of his friends, Agartha was unable to resist the power of the ring and claimed it for himself, unaware at the time of what he had done. Through the ring, Vulcan's influence corrupted him over the course of several years, his body wasting away along with his righteousness. By the time his peers had discovered the truth, it was too late, and Agartha vanished along with several radical tech priests and a handful of the most dangerous prisoners of the Inquisition. He had broken out all of their cells. Through the ring's power and his knowledge of the Arisen Dead's secrets, he had become able to take control of the psychic echoes left by the dead of any ensouled being, raising hosts of ghosts and possessed corpses as he waged war against the Imperium. Through means unknown, the necromancer traveled the galaxy for centuries, seeking to prosecute Vulcan's agenda, exposing the relics of the legacy of the dragon, and weakening the wills of the Emperor's subjects to make them more easily dominated by the Black Dragon. Servants of Vulcan throughout the galaxy known of the necromancer. Agartha has worked alongside the Salamanders on a handful of occasions, and even the infamously proud Dragon Marines give him a warrior respect, seeing him as an agent under the direct control of their demon Primarch. Vidlogs from the armor of those few champions who managed to engage Agartha in close quarters have revealed that his armor is now hollow, all traces of his body having long since turned to dust, while his spirit remains bound to his shell of metal by the ring's power. The ring itself is still worn on his gauntlet hand, proudly displaying the snarling dragon face Vulcan sculpted in it 10,000 years ago. All attempts at destroying the ring have failed, as the demon within protects its host from damage. Agartha himself has been defeated a handful of times, but his slavery to Vulcan will not let him rest, and he always returns from such setbacks, seeming none the worse to bear. In the closing hours of the Dark Millennium, Agartha had been sent to Prospero by his Dread Master, tasked with destroying the Heralds of Prospero and prevent the rise of Vindicta, for the Black Dragon feared that the newborn power might interfere with his own sinister goals. The nature of Prospero increased the necromancer's powers dramatically, even if the world itself loathed him and what he represented. The enslavement of even the dead into service to the Lord of the 18th Legion. How long Agartha waited on Prospero before springing his trap, none can tell. But such was the necromancer's strength that he was able to summon the psychic echo of every fallen space wolf, along with a host of nightmares and long-dead horrors from Prospero's past. Spirits born from the uneasy dreams of tormented young psychers and abominations from the planet's distant past during Old Night manifested in the storms of sand, dust, and ash. The Sons of Magnus were still shaken by the nightmarish visions they had just experienced, but the cries of the wolves brought their focus back. Sharpened instincts pushed aside the horrors they felt, and the battle at hand drew their minds away from dread considerations. They did not know how the rout's ghost had taken form, but they could sense the power that had roused them in the distance, and knew that it must be removed from Prospero's hallowed ground. With Kion leading them, they went to war, and their fury was terrible to behold. For the first time in their long and bloody history, the heralds of Prospero stood as one. Even those of these warriors who had gathered armies of followers were used to fighting alone, for few could bear to be in the presence of the wraiths they summoned on the battlefield. Yet now they were all members of the same shadowy order, all sharing in the esoteric powers the world itself had bestowed upon them. And so, at long last, the heralds fought side by side, the first taste of true brotherhood since they had heeded the call of their lost homeworld. Strategies and signals that hadn't been used in centuries were employed once more, still as fresh in their memories and the memories of the heralds as the day they had been taught in the Legion's halls. Telepathic abilities that had awakened through disuse suddenly blossomed once more, former Athenians becoming nodes in a psychic network, binding all the heralds together, and at their side rose the ghosts of Prospero. The shades of millennia dead spire guards, Astartes, and countless civilians emerged from the shadows and mists of Zika, and drawn out and given form by the psychic power of the heralds and the ambient energies of Prospero. Wraith fought wraith in the streets of Zika, while the heralds cut a path ahead towards the source of the wolf's return. Their weapons blazed with psychic power, ripping the etheric forms of their foes to pieces. But the necromancer's army fought back, striking with claws of hate and fangs of old judgment. Torbek Kalim, who had saved the worlds of the Aurelian cluster from destruction at the hands of a blood angel's warband, fell, his heart ripped out by the claws of something with 3 wolf-like heads and cloaked in a snow-white fur. Seth Pyros, who was the source of the legend of the Ghost Lord and the Gallows Sector, died bleeding from 100 different wounds that his enhanced physiognomy could not close up in time. Alep Euros, who had been the last to journey to Prospero and become a herald, took his own life with his bolt pistol when he was possessed by the shade of a particularly vicious wolf lord, whose spite had allowed it to retain much of its individuality through the centuries. These and others fell, but none of them stopped fighting. Their ghosts rose from their broken bodies, and they joined the battle once more, their psychic powers undiminished by their demise. The dead of Prospero and their heralds fought their way towards the city's borders, and there they found Agarsti, standing in a ritual circle, etched in melted rock upon sand, dark runes glowing with ember light. Around the circle were the echoes of Prospero's ancient predators, the Psychinium, beasts that fed upon the brains of those psychically gifted. They had all been wiped out long ago, but the memory of their terror lingered, and the necromancer's spell had unwittingly brought them back. Agarsti could not control them, but neither could they cross the arcane barrier surrounding him. When they detected the herald's approach, they turned upon them. The Thousand Suns fought these ancient horrors with their blades and their fists rather than the psychic powers, just as their Primarch had done millennia ago in the confrontation that had cost him his eye. The wraith of the very creature Magnus had fought was present, a towering thing of tendrils and fanged maws that Kanyan cut in twain with his axe before facing the necromancer, passing through the ritual circle unhindered, his mortal body breaking the protection it offered. Agarsti raised a spike mace inscribed with infernal runes, and the two masters of the dead came together in deadly melee combat, matching their martial skills even as their psychic powers clashed. The air around them was filled with the roar of the dead and the clashing of weapons. Throughout the centuries, Kanyan had faced many champions, too powerful to be dispatched by the ghosts he carried with him. But even he had to admit that Garsti's skills were superb. The renegade had only grown stronger since their last time Canyon had fought him in the crystal halls of a Xenos tomb within the hollow stars. That time Agarthy had escaped him by releasing the tomb's guardians and setting them upon Canyon. But now, there was nowhere for the necromancer to run. "You are only delaying the inevitable," declared Agastri. "The Imperium's demise can no longer be stopped. The age of mankind is over. The age of the dragon will soon begin." "Shut up," spat Canyon, his wrath at the desecration of his homeworld overcoming his usual tempered behavior. If not for the murmuring ghosts at the back of his mind and their cold, cold fury, he might have been completely overwhelmed and lost control to his rage. On and on they fought, while around them the armies of the dead clashed. Finally, with a great, exhausted roar, Canyon focused his anger and dismay at the attack, a division at 10,000 years of endless war, into the edge of his blade, and cut his opponent's mace in two. The demonic weapon exploded in a wave of sorcerous energy that threw Agarthy to the ground, where Canyon towered above him, axe raised like an executioner of old. "The power of the dragon cannot be defied," whispered the spectral voice of Agarthy. "In the end, all will bow to him, even you, Canyon the Black, even this new power you serve." "Never," growled Canyon, before ramming Saren into the renegade's armored chest. The runes on the blade glowed as their power ate through the vile sorcery, keeping Agarthy's soul bound to the material plane, and the ring on his right hand burned with a bright orange light as the power within sought to keep its slave within its grasp. But Canyon could sense the thread of aether chaining Agarthy's shades now, and the power that had been growing within him ever since he had returned to Prospero flared in his consciousness. Whatever. He channeled it into Saren and felt something like surprise emanate from Agarthy's withered soul. Then, gratitude and relief, as the old spell had kept him trapped in this state of undead for so long dissolved. The armor suit of the necromancer fell to the ground, its pieces turning to dust in mere moments. The winds of Prospero quickly swept even that away, revealing the last remaining trace of the creature Vulcan had sent to the 15 Legions homeworld. The golden dragon-headed ring that had burned so bright on Agarthy's hand. Canyon bent and picked it up before raising it before his eye lenses, glaring at the reptilian visage. He could hear its voice trying to tempt him, but the chorus of Prospero's dead was much louder. "Go back to the dragon," hissed Canyon through clenched teeth as he tightened his grip. He could sense something else, something immensely powerful and distant, speak through him, and words not his own left his lips in a terrible shout. "And give him this message. We come for him." The ring shattered in Canyon's grip, and the demon bound within was cast back into the warp to return to the dark powers that had created it and confess its failure. Tossing the pieces aside, Canyon turned and faced his brothers, who looked upon him in awed respect. "In time," he swore, "Vulcan will be brought to justice for his transgression. But a greater battle lies ahead, brothers. We have all seen what threatens our legion, our father, our Imperium." He raised Saren above his head, and the perpetual cloud cover suddenly broke. A pillar of sunlight fell upon the blade. For a moment, it seemed as if Canyon was hollowed in pure gold. "We go to Terathalion," he declared. "Now at last, we return to our legion." With Agarthy's defeat and the destruction of the ring, the rates of the Sixth Legion were banished, and the power of Prospero was allowed to flow freely at last. The strength of Vindicta flowed through the heralds of Prospero, restoring their power and healing the wounds they had taken in the battle. But nothing could be done for the 12 heralds who had fallen in battle. Returning the dead to life was beyond Vindicta's power. However, their ethereal forms remained strong, their spirits unbowed by death. They too knew what horror threatened Terathalion, and the power of Vindicta anchored them into the material plane. Baptized, the vengeful ones by Canyon, they spread across the fleet, each following one of their living brethren. Like all ghosts of dead heralds, but still fully aware and capable of clear psychic communication. The vengeful ones were not the only manifestation of Vindicta's newly awakened power. Above Prospero, the warship Terathalion, which had carried Canyon through the stars for 10,000 years, suddenly blazed with psychic power in the eyes of the fleet's navigators and astropaths. Deep within its machine heart, the Anamesis, an entity born of Canyon's own blood sister, as well as the brains of hundreds of scholars and convicted criminals, was reforged by Vindicta. The mind of Itzara Canyon, who had all but vanished amidst the chorus of Anamesis' voice over the centuries, was suddenly invigorated, her ancient psychic ability serving as a conduit for the power. 10,000 years ago, Istara had watched Prospero burn through 1,000 eyes, observing the destruction wreaked by the Space Wolves with their ship's every sensor. Now, with her damaged soul restored, her hatred for the 6th Legion might surpass even her brothers. She took the name of Ultio, the high Gothic word for vengeance, and vowed to lead the assembled ships of the Heralds to where they were needed, to Terathalion, where the forces of chaos had gathered. I am the Anamesis, 1,000 minds speaking as one, bound by the secrets of the Omnissiah. I am Itzara Canyon, sister to Iskadar Canyon, daughter of the sands of my murdered homeworld. I am the vengeance of Prospero, rendered into cold iron and burning plasma. I am Ultio. Transmission from Terathalion to the rest of the Herald's fleet in orbit and around Prospero. And so, with Terathalion leading the way through the tides of the warp, the fleet of the Heralds of Prospero came to Terathalion. Despite the many attempts by the Dark Goths to obstruct their journey, they were spurred onwards by the power of Prospero, the same etheric currents that had delivered the Death Guard from the White Scar's pursuit during the Roboutian Heresy. Ships were destroyed in the journey, their crews succumbing to the demonic possession, and their Gellar fields collapsing in an orgy of horror and torment. But no ship aboard which there was a herald was lost, and none haunted by the vengeful ones was even boarded by the Neverborn. Though it was difficult to tell, Canyon was fairly certain the demons were scared of his wraith brothers, and of him too, or perhaps of his sister. Despite not having any of the vengeful ones on board, the Terathalion crossed the Sea of Souls without any of the torments usually suffered by the ships sailing the great ocean, its crew unburdened by nightmares and madness. However, the tides themselves were cruel and violent, etheric energy clashing against the Gellar fields of the fleet without enough strength to shake the vessels from prow to stern, or with enough strength. From his position on Terathalion bridge, acting as the ship's navigator in psychic communion with his sister, Canyon could sense the titanic predators lurking around the fleet, their ravenous hunger for the souls within it, and their instinctive, bestial dread for the power it contained. The fleet had entered the warp in battle formation. When it finally emerged into Terathalion's system, after what only seemed to have been days rather than months or years of travel, the arrangement had been thrown wildly out of shape by the verges of the warp. However, Canyon lost no time in re-establishing communication with his brothers across the fleet and restoring the battle formation. Reports flooded in form of OPEX crews, while the Herald's psychic senses painted them a group picture of the situation on Terathalion. Demons walk the land, and a black crusade march upon Hat-Yakabi. Canyon recognized the psychic stench of Zahariel, whom he had witnessed in the first attack on Terathalion more than 9,000 years before. Upon hearing the creature responsible for the Primarch's slumber had returned, the fury of the heralds of Prospero grew even further. Their psychic power radiated ahead of the fleet as it sailed towards the planet. The Black Crusade Armada was caught directly in their path, and those psychically sensible aboard were driven mad by the terrible whispers of Vindicta and the rightful retribution it promised to all servants of chaos. Nearly all slaves of Tzeentch are psychic in one way or another, and the captains of the Dark Angel ships and Zahariel's cultist wretches were terrified. Would the Ever-Watcher and the nearly all Dark Angels on Terathalion, order quickly broke down, and the Chaos Armada began to dissolve as every ship attempted to run. The vessels that brought the 6th Legion and their allies to the system fared better, though several of the Xenos breed with which Logan Grimnar had forged alliances also lost all discipline. The Herald's only goal was to reinforce their brothers in Hat-Yakabi and prevent the horrible vision that they beheld on Prospero from coming to pass. But as they punched their way through the disorganized Chaos fleet, they still took the time to unleash their power upon the enemy ships. Armies of ghosts manifested within the twisted corridors of the heretic vessels, preying upon their crew and adding to the general panic. From the bridge of the Word of Magnus, Lady Admiral Kia, I just couldn't help myself, saw her opportunity and immediately seized it. She rightly suspected that these new vessels had reinforcements loyal to the Golden Throne. This was a gamble, even if their identification codes proclaimed their imperial allegiance, and Vox officers called out to her, telling her they had successfully established contact with the humans aboard. But the Lady Admiral trusted in her instincts, which told her that this strange coalition could be trusted. There was nothing she could do to help in the surface war of Terathalion, but that wasn't the case in the Void. The trader fleet was falling apart, but given time and enough distance from the heralds of Prospero, it might be able to recover. Even if it did not, and shattered into 100 different pieces, these remnants would plague the Prosperian dominion for years to come, and require an extensive campaign to purge completely. With the reports of doom and horror coming in from the rest of the galaxy, this was not something the Imperium could allow. At her command, the Terathalion fleet left the planet's orbit in battle formation, sailing through the void towards the confused Chaos ships. They were soon joined by part of the Herald's own fleet. As the Herald's armada came close to Terathalion, Opex's and psychic senses had been able to detect the unnatural storm that covered the Hat-Yakabi and the surroundings. This cloud cover was impossible to cross by normal gunships and transports. The sorcerer's energies raging within would tear them to shreds. Only the psychic protection of a herald could allow a craft to reach the surface and deliver reinforcements to the besieged city. Aboard the Thylock, Canyon quickly decided which forces his brothers would lead to the planet, and commanded the rest of the fleet to turn back and aid in the destruction of the Chaos fleet. His choice was partly commanded by simple pragmatism. The forces aboard ships carrying heralds of Prospero were given priority, but there were only so many transports a son of Magnus was confident he could shield, and so Canyon was forced to select the rest of his army on what little information he could glean from the situation planetside, as well as the best guesses of the Anamesis collective mind. The Vox transmission had video this time, and it went both ways. On the bridge of the Word of Magnus, Lady Kia looked at the screen showing her the one leading the armada that had turned away from Terathalion to sail alongside her fleet. He was human. Every Astartes in the fleet was on his way to Terathalion's surface, and handsome enough, in a roguish sort of way. He called himself William Magellan, rogue trader and sworn ally of the Heralds of Prospero, who had saved his life and those of his crew more than 50 years before, in an ambush by an ultramarine warband. She had listened to him talk for 2 minutes now, and every second of it had been a revelation that had shaken the world around her. She knew of the heralds. One could hardly serve within the Prosperian dominion as long as she had and not hear the legends of these ghost callers. But she had never thought that they would command a fleet, let alone gather together. Then there had been the news of the Battle of Prospero, though the captain had known little of what had transpired on the 15 Legion's ancient homeworld. His Astartes masters had been tight-lipped on the subject. All he knew was that the heralds had been called to Prospero, and there they had learned of the threat faced by Terathalion and their slumbering Primarch. Then, after a brief battle against the force of chaos, they had left to come to their brother's aid. She had known the Black Crusade attacking Terathalion was something that would shape the fate of the Imperium, but this was different. Events like this belong within the legends of the heresy, of the time when the Primarch and the God Emperor himself had walked the galaxy. And yet here she was, part of one such tale in the making. She resolved that she would prove worthy of such an honor. She would not fail in her duties. Her grip tightened around the long-suffering armrests of her command throne, and she rose to her feet. On the pick screen, William fell silent. He was looking at her, and something in her expression was making him smile. "All ships at full speed," she commanded. "Align formation with our new friends. If these chaos come, think they can run away after attacking our world. They have another thing coming." A cheer of pride and bloodlust rose from her crew as they moved to relay her orders, and she allowed herself a tight smile. Now the traitors would pay for what they had done. Together, Lady Admiral Kia and Rogue Trader Magellan, appointed fleet leader by Canyon himself, on the basis of his experience and courage, led the battle against the Black Crusade's fleet, with the heralds focusing their attention on shielding their transport as they descended through Terathalion's tormented atmosphere. The ghostly borders had faded, and a measure of order was returning to the heretic armada. But before those left behind by the triumvirate of Demon and Astartes could restore their control over the ships, who could still be reached by Vox and sorcery, the Imperial fleet entered range for their long-ranged weaponry. The barrage of Nova cannons and lance weapons spread confusion once more, and the Chaos fleet soon fell apart, each captain seeking to save his own skin. With a masterful four-dimensional pincer maneuver, the Imperials were able to catch and destroy more than 80% of the ships that hadn't begun to flee the moment the heralds had arrived. They took losses in the process, of course. The Word of Magnus itself was badly damaged in the engagement, and Magellan's ship, the Emperor's Compass, had to be abandoned after sustaining catastrophic damage by Logan Grimnar's own flagship, as it fought its way to the Mandeville point. Magellan went down with his ship, raising a glass of priceless Amsac to the Lady Admiral over a blurry pick transmission as the bridge went into flames around him. On the planet, the three leaders of the Black Crusade received news of this new development from their sorcerers and psychers left aboard, the only form of communication that could pierce the supernatural storm roused by Satrael's circle to shield the army's approach from orbital bombardment. Even so, with the ghosts of Prospero interfering, the witches could only transmit the most basic details. The Everwatcher was unconcerned by the fleet's fate, but Azrael and Grimnar were dismayed, afraid that they would end up trapped on Terathalion, where the full might of the Imperium would fall upon them and destroy them eventually. And the Everwatcher told them, laughing in their minds all the way, that they now had no choice but to follow him and do their very best to help him accomplish his goals. With their fleet destroyed and incoming Imperial reinforcements, only the powers of Zeech could rescue them, and the God of Change would not deliver their salvation if they failed in their unholy mission. Zahariel's plans could yet bring victory to the Black Crusade and doom the 15th Legion, if the greater demon could only reach the sanctum of Magnus and perform his vile work on the Primarch's slumbering form. Then Zahariel's promised with uncharacteristic sincerity they would hold the power to defeat all that the Imperium could throw at them, and the favor of Zeech would be theirs forevermore. Gritting their teeth, chaffing at the demon's imperious command, but irresistibly drawn to the lure of self-same promise that had convinced them to join the Black Crusade, both Azrael and Grimnar fought their way through Ahad Yakabi. Each was leading a group of warriors from their legions, as all whom were masters of their own warbands. On the battlements of the 15th's greatest strongholds, Maddox listed the names of Russ's sons as his brothers, and the human defenders of the city recognized them. Lucas the Deceiver, who had replaced one of his hearts with the organ of some monstrous warp spawn, after the original had been lost to the clawed gaunts of a Dark Eldar warlord. Leifar the Immortal, who had died 5 times and returned from each demise a little more changed by the Faustian bargain he had made back when he was still a human cultist of the 6th Legion. Aegil Ironborn, who had been born in the warp with half his body made of a living dark metal. It had not only survived, but earned ascension into the ranks of the Space Wolves. Gunnar Moonchild, whose body had long since succumbed to the curse of the Wolfen, but had retained his mind through an unholy combination of Eldritch Pacts and Xenos technology. And most dangerous of all, Ragnar Blackmane, the Young King. That Grimnar had somehow managed to get the bloodthirsty, ambitious warlord to agree to his command was a dire sign of just how determined the 6th Legion and the Dark Gods themselves were to destroy the Thousand Sons. For Grimnar and Blackmane were both devotees of the Blood God, and the champions of Khorne rarely accept to submit to the authority of another of their vile creed. It seems Tzeentch was not alone in his obsession to destroy the 15th Legion, though Khorne's hatred was motivated by the Thousand Sons' use of psychic abilities, not their refusal of submission. Members of the Corvide saw this new move in the great game of chaos and filed it away to be studied in greater details later, once more pressing concerns had been addressed with Bolter and Blade. Those of the Thousand Sons who had studied the ways of the First Legion and the course Those of the Thousand Sons who had studied the ways of the First Legion in the course of their long war against chaos were more concerned by Azrael's entourage, not by those who were present, though each had a long list of atrocities attached to his names, but by the absence of one they had expected, since learning the Lord of Lies was part of the Black Crusade. Asmodai, the self-proclaimed Lord of Redemption, and Azrael's infamous second-in-command, was absent from the Grand Master Circle. Despite the distraction of the war at hand, these sons of Magnus wondered on what mission the Lord of Lies had dispatched his rabid hound, who was rarely seen away from his master's side. Perhaps Asmodai was dead, but they doubted it. A creature as foul as he would not go quietly into the night. It would kick and scream and drag as many as possible with it. On their way to the Thousand Sons fortress, the two Chaos Lords each slew several of the sons of Magnus, along with thousands of Ahad Yakabi's defenders. Azrael's armor was covered in sorcerous wards that kept the power of the Thousand Sons at bay, while the axe of Morkai, Grimnar's infamous demon weapon, shielded its wielder from all warp phenomena, not directly bestowed upon him by his unholy god of carnage and bloodthirst. Each of them was one of the Imperium's greatest nemesis. their names whispered as curses across hundreds of worlds. As for Zahariel, he had also continued his advance after slaying the rear guard, holding the breach in the city's outer wall. The Everwatcher had taken to the air again, instead gathering his courtier of Lords of Change nearby him. None of Ahat Yakabi's defenses could stand against so might a pack wards. None of Ahat Yakabi's defenses could stand against so might a pack wards transspurred and died, their powers broken by the twisting sorceries of Tzeentch, and all mortals who stood in their path were either hideously murdered or even more horribly transformed. However, even the greater demons feared the powers of the Wardens, and Zahariel guided his group down a labyrinthian path through the burning city, using his powers of precognition to avoid encountering any of the psychic titans. The Thousand Sons had sacrificed themselves by bounding to the god machines. The Thousand Sons who had sacrificed themselves by bonding to the god machines tried to hunt down their arch nemesis, but Zahariel always remained a step ahead, not hesitating to throw entire warbands in the way of the titans to escape the rat himself. Yet while the Lords of the Black Crusade soon reached the walls of Ahat Yakabi's inner fortress, most of their army had lost its direction the moment they had entered the city. Traps and ambushes had separated squads of Chaos Marines from the rest of their brethren. Space Wolves packs ran rampant, the beasts within their blood pushing them forward. Many succumbed to the curse of the Wolfen that day. Their genetic instability increased by the Tzeentchian magic saturating the air, with Zahariel's attention focused entirely on reaching the fortress. The remains of his cultist armies was lost, their leader no longer hearing the voice of their demonic master in their corrupted minds. It was this disorganized rabble that the heralds of Prospero met first when they entered Ahat Yakabi, with Canyon the Black leading them. The heralds, the ghosts of Prospero, and the mortal armies they had gathered struck the traitor hordes like the Emperor's own righteous retribution. Mind-linked, the heralds kept their forces into one cohesive whole, an arrow aimed straight at the city's inner fortress, where they knew the Lord of the Black Crusade would be going. Fafnir Bloodbrother didn't laugh as he ripped off the head of another spire guard. Slaughter had long since lost its appeal to him. He missed the joy of battle, just like he missed the members of his old pack. Those who now followed him into war were young compared to him. They had not tasted the ashes of Prospero, not spilled the blood of innocence in the Wolf King's name. They revelled in this war, in this chance to bring death and ruin to the hated witches of the 15 Legion. Blind fools, all of them. Fafnir despised them. For all that they shared his blood, they were not true wolves. They were curs, rabid dogs descended from a line that had once been noble, but was now corrupted beyond salvation by inferno and alien influences. And they were tearing a bloody path throughout Ahat Yakabi, fighting against the humans who stood their ground even before such monsters as the Rout's warriors had become Fafnir's himself. Even before such monsters as the Rout's warriors had become. Fafnir himself had killed dozens, including several of these female witches who wielded the power of the weird against their foes. Their skills, honed as they were, could not pierce the runes marking Fafnir's armor. Wards first laid down thousands of years ago by one of the 6 Legion's greatest rune priests. Nothing, it seemed, could stand in their way as long as they kept out of the way of the Titans fighting amidst the ruined city. Of course. But then, cousins, shouted a voice great and terrible. We are returned. He knew that voice. He had heard it before, first laughing in the time before madness and sorrow, then cursing him and all his kind with hatred colder than Fenris's own winters, when they had fought against the All-Father after the Wolf King had called him false. But it was impossible for him to be here. It was impossible that he would come for them now, after so long. Yet here he was, and his armor blackened by the fires that had burned his homeworld, holding the axe he had taken from the champion he had slain. He was here, and death followed with him. The wraiths hit Fafnir's pack and tore them to shreds, the young blood screaming as he finally learned the meaning of terror. Only Fafnir remained, his warded armor protecting him even from the wrath of Prospero's dead. He stood, numb, watching as Iskadar Canyon walked towards him. Fafnir could smell the power radiating from the other Astartes. Never before had he seen the likes of it, at least not within a being of flesh and blood. "Canyon," he called out, "you have changed." "So have you, Fafnir," replied the scourge of the wolves. "I have become Vindicta's voice. And you? What has become of you, cousin?" "Where were you?" Fafnir asked, refusing to answer and remembering a time millennia ago when that question had taunted his knight and those of his Jarl. "Where were you during all this time?" "Out there," replied the black-clad legionnaire, gesturing his axe to the tumultuous skies, "fighting to protect mankind from the legacy of your father's folly. Because someone had to. Someone had to remember the spirit of our oaths, rather than their words." Fafnir laughed weakly at the unspoken accusation, and the sound was utterly without joy. "Tell me, Canyon, if your father had ordered you to do something you knew to be wrong, would you have the strength to defy him? To pit your will against that of your own Primarch?" "Yes," replied Canyon, and in that moment they both knew it was true. "I would." "Then you're a better man than me, cousin," said Fafnir, bitterness dripping from every word. "I can never go against the Wolf King, even when I had my doubts. It is a terrible thing, Canyon, the bond between Primarch and Astartes that the All-Father created. Even now, with Rust gone for more than 10,000 years, the weight of his commands still hangs around my throat. My word is not my own. It has been since the day I was taken from Fenris to join the rout. Go ahead, finish it." Despite all his resolve, Fafnir still flinched as the axe bit deep into his armor and into his chest. He knew that this pain was only the beginning of his torment, a mere prelude to what awaited him on the other side. The claws of the Neverborn would tear his soul apart, and he would suffer for the rest of eternity, slowly descending into madness until pain was all left to him, a just and fair punishment for his sins. He could still see them, forever watching him with eyes full of judgment. Not their own, for they had died knowing nothing but terror and pain. His own judgment, his own self-hatred for all he had done, for the lies he had served, for the innocents he had slain, for the war he still fought, even though he knew it was the wrong thing to do. Yes, Fafnir knew he deserved to burn in the fires of hell for the rest of time, and the circle reserved for traitors. He deserved to burn for the rest of time in the pitiless abyss. Except there was no pain. When darkness closed in, and all senses of his bodies failed him, there was no burning claw ripping at his spirit, no agony as everything he was became fed for the demons his evil deeds had created. Instead, there was a brief cold, and then there was silence. Crushing all chaos forces in their wake, the heralds of Prospero finally encountered the elite of the Black Crusade before the walls of their legion's greatest fortress, the original Ahat Yakabi, around which the human city had been built. Even then, the arch-enemy's hosts vastly outnumbered the Imperial troops. Upon seeing Canyon marching at the head of the heralds, Logan Grimnar was seized by a terrible rage, triggered by ancestral memories that had been passed through his gene seed. Raising high the axe of Mordecai, the old wolf called upon the power of Khorne and strode forth to challenge the scourge of wolves. His guards followed him, as did the silent callers and their summoned infernal armies, and some of the Xenos mercenaries he had brought to Terathalion, who had not yet succumbed to the bloodlust and the call of their baser instincts for plunder and carnage. Zahariel and Azrael were content to let their ally deal with the heralds, and instead focus their efforts on breaching the fortress's hollowed walls to reach their true objectives. The two warlords met head to head, neither calling upon his comrades for help. Grimnar carved to claim Canyon's skull and offered it to Khorne, knowing in his heart that such a mighty gift would earn him tremendous rewards, perhaps demonhood itself and freedom from Zahariel's bargain. Canyon saw all of Grimnar's many crimes written into the old wolf's aura, and Vindicta's song was hot and loud in his blood. Grimnar had no remorse, no regret, no doubt. He was the personification of everything Iskandar had ever hated about the 6th Legion. A butcher, blind to the truths of his deeds, preventing the Emperor's gift to perpetuate his hate. Reality bled around Logan Grimnar, demons stepping from his shadows, summoned by the strength of his emotions and bound by the powers at his command. And behind Canyon was the host of the Prosperian dead that had followed him constantly since Agasti's destruction. They came together at last, two champions of powers, old and new. Saren clashed against the axe of Mordecai, and the demon bound within Grimnar's weapon roared in frustration, as Vindicta's strength proved its match. From behind their helmets, the two warlords stared at one another, and the air crackled under the strength of their hatred for each other. The heavens above rumbled, and the warp itself shouted their names, for through them too, gods were confronting their will. One was a champion of justice, sought in the name of the innocent dead. The other a servant of war and slaughter for their own sake, without justification or meaning, so long as the blood flowed. "You will die now, little witch," spat Logan Grimnar, his warped helmet twisting his words into barely understandable growl. "Your ghost friends will not save you from my blade, necromancer." "It is time to face your sins, son of Russ," replied Canyon, his voice as calm and cold as the void. Something reacted to the clash, some ancient pact suddenly coming due, and a creature shaped like a great Fenrisian wolf emerged from the shadow of Grimnar. Its fur was grey like the smoke of Canyon's burned homeworld. Its fangs glittered with the light of a toppled spires. With his powers of perception enhanced by Victa's blessings, Canyon saw through the demon's borrowed form and into its malevolent essence. He recognized it. He had encountered the Neverborn long ago, when he was still an aspirant for the 15th Legion. He had been one of the spirits who had tempted him in the warp's false promises of power and knowledge during his ritual training, whispering half-truths in his young mind while his mentors watched. It had failed to destroy him then. It will not succeed now. Through the efforts of pushing back against Grimnar's strength, Canyon said the demon's name, filling the word with all the anger and sorrow that burned within him. Gyre. The fake wolf stopped mid-air, caught in his jump by Canyon's telekinetic grip. Its fur began to burn as Vindicta's psychic presence consumed its eldritch essence. Without even looking at the creature, Canyon crushed it in his mental grip, drawing upon the strength of the hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits bound to his soul. It burst apart in showers of gore and rapidly dissolving soul matter. Its spirit wasn't just banished back to the warp. It was destroyed, obliterated down to the smallest of the emotions he had devoured when Prospero had burned. Logan flinched as the Neverborn's destruction echoed down the sorcerer's connections, pacting him to the creature. Before he could recover, Canyon pressed his advantage. Saren slipped under the old wolf's guard and severed his right hand. The axe of Morkai fell to the ground, the scream of the demon within it causing blood to spurt from the earth in gory fountains. Then his speed increased by the cries of the dead. The scourge of the wolves struck again, and the head of Lorgan Grimnar flew. The death of the old wolf triggered a terrible frenzy in his space wolf allies. Dozens of them were lost to the curse of the wolfen, while others degenerated into hideous chaos spawns as Khorne's displeasure for his champion's fall spilled over to them. The silent callers cast their masked heads towards the heavens and screamed a sound coming directly from the depths of the Imperium. Their bonds to the one they had followed for so long abruptly severed. The heads of their human cultists burst under the strain, hosts of unbound demons emerging from the gory remains. Lupine abominations born from the nightmares of Prospero survivors who had come to Terathalion millennia ago. Raven-headed creatures that laughed and cackled, telling of dooms to come, and all manners of false spirits that had spawned the Fenrisian legends of yore. The heralds and their living and dead allies fought through berserker wolves and neverborn hosts alike, the vengeful ones hunting down the callers with relentless determination. The spectral heralds blinked from one point of the battlefield to another, striking their prey down again and again, driven by the countless horrors the silent callers had committed. The callers wielded greater power than the vengeful ones, but there were 12 of Magnus's undead sons and only 6 of the Chaos Abominations. Moving like lightning and working together as if directed by a single mind, the vengeful ones always managed to triumph in the end. Every time a caller fell, the mask shattered, and there was a great gust of wind, like the sight of thousands of souls suddenly released from an age-long torment. Finally, when one remained, a towering figure that had once been known as Ezerkan, Bane-bearer of the Eightfold Winds, the silent caller performed one last spell and vanished in a flash of warp light. The remains of its brethren dispersed along with it, and the heralds could not help but feel that this wasn't the last the galaxy had seen of the masked Chaos Sorcerer. For all that Grimnar was dead, this did not feel like a complete victory over the forces of evil. More like the vile power that had created the silent callers in the first place had recalled them to its side, to be punished and reforged for their failures. But incomplete as it might be, this victory still took time, and during that delay, the forces of chaos pressed their assault. Callously abandoning the 6th Legion's forces for dead, Zahariel and the Dark Angels attacked the inner walls of Ahat Yakabi, with the Wardens fighting the Chaos Titans of Legio Tempestus. The Ever-Watcher and the Lord of Lies led the assault. The sorcerers of the 1st Legion called upon Discs of Zinj to carry them to the battlement, while squads of raptors rose, leaving trails of eldritch flame behind them. Many of these warriors had once been assault marines of the Dark Angels, but their years of service to Zinj had greatly altered them. Their skulls had fused to their avian helmets, as had the rest of their body to their armor. Any trace of their former humanity had vanished, replaced by vicious predators that took a cruel delight in the hunting of lesser prey. It was even rumored among the creatures of the 1st Legion that those who pleased the God of Change enough in this aspect would end up transformed into Helldrakes, true masters of chaos-touched skies. Considering that such infernal engines usually comes from altered gunships, one shudders to imagine the depths of evil and cruelty to which a warrior must sink in order to earn such a great transformation. With claws dripping with venom or rooted in sorcerous lightning, the raptors fought the defenders of Ahat Yakabi, reaping a bloody toll. When the sorcerers added their dreadful power to the onslaught, even the disciplined forces of the Spire Guard and the Adeptus Mechanicus began to break down. Even the Skitarii warriors of the Martian Empire could be manipulated by the Dark Angels, their programming overwritten by dark forces, and the sacred connection to their priestly masters infected with scrap code and sorcery. And even the Spire Guard, with all their training and experience, were unsettled by the Broken Ones. The lords of the First Legion levitated onto the battlements. The daughters of Magnus wept at the sight of their former Imperials. Their minds and souls shattered by the interrogator chaplains. They can sense the horror of what had been done to them, and the terrible fact that there was no coming back for them. Whatever made humans human was gone from the hallowed shells that remained. Under the onslaught, entire sections of the walls fell to the enemy. With the situation so dire, Maddox took the decision of releasing one of the fortress's most powerful and most dangerous allies. In the days before the Black Crusade's arrival, every Corvida seer on Terathalion had agreed that these were monumentous times, and that the hands of destiny was in motion for all the galaxy. The time had come, they insisted, for the 15th Legion to use every weapon and tool they had accumulated during the long age of the Imperium. Already they roused the wardens of Ahat Yakabi, despite the terrible cost involved. But more was required if the worst was to be avoided. And so Maddox decided to fulfill one of the Imperium's own prophecies. Despite all his misgivings about the War of Fate, fighting on the walls to contain the enemy, he sent his brothers to the depths of Ahat Yakabi. There, they opened the stasis casket of Khalida, the watchful daughter of Magnus. Khalida, watchful daughter. Few know of the truth of Khalida's origins, even among the Order of the Daughters of Magnus. In truth, even the Thousand Sons themselves have limited knowledge to a handful of their own. For more than 4,000 years, her very existence had been nothing more than a legend, whispered by those who pray to Magnus as an avatar of the God Emperor. To them, Khalida is a holy spirit, a living saint, an incarnation of their God's power and will, sent to protect his sons until the day of his awakening. The truth is a bit different, but perhaps not as much as it seems. At the dawn of the 37th millennium, the giant red star of Maxil Beta system went supernova. But the stellar event was tainted by the minions of chaos, resulting in the cosmic cataclysm spreading the touch of ruin upon every world touched by its baleful eye. Its baleful light. Touched by its baleful light. This catastrophe, known as the Wrath of the Chaos Sun, affected dozens of imperial worlds, all of which promptly descended into anarchy and madness as mutation and heresy ran wild. The Imperium reacted swiftly, gathering its terrible might to cleanse the afflicted worlds. Due to the scope of the chaos infection, the Grey Knights alone would not be enough for the task, and the Thousand Sons sent many of their numbers to the decades-long war of purification. World after world burned in the fires of Exterminatus, the only mercy that could be delivered to the unfortunate souls damned by the Chaos Sun. Always, the process would be the same. The Thousand Sons would descend upon the world, eliminate whatever demon lord or other defense prevented orbital annihilation. Then they would withdraw and watch from their ship as the planet's population was wiped out. This forced a terrible burden upon the conscience of the Sons of Magnus, and soon they began to pray as fervently as any imperial citizen ever had, not for an end to their duty, but for the chance to save someone, anyone at all, from the worlds. And in what the ecclesiarchy would undoubtedly call a miracle, had the circumstances been slightly different, they found one. The name of the world on which the Thousand Sons found Khalida was expunged from all records, along with all others touched by the Chaos Sun at the Inquisition's command. But the legends tell it was a hive world, covered in towering spires and sprawling metropolises. By the time the Imperial war machine reached it, it had become another hellish world, filled with twisted, crazed mutants and the demons that wore their flesh. At first, the Thousand Sons were ready to simply blast it to pieces from orbit. Nothing there, it seems, had the power to warp reality enough to make the planet immune to exterminatus. But the seer among the group stopped their hand, for he could feel something else on the world. Something that did not belong to chaos. A light in absolute darkness. It did not take much effort to convince his brothers to descend onto the world and try to rescue whatever the source of that light was. And amidst the madness they found it. A living girl, less than 20 Terran years old, who shone with psychic gold as she knelt before an unsullied icon of the God Emperor. The mutants and demons that stalked the world could not approach her, and there she remained in prayer, unchanging as the years passed. It was only when the seer laid his hand upon her shoulder that she reacted, her eyes widened in wonder at the presence of the Space Marines. From the moment they stepped out of the ruined church where she had taken refuge when the Chaos Sun had flared in the heavens, the Thousand Sons were forced to fight against an unceasing tide of enemies. It seemed that the whole planet was trying to kill them, driven by an undying hatred of the light in their midst. Perhaps the sons of Magnus would later theorize they could not bear the light reminding them of all they had lost. Eventually, the Thousand Sons managed to bring the girl back to their gunship and safely extract. The moment they were all out of the atmosphere, the seer gave the order to begin the exterminatus. Already he could feel the gaze of the dark gods turned towards them, and there was no telling what they would do with a whole planet of servants to call upon. As her home world cracked apart, the young woman who had fallen unconscious the moment the Thousand Sons had removed her from the church woke up. Recognizing the significance of her discovery, the Thousand Sons immediately sent her and the seer, whose visions had led to her towards Terathalion, while the others remained to complete the task at hand. During the journey, the seer learned that the young woman had forgotten nearly all of her memories prior to her time in the church. She only remembered the God Emperor, the words of prayer, and the monsters baying for her soul. Not even her own name had made it through the trial her psychic had undergone. She received the name of Khalida from the seer, a name from old Prosperian legend about a woman who had refused to let even the most grievous of losses stand in the way of what she saw as the righteous path. The seer also found out that Khalida was an Alpha Plus Psyker, one of these exceptionally rare beings who wielded the power of the warp with a degree only surpassed by the Primarch and the Emperor himself. The horror of the Chaos Sun had caused her latent ability to suddenly blossom, which was still in the realm of the seer's expectations. But that she had survived and remained pure on a world overrun by the minions of ruin was something even the secular sons of Magnus could only call a miracle. On Terathalion, Khalida joined the daughters of Magnus and learned how to wield her tremendous power from them. But the daughters' teaching had never been meant to be studied by one as powerful as she. The Thousand Sons who knew of her existence feared that, for all her devotion to their grandsire, she was too powerful to allow to run loose. Eventually, some claimed the dark gods would find a way to pervert her into their service, and then, with her strength, Terathalion would be doomed. Khalida knew of their concerns and understood them. In truth, she shared them herself. She did not believe herself to be holy, simply protected by the Emperor, but she could still hear the whispers of the ruinous powers, all desperate to turn her, Even Korn, with his famous hatred of psychers, couldn't pass up such an opportunity. In the end, she volunteered to be placed in stasis, where she would not be able to cause any harm and would be beyond the reach of even the Chaos Gods themselves. With a solemn ceremony designed to ensure that she enters stasis in the correct state of mind, as during stasis the mind lingers on its last thoughts, sometimes the catastrophic effect in the case of long periods. Khalida went to an artificial sleep she hadn't broken for nigh 5,000 years when the Black Crusade reached Terathalion. Yet even in this state, Khalida hasn't been inactive. Somehow, even the Dark Age technology the 15th Legion used for her sanctuary wasn't enough to completely shut off her presence. While the visions of the Crimson King are few and subject to suspicion, no one denies that Khalida's spectre had appeared to thousands of pilgrims and devotees over the years. These apparitions bring solace to the tormented praying for spiritual help, delivering the advice and curing sickness and injury. Though the apparition features are never clear, it is always clad in a golden aura described by eyewitnesses as filled with the Emperor's own love. There is a sect of the Imperial Creed in Nahat-Yakabi that worships her as a saint, and it's from this cult that she received the title of Watchful Daughter. Imperial seers have received visions of her throughout the galaxy. Even some of the 8th Legion's prophets have dreamt of the light of Terathalion, though the details are never clear. Golden light burst from the fortress as Khalida emerged from her casket. She already knew of the battle at hand. She had heard the prayers of those calling to the God Emperor for victory and salvation. Like a vengeful angel, she flew to the walls, followed by the 1,000 sons who had awakened her. The Neverborn screamed upon her arrival, and then these screams grew even louder when she let loose the fire of the Emperor's own retribution. For thousands of years, Khalida had been an agent of the God Emperor's benevolence. Now she became a vessel of his wrath. The power that rose the daughter was as potent as ever, and the forces of chaos fell back before her fury as she destroyed hundreds of demons, elite cultists, and chaos marines. The light of her faith and the Crimson King and the God Emperor made her anathema to the warp spawn. Even Zahariel and his coven of Lords of Change were reluctant to approach her. But as long as she stood upon the walls, they could not progress further. Zahariel called upon Tzeentch, begging his divine master for help, and the great deceiver answered. With a cruel smile, Tzeentch reached out and moved the pawn that had been sent to Terathalion in anticipation of that exact moment. For centuries she had remained in prayer, her mind at one with the God Emperor's divinity. She had looked deep into the thoughts of the Master of Mankind in that time, and while none save her, perhaps his son, could truly understand the mind of a true God, she had learned much. She had witnessed the abyss of millennia throughout which she had lived, guiding humanity away from damnation and towards a salvation only he could conceive. She had seen the many sacrifices he had made in the name of that goal, the lives he had destroyed, the hopes and dreams he had broken. She had seen the oceans of blood he had spilled as he pruned the tree of life itself. But she had also seen the tears he had silently shed. She had felt his love for mankind, his drive to protect the species from which he had been born, no matter how removed from it he became. She would keep the tides of chaos at bay, as she had done before. Then the exiled would return, and the Crimson King would rise. She would share the Emperor's vision with his freed son, and together they would bring a new age of peace and illumination to the galaxy. All would proceed according to the God Emperor's design. His light shone through her, and as long as it did, Nahat-Yakabi would not fall, for no spawn of ruin could bear its touch. The fragments of the Chaos Gods fled before her, and those touched by the tainting influence recoiled, struck by a horror they could not comprehend at the light's touch, even before it began to burn their impure flesh away. And so she stood, and from the walls of Ahat-Yakabi, the wrath of the God Emperor rained down upon those who dared threaten his son. Then one soul approached her, confused and lost, but untouched by darkness. She turned towards it, and her eyes widened as she saw a warrior of the legions, clad in the armor of the dark angels. This warrior was stumbling, confusion and shock radiating from his thoughts. He did not know where he was, did not know who she was. Like a lost child, he was reaching out to her, desperately, silently begging for help. The light did not harm him, instead calling him forward. He fell to his knees before the watchful daughter. The dagger buried itself in her heart, and a blood stain spread over her robe. She looked into the eye lenses of her killer, shocked beyond words, unable to understand what had happened. Where before there hadn't been a lost warrior, now there was... where before there had been a lost warrior, now there was a cruel, scheming monster, revealing the success of his vile sorcery. Then, just before oblivion claimed her, she struck back with one last blow, and the deceiver was cast back, crashing onto the rock, dagger slipping from his grasp and shattering as it hit the ground. But it was too late for her, and as Khalida fell, she knew that the Emperor's plan for her had been shattered. "And so dies your pawn, Anathema," laughed the god of change, "and with it your pathetic efforts to challenge my reign over the streams of destiny. I alone am the architect of fate." Khalida's death broke the mortal defenders of Ahat-Yakabi. They saw their saint fall and knew in their souls that all hope was lost. The Dark Angels, for their part, did not appear troubled by the sudden disappearance of their lord. Their complex, many-layered, utterly insane hierarchy meant that each of them still had his own mission, his own commander to obey. They pressed on, and soon the battlements fell. Maddox led the retreat into Ahat-Yakabi's inner corridors, preparing to fight the forces of chaos every step on the way to Magnus's sanctum. As Zahariel entered the fortress, Canyon and the other heralds finally reached the walls. With their power, it was easy for the heralds to levitate, leaving their mortal army to deal with the rabble the Chaos Lord had left behind. Utter anarchy descended as three armies fought within the fortress's corridors. Maddox's control and his forces fell apart, each Thousand Sun forced to fight on his own and with whatever troops he could marshal, protecting their minds against the pervading despair. But despite all the bravery of Terathalion's defenders, they were still losing ground, and the force of chaos drew nearer and nearer to the vast cavern where Magnus's body laid in state. Eventually, Maddox led a desperate last stand at the sanctum's gates, gathering as many of his brothers at his side as he could, hoping that the heralds would manage to break through the chaos horde and reinforce his position. He had heard of the return of his lost brothers during the confusion, and while he barely dared to believe in such miracles, he knew it was his legion's only hope. Before the great adamantium gate, the Undying held his ground, with hundreds of men, women, and Astartes at his side. Where was it? Yeah. Thousand Sons, Spire Guard, Daughters of Magnus, Mexicanos. Okay, that was funny. Mechanicus Kitari all stood together to defend the Primarch against the legions of darkness. And then, from the hordes of the lost in the dam emerged one warrior, clad in blue-gray armor and radiating the baleful power of Khorne. In his hands, he held the power sword of ancient design, a relic of mankind's distant and glorious past, despoiled and tainted with runes of the blood god. Behind him came other space wolves and wolfen. He wore no helmet, revealing the long fangs and the long black hair that had given him his name. This was Ragnar Blackmane, the young king, thrice-cursed heretic and bane of the Imperium. After the death of Logan Grimnor, he had left the rest of the 6th Legion forces with his own warband, seeking the glory of being the one to breach the sanctum of the Crimson King. Driven by the bloodlust of Khorne, Ragnar identified Maddox as the leader of the Defenders and sought to claim his head in single combat. The Wolf Lord was no mindless berserker. There was skill in how he fought, instinct sharpened by centuries of war in the name of his hateful god. His accursed blade danced its power field, somehow sounding like the screeches of the damned as it cut through the air. Despite Maddox's efforts, despite having reinforced his body with all powers he could muster, it was all the Undying could do to match the traitor's strength. They had been fighting for several minutes now, and except for a few dents in their armor, neither were the worse for wear. Then the wolf started talking, his voice filled with hatred and disgust. So potent, Maddox could feel them with his 6 senses. There was such darkness in the traitor's mind, it made him want to heave. Your witch brother killed Logan Grimnor, growled Blackmane. I will avenge him with your death. Vengeance, said Maddox, with as much contempt as he could muster in that word, willingly fanning the flames of his own cold rage in order to retain his focus. It's all your kind has ever been good for, even though you never noticed that you didn't deserve it. That everything that ever happened to you was brought about by your choices, your actions. Ragnar's only reply was a wordless roar, and then he moved even more quickly than before. Maddox. Okay, I kind of lost that one. I have to find it again. Not his guard, or it was a wordless roar, and then he moved even more quickly than before. Maddox parried a blow at his side with his staff, then turned the weapon in his hands and struck back. He only saw the trap too late. Once his weapon had already been hit by the Space Wolf's right in the chest. Ragnar was smiling. Despite the blood leaking from his wound, he had unwillingly taken the hit, trusting his enhanced physiology and the blasphemous gifts of his patron to keep him in the fight. Already his blade was moving, seizing the minute opening in Maddox's guard caused by his attack. The weapon's touch as it cut right through his armor and into his belly was agonizing. Instinctively, he sent power to close the wound the moment the blade left a portion of his flesh. But something in the injury prevented even the most basic of healing. Gutted, his entrails spilling from his wound, Maddox fell to his knees. Before him, Ragnar raised his blade to deliver the killing blow, only for the sword to be blocked by a weapon that was only partially material. Maddox recognized the ghostly warrior. This was Aleph Yorus, the last Thousand Son to leave for Prospero, heeding the call of its dead. Now he was back, but he was no longer mortal. Instead, one of the ghosts whose voices had driven him to leave his legion. And there were more like him, ethereal Astartes who manifested by the side of Maddox's comrades, standing with them against the minions of ruin. And again, Maddox heard the call, this proclamation of defiance, coming from the minds of each of the 12 ghost champions. We are returned. Despite the intervention of the vengeful ones, Maddox was still terribly wounded. Blackmane's blade was cursed somehow, and his power prevented the Undying from healing the injuries that it had inflicted upon him. And just as he fell back, dragged by his brothers, Zahariel himself appeared in the antechamber, accompanied by his cohort of Lords of Change. The 12 vengeful ones gathered to stand against the greater demon, and the air crackled with the energies of the two powers these entities represented. Of the coven, Zahariel had brought with him to Terathalion 8 lords yet remained, making their total 9. An auspicious number of the servants of Tzeentch. The Vengeful Ones were powerful, and each of them still carried the memories of a lifetime of war against the minions of chaos, but they were still new to their extended forms, while the Lords of Change had each existed for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years, and while Vindicta was growing more powerful with every passing day, the Architect of Fate had existed far longer, and he was using its hoarded power to reinforce its minions in the most crucial of battle. And the time the Lord of Change would pay for this boon, for Tzeentch was ever fickle, but for now, the will of the changing god was focused on achieving victory on Terathalion. One by one, the Vengeful Ones fell, torn to shreds by claws and sorcery, and the Thousand Suns, since their essence, lost their hold on reality. They weren't destroyed, but instead they were cast into the Empyrean, where their pool of Prospero dragged them back to the world of their death. They would return, in time, reaching out to Vindicta's living agents across the galaxy, but their part in the siege of Terathalion was over. With the last of the Vengeful Ones banished, the Everwatcher raised his staff in his clawed hands and unleashed his sorcery against the Sanctum's gates. The esoteric symbols engraved upon its adamantium surface flared to life, for none but the Sons of Magnus could open them. But Zahariel's might was too great. The Everwatcher was empowered by his deceitful god, acting as the chosen hand of Tzeentch on Terathalion, and eventually the gates fell with a thunderous sound. Behind them was revealed the most well-defended place in all of the Prosperian Dominion. The chamber beyond the gates had been carved into the rock beneath Ahat Yakabi, when Magnus had fallen 9,000 years ago. Designed by the greatest architects of the Imperium, it was truly immense, stretching out for kilometers. At the center of the space was a pyramid of white marble, and atop that pyramid was where the slumbering body of the Crimson King rested. But the rest of the chamber was far from empty. Row upon row of figures surrounded it, all turned towards Magnus's comatose form, wearing various patterns of Astartes armor, clutching their bolters that hadn't been fired ever since they had entered this room. These were the rubric. Yeah. I tried to spell it in Latin with an A and an E, but it's like the rubric. Sure. Each of these silent warriors had once been an aspirant of the 15 Legion, promised to a bright future in service of the Imperium. But upon going through the rubric that would protect them from the genetic instability that plagued their bloodline, they had been destroyed, reduced to dust, trapped within a sealed armor. Such was the price of Ahriman's spell exacted from the Legion in return for saving it from the doom laid upon it by the great Mutator. Tens of thousands of these failed Astartes stood vigil there, utterly immobile, an army of the silent dead that could only be roused by a voice truly powerful. This was the price sought by Zahariel, that the true goal of the Black Crusade. With the ritual of desecration of Magnus's body, the Everwatcher would be able to command the rubric, bringing them to the service of chaos in an unstoppable parody of a legion. Zahariel stepped forward, and the ancient wards of sanctity fought against his presence. With a scowl, the demon recoiled before grabbing the closest of his courtiers and throwing it through the gates. With a screech of agony, the Lord of Change went up in flames, its physical shell consumed by the ward's power. The same happened to the one Zahariel threw next, and the same to the one after, until finally one greater demon survived, reduced to a mewling mass of flesh and warp energy by the now exhausted power of the 15 Legion's spell. By then only Zahariel himself remained, and the Everwatcher laughed as he crossed the threshold of his old foe's sanctuary. Finally, after millennia of planning and scheming, the hour had come for him to claim ultimate victory in the name of Tzeentch, to destroy the Crimson King and the threat he represented to the Architect of Fate's design, and turn his legacy to the service of the God of Change. But as he walked towards the white pyramid at the chamber's entrance, passing between rows upon rows of silent rubric, a voice rose from behind him, calling out in challenge. Zahariel! The Ever-Watcher paused, then turned. There, walking towards him with the ruined bodies of the demon servants piled behind him, was Kion the Black, radiating psychic power. Around him, the echoes of Prosperian dead swarmed, their ghostly faces facing Zahariel, their own hatred of him increasing Canyon's already considerable's own, whatever. Slowly, deliberately, Zahariel walked back down the path until he was but a few meters away from the herald. For a few seconds, the two simply started and stared at each other. The only sound that of the battle that still raged in the antechamber, as the heralds of Prospero fought against the remnants of Zahariel's Black Crusade. Look at you, mocked the demon as it loomed over Canyon. Look at how far you have gone, little Iskadar, fighting at the side of your own Neverborn. I am proud of you, really. Of all our father's sons, you are the only one who ever got close to fulfilling his true potential. Save your lies, demon, spat Canyon. I know what you intend. I won't let that happen. Zahariel's laughter was a thing of nightmares. It was the sound of hopes becoming true in the most horrible, twisted way of long-held belief suddenly revealed as naught but superstition. You cannot defeat me, Iskadar. You are strong for a mortal, but I am so much more than that. The little god you serve is but a fledgling, and I serve a power far greater. We will see about that, said Canyon, and he charged Zahariel, his axe raised and the winds of death itself screaming at his side. He moved fast, faster than he had ever before, faster than when he had battled Agastrium Prospero. Vindicta's strength flowed through him, for before him stood the arch-enemy of his legion, the creature that was responsible for all the suffering and madness that had happened across Terathalion. In that moment, he was far more than Iskadar Canyon, scourge of the wolves, and first herald of Prospero. Now he was justice incarnate, retribution made flesh. Zahariel's staff met Saren's edge as the ancient power axe shattered in 1,000 pieces, while Canyon was flung back, only to be caught mid-air in the Ever-Watcher's left claw. Despite everything he had endured over the years, Canyon screamed as Zahariel unleashed his power against him, ripping out pieces of his armor and tearing him apart on the inside until he was but a hair's breadth from death. Blinking tears of pain and blood away, Canyon stared into the eyes of the demon, barely able to keep himself from falling into unconsciousness from the pain and shock. Do you really think your new power would be a match for me? Sneered Zahariel. I am a scion of Tzeentch, little mage. I am timeless, and my knowledge stretches beyond your imagining. It will take more than your pathetic tricks to defeat one such as me. With a delusionary gesture, Zahariel threw Canyon across the room. The herald crashed into a wall next to the broken gates and slumped to the ground, where he remained unmoving. Watch now, mocked the greater demon, as I bring the retribution of Tzeentch upon your father and claim dominion over all he ever held dear. Then, without another glance, Zahariel turned back towards the white pyramid, abandoning his defeated foe. Failure tasted of familiar ashes in Canyon's mouth as he laid on the ground, his body broken, his power spent, his axe shattered. He could not move, could barely breathe. He had lost, and there was nothing more that he could do but watch as everything he had fought for was horribly metamorphosized by the evil he had failed to stop. Part of him wondered whether Zahariel would grant him the mercy of death once he had witnessed the terrible vision of Prospero came true. And then there was a presence near him, and he forced himself to turn his head towards it. There stood Maddox, the current leader of the 1,000 Sons defending Terathalion. Canyon had heard of him from the heralds who had most recently left the Legion. The so-called Undying was on the brink of death, his life prevented from ending only by the constant use of his greater powers of biomancy. His aura, weak and flickering, was still threaded with Vindicta's power. Should he survive long enough, he too would become a herald. But that wasn't likely to happen now. I see it now. Vindicta's light, said Maddox between gritted teeth, and Canyon could hear the blood dripping from his mouth with every word. It needs you, Canyon. It needs you alive. Maddox knelt by Canyon's side and laid his hands upon his ancient brother's broken body. Power flowed through Iskadar, repairing the tears in his flesh and rejuvenating exhausted muscles. For several seconds, Maddox simply sat there, immobile, working his art to heal Iskadar. And then he fell, and moved no more, the last of his life expended to heal Canyon's wounds. How many brothers had Iskadar seen die now? How many more would he see before it finally ended? Why won't you let me die? He thought bitterly, nearly overcome by the centuries of warfare and horror he had experienced. As the galaxy fell ever further into darkness, how much more could one soul bear before breaking under the strain of so much death? However much was required of him, came the answer from a silent voice in his head. Canyon forced himself to look up, ignoring the pain that caused. There, standing over his own corpse and Carrion's crawling form, was the ghost of Maddox, looking down at the brother he had saved. He did not wear his helmet anymore, and his face held no wrath, no judgment at Canyon's doubts, only trust. Even in death, Maddox believed Canyon would do his duty. How could he disappoint someone who has sacrificed his life to save him? Despite the pain, Maddox had saved his life, but Canyon was still far from fully healed. He crawled towards the pyramid. He did not know what he would do, what he could do, but he would not give up. He would not give in to despair. And so he crawled, centimeter after centimeter. And then, a miracle happened. Zahariel was climbing up the steps of the pyramid, and was already half the way to the top, when, without a warning, a disk of bright light appeared before him, stopping him in his tracks. Canyon recognized the psychic signatures of a warp portal. Though the power behind it was unknown to him. A first silhouette emerged from the portal, and Zahariel sneered in contempt. Then another, smaller figure appeared, and the Everwatcher froze in shock, before screeching in denial and dread. From his position on the ground, Canyon smiled behind his helmet. He knew these two. He knew them both. He had walked at their side in the past, and while their partings had not been peaceful, he knew them both to be enemies of the primordial annihilator. Most importantly, he knew what their coming meant. The circle was closed, and destiny long delayed was in motion once more. The exile had returned. The Siege of Terathalion, Part 4. I am Azek Ahriman. This thought, this name, I had close to my heart as I walk in the endless darkness in search of atonement. It is my pride and my shame, my strength and my weakness. As I walk into the endless dark, I hold on to the truth, to keep my thoughts from wandering into darker places still. I am standing on the rocky ground of a world without a name, surrounding by hundreds, thousands of warriors, clad in crimson armor, all immobile, all silent. Something has gone horribly wrong. Azek, a voice calls out, filled with horror and fury. What have you done? I know that voice, even as I turn to face its source. It's Canyon, still wearing the black armor he wore when he defended our people from those who would destroy them. Even though I have never told him so, I was envious of him. I wish I had been there at the end of Prospero. Perhaps having taken a part in its people's salvation would ease the pain in my soul of knowing its loss forever. Canyon's aura, always filled with cold wrath since I saw him on Terra, is now aflame with burning rage, all of it directed at me. If I were not in such shock already, I might fear for my life. "You will pay for this, Isaac," he says, and I know in my soul that this isn't a threat, nor is the promise. In that moment, Canyon is more than the great warlord and psyker he already is. He is the voice of destiny itself. I will pay for this sin against my legion over and over again until I am forgiven at last. But I know, too, that I do not deserve such forgiveness. "I will not follow you any more, Isaac," declares Canyon, before turning his back and stalking away, back to his Thunderhawk, alone, leaving behind the silent warriors of his company. "You are not worthy of leading the Legion. What's left of it?" No one tries to stop him. Not me, who knows all too well that he is right. Nor the others, who are still lost in their own horror. We have all accomplished so much, fought for so long against the forces of chaos. We lost our homeworld with only a few of us able to even fight for its defense. We fought in the webway below the Imperial Palace and witnessed the monstrosity of our erstwhile cousins. We sensed the Emperor's death at the hands of the arch-traitor, a psychic scream that echoes inside my soul still. We beheld the new form of Vulcan as he emerged from hell itself on Pythos, a nightmare of dark power and desire of absolute dominion. We saw our father fall, victim of a demon spell, and we thought that this was the extent of our enemy's revenge. Then, we all felt our own flesh change, mutate under the strain of the energies we channel by the strength of our minds. Our brothers died one by one, unable to endure the transformation or taking their own lives rather than become monsters. We sought a way to save them, to save the Legion. Now that Magnus was gone and no longer protected us from the curse laid upon us by the great deceiver. And now, this. Our Legion is ash, just as the Imperium's ideals are dust, and it's my fault. I thought I could save them, replicate our father's work. But I have failed. I have failed them all. Let this be remembered, I say, my voice numb with pain and shock. Around me, my brothers turn, freed from their own horrified trances by my voice. Let my shame never be forgotten. I walk away from them, not hearing their calls, not knowing whether they are cursing me or trying to get me to turn back. It doesn't matter. In the end, I am the one who hates me the most. I am walking into darkness, with naught but the distant light of redemption to guide me. The past is just that, the past. I cannot change what has happened, no matter how much it might haunt me. My failure, my sin, destroyed my legion, even as it saved those of my brothers who survived. So few, so very few. And so I walk, searching for a way to save those I have failed. I am Isaac Ariman. And now we get into the title part, The Siege of Terathalion, Part 4, The Exiled Return. No soul bears such guilt as that of Isaac Ariman, the exiled son of Magnus. When the Crimson King fell and his protection was removed from the 15th Legion, it was Ariman who designed the rubric to prevent his brothers from descending into uncontrolled, insane mutation. But his ritual did not work as intended, and of the thousands of warriors who were affected, only a few hundred survived, while the rest became nothing more than silent ghosts trapped within their own sealed armor. Horrified by the result of his work, he left his brothers, seeking a way to undo what the rubric had wrought. His quest has taken him from one end of the galaxy to another, and into realms best left untrodden by mortal feet. But for all his regrets, Ahriman is still possibly the brightest mind of the entire galaxy, and one of its most powerful psykers. Of the many threats he has encountered over the millennia, none have managed to end his tormented existence. Yet there are places and times dangerous even to one such as the Exile, and as his path leads him to what may be his greatest hope of success, he will face challenges like never before, ones that he cannot hope to overcome alone. Millions of years before life rose from the primordial muck of old Earth, the race of aliens known only as the Old Ones ruled over the galaxy. Little is known of them, even in the most ancient legends of the Eldar, who inherited the stars from the Old Ones' disappearance. Along with most of the galaxy, the children of Isha also claim many of the Old Ones' relics, and of these, none was greater than the Labyrinthian Dimension, more commonly called the Webway. Created by the Old Ones at the apex of their power, the Webway connected the entire galaxy together, allowing quick travel across unimaginable distances. Though the Eldar barely understood the science underpinning it, they built upon the Webway, developing their own gates and expanding the network even further. For millions of years, the Webway allowed the Eldar Empire to dominate the galaxy all but unchallenged. Only the Greenskins ever threatened their supremacy, with legends speaking of war bosses the likes of which haven't been seen in the galaxy since, save during the War of the Beast. That was weird. Save during the War of the Beast. With their gods to protect the Eldar from the ruinous powers, the aliens were nearly gods themselves, living in a golden age of prosperity the galaxy had never seen before or since. This age came to an end when nearly 60 million years after the Old One's disappearance, the Eldar proved unworthy of their ancestors' legacy. Their excesses, and decadence festered into the warp, and as the power of their old gods faded, Slaanesh was slowly formed. The birth of the Dark Prince destroyed the Eldar Empire and Pantheon alike, reducing the once proud race to a few scattered remnants. Of these survivors, some live on Craftworld, denying themselves even the slightest taste of pleasure for fear of drawing the Dark Prince's eyes. Others live on Savage Worlds, in harmony with these worlds' godlike spirits. Still others hide in layers deep within the Webway, such as the Dark City of Komarag and the Kingdom of Shadum. There as they indulge into the same depravity and arrogance that doomed their species. Their souls are slowly drained by the god they still serve, however, unknowingly. By denying the Dark Prince, placing themselves beyond his reach, or feeding him the suffering of others rather than their own, these branches of the shattered Eldar race have endured the passage of the last 10 millennia in a fashion. The Imperium knows of these three factions, and while alliances have occasionally been made with the Craftworld and Exodite Eldar, those who dwell within Komarag's dark halls have ever been hated and hunted. For they are cruel raiders, seeking slaves to torment, to fill the vacuum of their own twisted souls. And very, very few amongst the most exalted ranks of the Inquisition and the Adeptus Astartes know of another faction of Eldar still, who endure unchanged ever since the species' galaxy-shattering fall. The Harlequins, servants of the Laughing God, the only divinity to escape the birth of Slaanesh unscathed. They fight the slaves of ruin at every turn, dancing to the tune of their master, sheltered from the thirst of the Dark Prince by his power. Many scholars, human and Eldar alike, have investigated the deeds and motives of these strange warriors. The Harlequins seem to act in the children of Isha's best interests, but they take the long view, even more so than the Craftworld's Farseers. Over the millennia, they have been allies and opponents alike to the Imperium, striking select targets with uncanny precision. But there is a fifth group, one so secretive and few in numbers that only a handful of humans have ever learned of its existence. They live in a secret realm, a unique Craftworld, hidden deeper in the webway than even Comorak. There, behind wards that were old when the Eldar race was young, they protect knowledge most dangerous and vile. Knowledge about chaos, the Old Ones, and many more terrible subjects. Most who have heard of this place, Eldar and Inquisitors alike, think it to be a myth. Few know it to be real, and those few rarely sleep well. They call it the Black Library, and it is said there is no secret that cannot be found there, if one is willing to risk one's soul and sanity. Beyond this proscribed lore, the Black Library also contains a veritable host of dangerous artifacts, relics of chaos from a time before mankind, when dark gods corrupted and destroyed entire species in the shadow of the Eldar Empire. These are weapons and tomes imbued with all the hatred and madness of the races that crafted them, tools capable of bringing ruin to the very stars. Of all the other Eldar, it is said that only the Harlequins know the path to the Black Library, and they are the only associates of its mysterious keepers. Even Ahriman himself knew not how long he had wandered in the webway. The former captain of the 15th Legion had entered the labyrinthian dimension after uncovering clues as to the Black Library's location, but these had soon proved insufficient to his needs. Built by the Old Ones to the outside of normal time and space, the webway distorted the passage of time like the warp itself, though in a far more regular and less dangerous manner. In ancient gardens that had flourished even without care, Ahriman found sustenance, and his powers kept his armor from falling apart, or its power source from ever failing. The time dilation phenomenon meant that sometimes Ahriman would appear to age centuries, and have to force himself to continue to advance on age-withered legs. And then, in the next section of the webway, his youth and strength would return, until he looked exactly as he had when he had first been raised to the rank of the legionnaires. This made Ahriman's memory of his errands fragmentary, as entire centuries spent wandering in some sections of the webway would fade from even his transhuman mind, becoming nothing more than nearly forgotten dreams. But throughout it all, Ahriman held on to his purpose, to find the Black Library, and within its halls the way to undo what he had done and bring his brothers back from the silent death to which the rubric had consigned them. In the remains of the long-destroyed Eldar kingdom, and upon the walls of forgotten Old One ruins, Ahriman searched for the path to the Black Library. In truth, it seemed as if the hand of fate itself was guiding him, for whenever the exile's last trail had failed, he would discover a new clue that would set him on his way again. Finally, walking paths even the Harlequin and the custodians of the Black Library themselves had forgotten, Ahriman reached his goal, only to find out that War, his old companion, had found it first. The Black Library was under siege by a Chaos army, a horde of Slaaneshi demons, and a host of Blood Angels. The demons poured in a seemingly endless horde from sections of the webway that had fallen into the warp, while the Blood Angels gathered reinforcements from other 9 Legion outposts across the galaxy, summoning them with sorcery and blood rituals. Hundreds of Sanguinius' sons were already present, and they had brought with them tens of thousands of their mortal cultists, deluded creatures caught in the thralls of the Master's unholy glamour. Driven by the will of the Dark Prince, these 2 armies fought together to breach the walls of the Black Library and claim the power within it in the name of their unholy patron. Should they succeed, Ahriman knew that the entire galaxy would burn, though he did not yet know the veritable scope of the threat. In truth, with the relics and the lore of the Black Library in the hands of his servants, Slaanesh would simply win the great game of chaos and make all living things in the galaxy his playthings for the rest of eternity. The laws of the Materium would be shattered forever. Even the other dark gods would be destroyed or enslaved according to the Lord of Pleasure's whim. Reality itself would be unmade as the sin of the Eldar devoured all that was, spreading from the galaxy that had birthed it upon the entire universe, was remade in its image. It had taken the Dark Prince 10,000 years to locate the Black Library, using blood angels to hunt for it across the webway, without being aware of their true purpose. Even the path they had eventually found would soon no longer exist. However, for the masters of the Black Library held the power to collapse entire portions of the Old One's network, should the need arise, as it had now. This was the one chance for the youngest god to claim ascendancy over his elder siblings, and his divine pride beat in the twisted souls of the blood angels and the undying essence of the Neverborn in equal measure. Few among the decadent hosts truly understood what it was that drove them forward. Most sons of Sanguinius simply thirsted after the ancient blood of the Black Library's Eldar keepers, while the demons hungered for their souls. Only the lords of these two hosts understood the purpose of the attack and knew what rewards would be theirs if they succeeded in their god-appointed task, and what punishment would be inflicted upon them should they fail. The exile beheld a ruined city, spreading as far as the eye could see. The remnants were so old it was impossible to determine what purpose they had served when they had been whole. Toppled spires laid on the ground along with fallen walls and shattered domes. The steps of blood angels and Eldar alike disturbed the power that converged the earth, a mix of ground glass, dust, and other particles that seemed to glow in the battle's light, showing glimpses of the city as it had been. Above the city, Ahriman could see glimpses of an immense circular stairway, seeming to lead infinitely upwards to the black void above. The stairway was supposed to be invisible, but the energies being unleashed in the battle were interfering with the complex wards, hiding it from perception, as well as from conventional three-dimensional space, and sections of it appeared to flash in and out of existence, suspended in the air before vanishing once more. Around that strange construction, creatures clad in blood-red ceramite flew on feathered wings, clashing with Eldar jet bikes. Ahriman watched as one of the vampires caught Xenos by the leg and pulled him off his vehicle before biting him in the throat. In seconds, only a dried husk remained of the alien warrior. The vampire marine discarded as he twitched in the air, caught in the throes of ecstasy as he consumed the memories of his slain prey. The exile had seen such things before when the Blood Angels had joined the attack on the Imperial Palace after the death of Horus at the fangs of their twisted Primarch. Even if the victim was a Xenos, the memory still brought his old disgust and wrath to the surface of his thoughts, and a sort of clarity returned to his clouded mind. Anger and righteousness flooded his mind at the sight of such vileness. The weight of his shame lifted a fraction from his shoulders, and part of what had made Ahriman first captain, and then Legion Master of the Thousand Suns, could suddenly be seen once more in his countenance. He stood straighter, more assured, and his hands tightened around his black staff. "War then," he whispered to himself. Then he began to walk towards the city, his mind set on the destruction of his foes for the first time in 10,000 years. In the shadows of the webway, behind Ahriman, a cloaked figure watched with satisfaction. Secretly searching for the surface thoughts of the Blood Angels and their mortal minions, Ahriman quickly learned that the Slaaneshi host had been laying siege to the Black Library for almost a month. Thousands of demons had already fallen, as had many of the Blood Angels and their mortal thralls. In the dead Eldar city of Alienrach, built by the Black Library's founders in the earliest years of the Eldar Empire, the children of Isha fought against the spawn of Slaanesh. Armies of Eldar soldiers had arrived from the craft worlds, summoned by the pleas of the White Scars, led by Othrox and Farseers alike. Entire troops of Harlequins danced amidst the battle, laughing in the face of the Dark Prince servants. Ahriman even saw a handful of gigantic Saurians, mounted by Exodite Eldar. crushing entire packs of Neverborn beneath their heels. Only the Dark Eldars of Komorrag were nowhere to be seen, and even in his near-fugue state, Ahriman wondered what their absence might mean. Surely even the decadent scions of the Dark City would know the perils of allowing the Black Library to fall to the slaves of chaos. Had they been delayed? Or had something happened that made even the White Seers unwilling to deal with their dark brethren? The White Seers. I thought they said the White Scars initially. Long before the fall of the Eldar, the wisest among the children of Isha saw the true danger of chaos. Even now, the legends of the Eldar speak of the ancient and terrible wars their distant ancestors waged against the slaves to ruin. To the craft world born, these tales are seen as proof of their species' greatness and their duty to oppose the slaves of chaos in all things. But the eldest among them know that it is not them that are depicted in these tales. In the past, thousands of Eldar holy warriors fought against the corrupted champions of the dark gods, imbued with the power of the Eldar pantheon. But the fall has crippled this august order. When Slaanesh was born, all those infused with the power of the Eldar gods were destroyed. From the devastated collective psychic landscape of the Eldar, the Phoenix Lord would emerge in time. But the old champions of the Eldar gods perished to the last. Only the keepers of the Order, those dedicated to the containment of the Chaos artifacts, too dangerous to be destroyed, survived. Their talents came not from the gifts of psychic constructs masquerading as gods, but from intense training and force of will. These same talents protected them from the worst of the fall's soul-scouring effects. These scholars were known as the White Seers, and though they had lost the support of their divine champions, their duty remained the same. They were the keepers of the Black Library, guardians of the immense knowledge it contained, and gatherers of the dark treasures locked away in its vaults. But the fall had changed the place of the Eldar in the galaxy. They were now a dying breed, hunted by the Dark God. Their arrogance and corruption had spawned. The White Seers hid the Black Library, serving all but the most secret paths of the webway leading to it. The search for dangerous relics all but ended, with only the most galaxy-shattering artifacts drawing the White Seers out of hiding. So it has been that for 10,000 years the White Seers have kept watch over the Black Library's accursed treasures. For 100 centuries they have maintained the wards and spells that contain the relic's dark power, fighting an endless battle against the slow decay of their forebears' great work. Most of the White Seers of today were already active when the fall occurred, for their grim duty preserves them even from the slow aging of the Eldar race. That duty has taken its own toll, however, and many White Seers are little more than spirits clad in white robes, wandering the corridors of the Black Library, whispering in languages known only to their kind. Those few who remain corporeal, or who have been recruited into the Order's ranks after the fall, are charged with communicating with the Black Library's only reliable allies, the Harlequins. They share their visions and wisdom with the servants of the Laughing God, who in turn pass it on to the Craftworld Eldar. Since the fall, the Craftworld Eldars have gone to war many times at the secret request of the White Seers, in order to help them recover some artifact of great power and danger. The White Seers themselves lack any true martial skill. Their training focuses on the one thing that is required of them: containment. Demon-possessed weapons and other chaos artifacts cannot corrupt them, and they even can shield others from their influence as long as they are carrying the item in question. They are also scholars of the forbidden, possessing extensive knowledge of the ruinous powers, the kind of lore that would shatter the mind of lesser souls and leave a hallowed, chaos-tainted wretch behind. Their assistance has been the reason for many successful missions of the Harlequins. On the rare occasions an Imperial agent has been allowed access to the Black Library, it has always been at the White Seer's command, in order to prevent some terrible doom from befalling the galaxy. It is more frequent for Eldar wanderers to be allowed within the Black Library, though even they are carefully monitored and kept from its most dangerous parts. Ahriman's goal was to reach the Black Library, but in order to do that, he needed to end the siege threatening it. Fulfilling his quest would mean nothing if the library fell to chaos moments after he was done, for he had glimpsed the thoughts of the Blood Angels and what passed as the Neverborn's consciousness, and knew their intent should the knowledge of the Black Library fall into their hands. Exiled or not, that was not something he could allow to happen. Besides, he didn't think he could break inside anyway. The defenses that kept the Dark Prince's armies from entering were likely beyond his ability to breach as well. To gain access to the knowledge he needed to undo his past mistakes, he must first prove his worth and good intentions to the library's guardians. And so, the exile descended into the ruined city and let loose his power upon the servants of Slaanesh. With Slaanesh's will lashing at their souls, the attackers had established proper defenses against an attack from the rear. After all, what foe could possibly come here in the webway's deepest paths? All of their attention was focused inward on the ruined city and the ethereal stairway that rose from its center. Still, a camp of sorts had appeared at the city's outskirts, where stood the webway portals through which the invaders had come. There too were the circles of Blood Angel sorcerers attacking the Black Library's invisible defenses, seeking to overpower its ancient wards by calling upon the choirs of the Empyrean for assistance. They had been maintaining their rituals for weeks, dropping out of the circles only long enough to replenish their willpower by draining a few of their mortal slaves of the Ninth Legion that they had brought with them. Each circle was surrounded by hundreds of corpses, with demonists picking at the bodies, fashioning macabre trophies from the remnants, and catching and devouring the occasional tormented spirit. The exile struck with care, hiding his blows behind the natural imbalance of the Sea of Souls. One by one, the circles lost control of the energies they manipulated. Many of the sorcerers died, their souls torn asunder by the very demons that they had entered to help. But enough survived to understand that they were under attack from an unexpected direction. Banding together, they let loose their ethereal selves, hunting for the one who had disturbed their rituals. The sorcerer's spectral aspects were terrifying in shape, reflections of their corruption that seeped through their souls. Though they were all unique, shaped by the debased minds they represented, there were still some common themes. Gleaming white fangs and a sensation of terrible thirst radiating from them. Like sharks in water, they hunted Ahriman, sniffing the thin traces of his power he had left behind, despite all his care. At the head of the sinister pack was Mephiston, the soul-starved, first among the Slaaneshi hostess sorcerers, whose experience in this particular branch of sorcery, was legendary. Mephiston, the soul-starved. Even the Inquisition's archives contain little about the creature that now calls itself Mephiston. Some believe him to have been born within the Eye of Terror, on one of myriad worlds bathed in the baleful energies of the warp. Others think he was a child of the Imperium, stolen from a black ship and transformed into a monster. And a few whisper behind closed doors and, after casting glances around them, that he was once an inquisitor of the Holy Ordos, who was captured by the Ninth Legion and transformed by the dreadful warp energies used by the Sons of Sanguinius to replenish their ranks. Sanguinius. However, the human that would become Mephiston joined the Blood Angels. The sorcerer that emerged from the transformation sarcophagus took the name of Calistarius. For several decades, he fought under the leadership of Chaos Lord Dante, wielding his psychic powers and sorcerer's talents to terrifying effects and raids against the Imperium. Then in the early years of the Dark Millennium, Callistrasius took part in the Blood Angel raid against an Imperial hive world. The sons of Sanguinius had poisoned the world's aristocracy, with the worship of Slanesh, and the planet was caught in a brutal civil war between the corrupt noble forces and the rebellious population when they arrived. Dante's warband rampaged freely, drinking the blood of both sides of the conflict as they indulged in the thirst's worst excesses. Their indiscriminate slaughter eventually turned the tides in favor of the Imperial loyalists, and the warband prepared to abandon the planet and most of their noble allies as reinforcements from the Imperial Guard closed in on the system. But in the final days of the fighting, Calistarius and his squad were trapped by the Imperials in a concrete building that they collapsed on the Chaos Marines' heads. Calistarius' battle brothers died immediately, but the sorcerer survived, trapped beneath the hundreds of tons of rubble, locked inside his armor, unable to move even a finger. Presuming him dead, Dante left the planet with the rest of his warriors, his ship holds filled with captured slaves. Yet the sorcerer still lived, even as the Imperium arrived to help purge the heretics and rebuild the planet's infrastructure. The Blood Angel remained buried deep below the surface. At first, his physiology and his armor's recycling systems preserved him from starvation. But soon enough, not even those could save him. He could have gone into suspended animation using Astartes' Susan membrane, but the thirst had grown strong in the months since his burial, and his mind was too tormented to relent and go into a slumber from which he would likely never awoken. Instead, Calistarius used his psychic powers to escape his buried body and wander the city around his tomb in spiritual form. Trapped as he was, the sorcerer could not drink blood, and so he found other sources of sustenance and sensations. He devoured the souls of those unfortunate who crossed his path. For hundreds of years, the hive city beneath which the Blood Angel's body lay suffered from the depredations of the invisible, incorporeal predator stalking it from beyond the veil. Corpses were found in the streets, their faces frozen in masks of horror and agony. Psychers and astropaths wailed, speaking in riddles of the incomprehensible thing that haunted the hive. Several inquisitorial teams were sent to investigate, but the sorcerer was careful and eluded all of their efforts, or devoured them in turn. So it went for hundreds of years, the thirst of Calistarius evolving to something else entirely, something different, but altogether not much more vile. In time, a cult began to form in the hive's lowest districts, worshipping the invisible predator in the hope of turning its hunger away. At first, the sorcerer was amused, but then he began to use his cultists, granting them protection and even following the instructions of his priests when they performed grand rituals designed to direct his wrath towards their rivals for control of the underhive. Eventually, that cult grew numerous and powerful enough that their patron felt safe in commanding them to start digging at the site of his fall. And after much effort, they reached his buried body. The thing that emerged from the makeshift tomb was Calistarius no longer. His helmet had been destroyed during his forced entrapment, and his face was pale and gaunt as that of a corpse. His eyes burned with the hunger that had all but consumed him, and warp fire burned in his veins, shining through his skin. His diet for the past hundreds of years had changed him nearly beyond recognition. He was more demon than Astartes now, a thing that hungered for souls and emotions rather than any physical sustenance. The blood of the living that his brothers carved would never again be enough for him, craved. His was a more potent and pure hunger, one that honored the Dark Prince well. The sorcerer took the name of Mephiston, and his first action upon reclaiming his freedom was to tear the souls from the bodies of his worshippers and devour them whole. With the power he gained from that betrayal, he sent out astropathic messages of such strength that the entire planet's choir of warp singers went mad, silencing the world's cries for help in what followed. Dante's warband heard Mephiston's call and returned to the world they had despoiled centuries ago. This time, with the help of the newly titled Soul-Starved and his cult of fanatics, they emptied the entire planet of human life, leaving only a smoking husk behind them. Dante rejoiced at the return and transformation of his servant. Mephiston quickly rose to become his second in command. The vampire marines of the Ninth Legion are known to keep a wide distance from the soul-starved, as if something in them recognizes the great predator. In truth, even normal blood angels tend to keep their distance from Mephiston, for they fear his power and know that he has already devoured the souls of several of their brothers who failed Lord Dante. To Mephiston, the soul of an Astartes is a meal like a few others, surpassed only by the essence of an ancient Eldar. As the 41st millennium drew to a close and the time of ending approached, Dante's warband received a call to join in the attack on the Black Library, but Dante's monstrous pride kept him from abandoning his current endeavor, a campaign of pursuit and revenge against the mysterious Silent King. And the warband fractured. Mephiston turned from his lord and took a third of the warband with him into the webway, where they joined the Slaneshi host towards Ayenrach. The ghostly predators came upon the exile as he sneaked through the ruins of Ayenrach, seeking to reach the base of the now invisible stairway. They attacked Mortarian's psyche with the claws of hunger and hate, and hit the walls of his will like last bolt hitting Terminator warplate. The exile easily turned aside in the first attack, which accomplished nothing beyond revealing the attackers to him. But when Mephiston and his pack returned, they had taken the measures of the wall defending Ahriman's mind. The full power of an entire coven of sorcerers was bent on destroying the defenses of the exile and lay his essence bare for the soul-starved to devour. Indeed, Mephiston could sense the power of Ahriman, the strength of his soul, and he hungered to consume it. The thing wore the aspect of a space marine, but Ahriman could see beyond that disguise. There were surface similarities between its mind and that of an Astartes, but those were merely leftover traces from an existence long ended. Whatever the predator leading this psychic attack had once been, it had abandoned all but the barest appearances of humanity. All of its intellect, knowledge, and power served but one purpose: to feed its eternal hunger for souls. It was a vile thing, a reflection of the foul god it served, and it was strong, stronger than Ahriman had expected. It came at him again and again, using its cohorts as distraction to be able to strike at Ahriman. Ahriman's anger grew as the attacks continued. He had not come so far, had endured so much, simply to end like this. He would not be the prey of some twisted spawn of Sanguinius' debased bloodline. Not with the Black Library so close at last. Not when he was finally in the sight of the means to reforge his legion's fate. "You will die here," said the voice of the soul-starved. "I will feast on your essence and grow stronger for it, while you embrace oblivion. Your quest has failed, exile." Ahriman reached out to the voice with his mind, his anger allowing him to ignore the pain of the other incorporeal spirits staring at his psychic self as he stopped countering their attacks and seized its ethereal form. It twitched and flailed in his grip, but he was stronger than he had ever been, even after his years of errance. It shrieked in disbelief, unable to accept that it was so weak compared to Ahriman, and it was music to Ahriman's ears. Part of him wanted to tighten his hold, to crush the soul devourer and listen to its death cries. But the greater part of him knew better. One could not crush the void. He could destroy the thing's disguise and perhaps its physical body, but all he would achieve in doing so would be to unleash his true form, which would be much more difficult to dispatch. For a moment he considered his options. Then he chose. With a flare of psychic might, Ahriman stabbed deep into the soul devourer, even as he released his hold over it. He pushed on, and such was the power he unleashed that even the other specters paused in their harassment. The soul devourer screamed in agony now, and finally the pain became too much for it to bear, and it fled, vanishing from the psychic landscape as it returned to its body. Ahriman let it go, but not without one last blow. He opened the gates of his mind and let a single memory go through, stabbing it deep within the creature's mind. The memory was one of the most wondrous and horrifying things he had ever witnessed. The destruction of Sanguinius at the hands of the Mournival, all those years ago, near the end of the siege of Terra, and the heresy of the thrice-cursed Guilliman. Ahriman had seen it through the eyes of others, and felt its psychic echoes even from where he had stood in person, on the walls of the Imperial Palace, fighting the Space Wolves. It was more than a simple vision, more than an image or a pic record. It was Sanguinius's defeat. Screaming, clutching at his face with bony fingers, Mephiston stumbled backwards and did not see the edge of the summoning portal as he slipped and fell right in it, directly into the teeming madness of the Empyrean. There was a flash of red, unlight, the sound of hysterical laughter, and then the soul-starved was gone. The ritual circle runes burnt to bone-white ash. Of the portal through which he had vanished, no trace remained save for the faint smell of ozone and musk. Kilometers away, Ahriman had to lean on his staff to not fall, blood dripping from his lips. That had hurt, but by the Primarch's eye, it had been worth it. Though it seemed to Ahriman that the entire days had passed, only a few seconds had ticked by during the spiritual confrontation. But despite the battle's quickness, he had left traces in the dubious reality of the dimensional pocket within which Ayanrach stood. Ahriman had prevailed against the Ninth Legion sorcerers, but the psychic battles had revealed his position. The confrontation had shaken the very ground, kicking up storms of ancient dust, and packs of Blood Angels and Neverborn were now converging on the exile. Under the cover of the clouds, Ahriman fought his way forward, attacking with overwhelming power before vanishing back into the shadows. The lack of visibility did not disturb him, for he had learned to rely upon his other senses long ago, during his wandering through the webway. With bolts of lightning and fire and kinetic force, he slew one slave of Slaanesh after another. Soon, however, he wasn't fighting alone. A troop of harlequins appeared at his side, killing the servants of She Who Thirsts with blade and pistol alike. Though part of Ahriman was loath to do battle alongside Xenos, he knew better than to listen to these age-old instincts. They were all allies here, against an enemy of existence itself. He remembered what he had seen and when he had visited the Interrex along with the sons of Horus. What seemed like an eternity ago. Humans and aliens had coexisted peacefully there. Even in the Great Crusade, there had been several occasions when the Eldar and the Imperium had grudgingly tolerated each other's existence. Perhaps, he mused, the Black Library might even contain the truth of what had happened to the Interrex during the Heresy, and brought that civilization to extinction. Soon the warband encountered a new, most dangerous threat, the demon known as the Mask of Slaanesh. Once the most favored demonette of the Dark Prince, the Neverborn had been cast out and cursed to dance forever, reenacting the greatest victories of Slaanesh for the rest of eternity. It had come to Ayanrach in the hopes of redeeming itself in the eyes of its master by taking part in his ultimate victory. But Ahriman's arrival threatened that. Leading a pack of demonettes and mortal slaves of the youngest god, the Mask attacked Ahriman, leaping from the shadows and forcing the exile to the ground. To the mortal eyes, the creature appearance would have been constantly shifting. Ahriman knew, but his second sight pierced through these disguises, showing him what passed for the demon's real face. It was an ugly thing of pink skin and purple kitten, with claws and teeth sharp enough to cut through even ceramite. Even through his helmet's filters, he could still smell the fiend's stench, fogging his mind and weakening his body. Worst of all was the creature's voice, speaking directly into his mind, promising things he could not even imagine if he would just surrender. Turn from your fate, Isaac. Turn from your doom. Abandon the path of self-sacrifice, and, for once, choose your own good over that of others. Do you not deserve it after so long? Do you not deserve a rest, a reward for your service? The path you walk leads only into more suffering for all. Your lies have no power over me, groaned Ahriman, fighting through the creature's musk and psychic presence. I will not succumb to your deceptions. We offer you no lie, whispered the voice of the mask, as its claw caressed its chestplate. Only truth. You will be broken. Your name will be reclaimed. You will become the vessel for the coming darkness. The call will be answered. The call will be answered. The call. Silence! Shouted Ahriman, punctuating his scream with a blast of psychic energy that disintegrated the demonettes nearby and sent the mask reeling backwards, white smoke rising from its too smooth skin. In his hand, his staff burned with the strength of his wrath, and only his wrath. He told himself as he faced the never-born champion of Slaanesh, I will not listen to your whispers. You do not know who I am. My fate is my own. The exile marched towards the mask, his mind aflame with fury. He wanted to rend this creature apart limb from limb, to rip its wretched soul apart and cast the fragments of its being across the infinite vastness of space and time themselves. He wanted. A silhouette appeared between him and the mask, seemingly coming out of his own shadow. Before he could react, the Shadow Seer was on the demon, his sword buried inside the creature's chest. The mask thrashed and all grace gone from it before its physical form dissolved. The Shadow Seer turned to face Ahriman, performed an exaggeratedly apologetic bow before saying in a heavily accented high Gothic, "He was trying to get to you, son of the Crimson King, to make you lose yourself to anger. Remind yourself of the simple wisdom of your people, exile. Remember their teachings. The enemy seeks your soul for its own. Do not give it any chance of success." Ahriman nodded, his fury cooled. Yet still a voice remained. The call will be answered. With the mass defeated, Ahriman and the Harlequins resumed their advance towards Ayenrach's center. They were halfway there when another attack came, in the form of a beam of searing psychic light that annihilated the entire party of Harlequins in a single blow. Ahriman himself would have perished had not the Shadow Seer who had slain the mass thrown himself in the path of the attack to shield the exile. His energy shields overpowered in a fraction of a second. Then, flying on blood-stained wings, the leader of the Slaaneshi host besieging the Black Library descended. Raffen the Kingslayer, wielder of the Spear of Telesto. Raffen the Kingslayer. Even amidst a legion of betrayers and blood-obsessed monsters, Raffen the Kingslayer stands out in his infamy, ruthlessness, and base cruelty. Born among the degenerate slave tribes that dwell within the Blood Angel ships, Raffen was destined for a short life and a painful death, likely ending up devoured by one of his transhuman masters, seeking relief from the thirst, however temporary. Raffen had a twin brother, Accio, and the two of them stayed together during their childhood, combining their meager strength against the Dark Hold's many dangers. For several years they escaped the constant threat of death, until one fateful night when the Blood Angels came to feed. Abandoning the rest of their tribe, the two brothers hid alone and managed to kill a Blood Angel by attacking him while he was drinking the blood of the boy's own mother. By cunning and luck, their makeshift weapons found its exposed throat as he consumed the last of the woman's essence, and the twins were baptized in the vitae of one of the godlings whose presence had dominated their lives. When the other Blood Angels came and found their dead brother, they laughed and seized the boys, promising them that they would be rewarded for their heroism. And so they were. The two progeny glands of the slain Astartes were extracted, and one was implemented within each of the brothers before shoving them into the transformations of sarcophagi used by the Ninth Legion. For months, Raffen and Accio suffered their flesh transformed by the power of Sanguinius' tainted gene seed, their minds broken and reforged by visions of the angel and the dark prince he served. The two beings that finally emerged from the sarcophagi still claimed the names of Raffen and Accio, but little remained of the feral children they had been. Like all those who were chosen to join the ranks of the Ninth Legion, they had become true servants of Slaanesh, their souls bearing the brand of the lustful prince, the thirst driving them to devour their erstwhile brethren. The alliance that had allowed the twins to survive as children was one of the few things that endured their transformation. Their bonds now reinforced by the gene seed coursing through their flesh. The twins could act in perfect unison, knowing each other's thoughts and often finishing the other's sentences, making even the other blood angels uneasy. Among the narcissistic blood angels, true kinship is rare, and having an ally that wouldn't betray them gave the twins a distinct advantage over the rest of the warband. They rose throughout what passed for the warband's hierarchy quickly, usurping leadership after only a few decades. In the centuries that followed, the warband grew more and more blood angels drawn to the promise of sweet imperial blood that Raffen and Accio were able to deliver through one successful raid after another. The twins ruled the warband together, and few amongst their warriors could distinguish between the two of them. Many of their slaves whispered stories of how they were one soul in two bodies, blessed by the Dark Prince with the ability to be in two places at once. The twins encouraged such rumors, relishing in their growing legend and associated rewards from their divine patron. Their alliance remained strong, allowing them to defeat any would-be usurper for their own shared throne. In time, the brothers commanded a small flotilla, nearly 100 blood angels and tens of thousands of slaves. Tales of the twin angels were told by the inquisitorial acolytes and the imperial navy officers across all of the Segmentum Obscurus, where the warband preyed upon imperial ships and isolated worlds. Then came Ramius Stile, renegade inquisitor and traitor to the Golden Throne. Ramius was that most rare breed of betrayal, a heretic who managed to infiltrate the ranks of the Holy Ordos, concealing the truth of his allegiances, and then to rise to the rank of Inquisitor, with all the power it entails. Born in a family of imperial nobility who had secretly been serving Tzeentch for generations, the prodigal son turned against his forebears when he instead embraced Slaanesh's own corruption. His denunciation of his family to the imperial authorities and the part he played in the subsequent purge drew the attention of his future master, who mistook his actions as devotion to the God Emperor. After several years of using his position as an acolyte to bring the judgment of the Imperium upon Slaanesh's chaotic rivals, Stile poisoned his master and claimed his rosette of office. His destruction of a Raven Guard cult he had framed as responsible for his master's murder earned him the approval he needed for his ascension. He then spent decades plaguing the Imperium in secret. When his true nature was finally uncovered, Stile barely escaped the retribution of the vengeful inquisitors sent after him, with the order to capture him if possible, and kill him with extreme prejudice if necessary. He then seemingly vanished for almost 2 centuries, before reappearing before Raffen and Accio, offering them knowledge about the location of the famed Spear of Telesto, one of the Ninth Legion's greatest relics, lost millennia ago. Stele led Accio and Raffen deep within the Segmentum Obscurus, into parts of it controlled by petty warring orc empires. All the way during the Odyssey, he worked to worm his way into the warlord's favor. Knowing that the power of the spear could be shared, he played upon Accio's ego, spinning grand tales of prophecy that foretold Sanguinius' glorious rebirth, and insisting that the Blood Angels was destined to fulfill them. helping these lies along with the two great feathered wings that sprouted from Acio's back during the journey, the first mutation he and Raffen had not shared. The twins grew even more apart as Stylis wove his deception around Accio, all of Raffen's efforts to convince his brother he was being lied to failing, until, finally, Raffen grew disgusted with the moral weakness of his brother and stopped trying. Instead, knowing he needed Stele to find the Spear of Telesto, Raffen decided to finally end his alliance with his twin brother. Before the eyes of the warband's elite circle, he challenged his brother in a duel. There, after several minutes of intense, bitter dueling, he ripped Acio's wings off, broke his back, and drank his lifeblood until his twin's desiccated body fell to dust within his armor, his essence consumed. The assembled Blood Angels knelt before their one master as he rose from his kill, eyes blazing with stolen power. In the room, Stele knelt also, knowing better than to defy Accio in any way. Wait, what? Wasn't it Raffen? Stele knelt also, knowing better than to defy Accio in any way. So did Raffen earn the title of Kinslayer, a name that would spread across the entirety of the Ninth Legion, sometimes spoken as a curse, more often in awe at the depths of Raffen's devotion to the teachings of Slaanesh. Several years of brutal campaigning later, and the warband finally reached its destination, an orc world that had once belonged to mankind and been then known as Evangelion. No, I hate that series, that's bad. After a ferocious battle, the Blood Angels claimed the orc stronghold built upon the ruins of an imperial city. There, as Stele had indicated, they found the Spear of Telesto, buried amidst the rubble of an era long since faded into myth. Raffen claimed the spear, and as he held it aloft, his warband basking in its power, he received a vision from the Dark Prince, a vision of the Black Library, and of what he must do next to please his patron and earn the ultimate reward. Raffen led his warband into the webway and has hunted for the entrance to the Black Library for the last 300 years. All that time, more and more sons of Sanguinius had been drawn to his banner, seeking to share in the Eldar blood his efforts had spilled, and though few of them know it, heeding the call of the Dark Prince. Raffen believed that should he succeed in breaching the walls of the Black Library and claiming it for Slaanesh, he will be raised to first among the Dark Prince's servants, greater even than Sanguinius. Before claiming the Spear of Telesto, the Chaos Lord was a supremely skilled warrior and great tactician. Now he is something else entirely, and a threat to all that lives within the galaxy. Over the centuries of his quest, he has gained the same feathered wings once displayed by his Primarch and his brother, and they are never entirely clean of Eldar blood. The Spear of Telesto. Few relics in the galaxy hold as much history, as much power as the Spear of Telesto, and few have been sought after so ardently and by so many over the millennia. Crafted by the hands of the Emperor himself after the discovery of his son Sanguinius, and gifted to the Angel upon his taking command of the Ninth Legion, the spear is a piece of archaeotech whose most basic principles would baffle all but the most erudite, or heretical, of tech priests. Before his transformation into a demon prince of Slaanesh, Sanguinius was one of the few Primarchs with active psychic abilities. However, he was unlike Magnus, who was in full control of his psychic powers. Sanguinius' grip on his abilities was instead more like Curz's or Lorgar's during his campaign against the Covenant of Colchis, heretic, prone to explosive bursts of power and haunting his owner with all manners of visions. It is possible that this was the cause for the red thirst that haunted the Blood Angels since their inception, but with the Ninth Legion's fall, answering the question is now impossible. Regardless, the Spear of Telesto allows Sanguinius to channel his own power, in a reliable manner. With it, he unleashed beams of destructive light that felled many Xenos abominations and gene-spliced humans during the Great Crusade. After the Ishvan massacre, when Sanguinius abandoned his legion and withdrew within his quarters, slowly descending into madness, Azakelon had the spear removed from his master's chambers. The commander of the Sanguinary Guard feared that his distraught master might accidentally use the spear and in his troubled state bring destruction to himself and, possibly, the entire Blood Angel flagship. But when the relic was discovered, Azakelon was forced to lie about the purpose of its removal from Sanguinius' armory, lest he reveals the Primarch's state of mind to the rest of the Legion. He claimed that the angel had ordered him to gift the spear to a worthy champion who would carry it into the rebellion's battle so that the sons of Sanguinius would know that their father hadn't abandoned them. Of course, that meant that Azakelon had to actually give the spear rather than keep it locked in a stasis vault. He chose High Warden Dahka Berus, who had become the spiritual leader of the Blood Angels since their Primarch's withdrawing. Berus had taken well to the transformations of the Legion, speaking of the purity of the thirst in sermons, and guiding the Blood Angels further down the path of Slaanesh. While the Ultramarines were the ones who first introduced worship of the Dark Prince to the Blood Angels, it was Berus and the other Wardens that spread it across the entire Legion. With the Spirit of Telesto, his influence on the Ninth Legion grew even further, as he wielded the weapon in the hunts for blood that brought the Blood Angels from one slaughter to the next. Corruption flooded from his soul into the spear. It was reshaped as Berus had. The power of the single drop of the Emperor's own blood contained within his tear-shaped ruby heart was tainted, consumed by Slaanesh. When Berus held it aloft, it shone with a light that bore into the minds of those who saw it, burning their wills with the adoration for the High Warden. Entire worlds were turned to the worship of the Lord of Pleasure and Pain in this way. Their population willingly offered themselves to the Blood Angels to be drained of their lives in sacrifice to their new blasphemous god. And then Berus vanished, his ship, his fleet, his entire army of followers, which counted thousands of Blood Angels and hundreds of thousands of human cultists, left the site of their last conquest and were never seen again. No one knows where Berus took them, or what has become of him or the Spear of Telesto. For 10,000 years, the Blood Angels sought after the relic of their Primarch, seeking to claim its power for themselves. Hundreds of champions underwent quests and made unholy bargains with demonic oracles, but none succeeded. It was only when Ramius Stile came to Accio and Raffen that the Ninth Legion was finally set on the track to reclaiming its most potent weapon. During the journey to Evangelion, Stile revealed to Accio the truth of Berus' fate, and only to Accio. After the Blood Angel was slain by Raffen, Stile did not share this knowledge with Raffen, and the Kinslayer did not press the renegade Inquisitor. To him, the past of the spear did not matter. All that mattered was the power that would be his once he had claimed the weapon. And so the fate of the High Warden Dahka Berus, last to ever hold this title in the Ninth Legion before its collapse into feuding warbands, remains shrouded in mystery, likely forever. Ahriman turned his gaze from the burned corpse of the Shadow Seer, his heart seething with rage, his mind aflame with psychic power. Ahriman gazed upon the Eldar killer, and he was beautiful. His perfect white wings spread out in benevolent welcome, and the spear he held shone with godly light. His face was the visage of beauty itself, pure and unrivaled. Ahriman wanted to weep as he beheld the majesty of the angel descending from the heavens to grace the ruined city of the Eldar with his presence. Here was glory. Here was divinity. Here was forgiveness for his sins and failures. He had not witnessed such beauty since the triumph of Ulanor, when the Emperor had gathered his sons to announce his return to Terra and the ascension of Horus as War Master. Sanguinius had been there, pure and radiant. Sanguinius. The name cracked the surface thoughts of Ahriman. It brought other memories to the fore, images of madness and ruin, of blood-stained wings and fratricide. It brought the hatred and betrayal, and it brought the hideous truth, and with that truth the beautiful lie was gone. The glamour shattered, and the true form of Raffen the Kinslayer was revealed to Ahriman, and to the Blood Angel himself. The pale twisted face of the Chaos Lord contorted in a snarl of rage. He raised his spear, now radiating baleful crimson light and psychic corruption. Enraged by the breaking of his glamour, Raffen struck at Ahriman with the spear of Telesto. All of the exile's psychic defenses could not protect him from the relic's power, and the spear cut a deep gash in his armor and his chest, spraying his blood and sending him flying backwards before crashing into the ground, breathing with difficulty, the psychic poison of the spear eating at his very soul. If Raffen had struck down Ahriman at that moment, the exile would have perished, and all hope might have been lost. But the Dark Prince was betrayed by the very hunger he had used to corrupt the Ninth Legion into his service. Rather than move for the kill, Raffen could not help himself and lick the blood of Ahriman upon the spear of Telesto's blade. Rich with psychic power and regrets 10,000 years old, Ahriman's Vitis sent the Kinslayer into the throes of ecstasy. Never before had he tasted blood as potent. It was then, as Raffen was caught in the stolen recollections of the exile's odyssey through the webway, that salvation came for Azek Ahriman. For a fraction of a second, the Black Library itself flashed into existence above Ayan Reich, and its gates opened, delivering a single warrior onto the battlefield. The warrior descended towards the two space marines like a fiery angel from the heavens, hallowed in golden and purple psychic flames. The ground beneath Raffen and Ahriman shook with the strength of the impact, and from the crater rose one that had long been thought lost. Ahriman did not know the identity of his savior, but Raffen recognized her, and shrieked in pain and horror as he beheld Ephrael Stern, the demon fuge. That's a weird thing. Ephrael Stern, the demony fuge. The thrice-born, the martyred daughter, the abomination, the bane of Slaanesh. By those names and many more is Stern known, as they all speak of the terrible destiny that has hung over her since she has been born. Ephrael's mother was a pilgrim to one of the Imperium's shrine worlds, Antigon's Harbor. The woman became pregnant on her way and pledged her unborn daughter to the service of the Adeptus Sororitas if the birth went well. Ephrael was born within the holy temple her mother had sacrificed everything to reach, and while she survived the birth, her mother did not. The infant was taken in by the Schola Progenium within the holy temple. Her mother had... what was it? Okay, and I have to do this again. The infant was taken in by the Schola Progenium and raised with the expectation that in time she would fulfill her mother's promise. For the woman had vowed to the God Emperor himself and the religious populace of Antigon's Harbor would not dare to break such a vow, even if they were not the ones who made it. Among those inquisitors who study her past now, there are those who claim to have uncovered records of Antigon's harbors, indicating that many seers and astropaths on the planet reacted to her birth violently. But such was the religious fever on Antigon's Harbor that the truth of their trances was almost lost immediately. Every record made through the twin-tinted glass of fanatical devotion to the God Emperor. During her youth, Ephrael displayed the mix of devotion to the Imperial Creed, ruthlessness, and raw potential that drew the eyes of recruiters from several Imperial organizations, including, it is said, the Holy Ordos themselves. But the oath under which she lived meant that, from the beginning, she was fated to join the Sisters of Battle. Eventually, she became a member of the Order of the Holy Seal and took her vow on Terra itself, along with several hundred other novices. Due to her exemplary service, she rose to the exalted position of seraphim in but a few years. And for many heretics, the sight of Ephrael descending from the skies to bring the emperor's retribution was their last. She was eventually promoted to Sister Superior and was already being considered for the rank of Palatine when the mission that would change her destiny called her to the world of Parnis. Parnis was a desert world, where the only human presence was that of the small coven of the Order of the Blessed Equerry. The non-militant order of Adeptus Sororitas belonged to the Order's Pronatus, tasked with the discovery and recovery of holy relics. The Order of the Blessed Equerry was a small one, founded to study texts recovered from the Age of Apostasy, in the hope of locating some of the many relics that had been lost during the time of Vandir's reign of blood. For nigh 300 years, the Sisters of the Blessed Equerry worked in near total isolation, only sending periodic reports to their superiors in the ecclesiarchy. Then, without warning, all the reports stopped. Imperial records tell that on the year 651 of the 31st millennium, Ephrael Stern directed an expedition to Parnis to discover the reason behind this silence. She alone returned, broken and mad, whispering of terrible things and speaking dark prophecies, her memory of what had happened on Parnis gone. For nearly 4 years, she was held captive by her sisters, desperate to understand what had happened to her and what she had become. However, when she ripped another sister in half with her bare hands and slew the Slaneshi demon that emerged from the corpse, the Inquisition took an interest in her. Inquisitor Silas, Hand of the Ordo Hereticus, journeyed to Ophalia 7, where Stern had been assigned after taking her vows, and where she was now imprisoned. As the Inquisitor and his retinue arrived to the Covenant, the entire planet was suddenly attacked by a warband of the Ninth Legion. The Blood Angels had come, seeking to defile the Covenant and slay Ephrael. And with their coming, many more sisters revealed themselves as corrupted by the Dark Prince. The temple was stormed by battle, with Silas seeking to find and rescue Ephrael. The Inquisitor eventually found the sister, standing knee-deep in the bodies of corrupted sisters, and even those of 3 sons of Sanguinius. Together they escaped Ophalia 7, which was later condemned to exterminatus, to purge the taint of Slanesh from it, though the Blood Angels themselves were long gone by then. Silas brought Ephrael, who by that point had begun to regain her faculties, though not her memory, back to Parnis, determined to find out what had happened to cause all this. The journey there was tumultuous, the warp racked with storms, and the Dark Prince sought to destroy them. When they reached Parnis, the Inquisitor brought Ephrael and his retinue to the ruins of the Blessed Equerry's Covenant, the only structure on the entire planet. There they found the truth given to them by what had become one of the Order's members, a grotesque thing of living flesh, with the skinned faces of the sisters laid out on its surface, speaking endlessly the secrets that damned them. Silas, a psyker, was able to learn from these tormented spirits what had happened on Parnis. Years ago, the sisters uncovered the chaos artifacts among the treasure trove they had been assigned to study. Knowing that the degree of study that had been revealed the artifact's corruption was already enough to damn them. The sisters decided to learn all they could of the archenemy, in the hope that this knowledge would be used against it in the future. For years they worked, many of their number succumbing to the corruption of Slanesh, the dark god whose influence had created the artifacts. Eventually, these renegades, calling it the Screaming Cage... Eventually, these renegades managed to complete a ritual that summoned the powerful Keeper of Secrets, along with many lesser demons. The greater demons created the horror Silas and Stern beheld now, calling it the Screaming Cage. When Stern had first come to Parnis, her sisters had succumbed to the demon's lingering influence, forcing Stern to slaughter them all until she alone remained, wounded near upon death. The sisters of the Screaming Cage, however, healed her wounds, and through they brought her back from beyond death itself, so far was she gone. They then sent her away before the Keeper sensed her presence and came for her. But now, with allies at her side to defend her, the Sisters of the Screaming Cage could complete their work. They whispered to Silas and Ephrael, telling them how, in its arrogance, the Keeper of Secrets had compelled their breaking. Their spirits, though tormented near insanity, still held all the dark lore their order had gathered on the Dark Prince Slaanesh. And more importantly, they were still pure, for the demon had devoured the souls of all among them who had fallen to its influence. And so it was that, with Silas and his retinue holding back the demonic horde that soon manifested when the Keeper of Secrets, Asteroth, sensed their intrusion, Ephrael's stern was reforged. The Screaming Cage poured all of their dark knowledge of chaos, and Slaanesh in particular, into her, and the power of that knowledge remade her very soul. Ultimately, as Asteroth itself emerged from the warp, Silas gave his life to unleash an attack powerful enough to banish the greater demons and its minions, and destroy the entirety of the Covenant as well. Only Ephrael survived, sent away by the Inquisitor, who sensed, despite his initial misgivings, that her destiny lay not with the dark gods. She had become a living repository of knowledge, the strengths and weaknesses of the Dark Prince inscribed onto her very soul. So was she born for a second time. After several months of errands in the desert, Ephrael was found by a patrol of the Iron Warriors, answering the distress call of Silas's ship, sent in the moment before it had been destroyed by the demons manifesting aboard it as part of Astaroth's assault. They brought Ephrael back to the Inquisition, thinking that she would be tested, and if proved untainted, return to her duties. But the Inquisition's ways are dark ones indeed, and the Inquisitors saw her as a potential tool in their war against the ruinous powers, not as a human being and a servant of the Golden Throne. Warned by visions of Silas's ghosts of her fate, should she fall into their hands, Ephrael escaped. It is said that her fourth Legion keepers did not search very hard for her, for they had learned just what awaited her in the hands of the Ordos, and Ephrael had helped them fight off demonic incursions aboard their vessels during the trip to the Inquisitorial stronghold, displaying all the bravery of a true warrior. So was Ephrael Stern lost to the Inquisition, wandering in the dark places of the Imperium. During that exile, Ephrael met an Eldar known only as the Pariah. Once a member of the Black Library's defenders, he had been cast out by his brethren, and would only be redeemed for his sins against them by bringing Ephrael to them. The Pariah brought Ephrael through the webway, but again, the newly named Demonifugi, was targeted by a chaos ploy. The Blood Angels who wandered the webway in search of a path into Eldar craft worlds had been gathered to hunt her, and they captured both her and the Pariah. They plotted to feast slowly on the blood of the Eldar. Ephrael's own vitae, like her very presence, was poison to them, and the sons of Sanguinius planned to kill her in a grand sacrifice to Slaanesh. Before they could proceed, however, they were attacked by no less than 3 factions of the Inquisition, all of which had foretold Ephrael's importance and sought to use her in their own plans. Amidst the confusion, Ephrael and the Pariah escaped, but Ephrael, witnessing fellow Imperial agents turn on one another in order to be the ones to seek it, decided that this was enough. She would not live as a reason for the servants of the God Emperor to kill each other. And so, before the horrified eyes of the Pariah, she tore her own heart out, in full sight of the assembled combatants. The fight died out immediately. The Blood Angels had long since been defeated by that point. The Pariah vanished before the Inquisition could capture or kill him, and upon examining Ephrael's body, the Grey Knights who had accompanied one of the factions could find nothing unusual about it. Therefore, it was decided by the Inquisitors, all of whom were feeling quite foolish about their own behavior, would go on to become voices of unity in the divided Holy Ordos, that Ephrael Stern would be granted a proper burial on consecrated ground. 3 months later, the site of Ephrael's tomb became the location of yet another battle between the Imperium and the forces of the arch-enemy. Thousands of Imperial faithful fell, giving their lives against the tide of the Raven Guard's mutant armies. Then, as the walls of the mausoleum turned fortress broke, the ancient tombstone cracked, and Ephrael's stern emerged, alive once more, radiating power that was anathema to all disciples of the dark gods. Before the eyes of Silas's apprentice, Inquisitor Zahariel, Ephrael unleashed the full power of the demon Fuji, for the first time. The sons of Korax, leading the mutated host, retreated in terror, while their armies burned in holy fire around them, corruption suddenly bursting into flames. Zahariel, believing Ephrael was an out-of-control psyker at best, and another chaos abomination at worst, tried to kill her, going as far as to employ the Kuleus assassins he had brought with him. But Ephrael resisted even the soul-draining power of the Kuleus, turning him to dust with but a touch. She then called out to the pariah who had been watching over her tomb, knowing her destiny was not complete yet. The last imperial record of Ephrael Stern is her words to Zahariel before entering the webway with the pariah. She told him that the two of them were on the same side, the side of opposing chaos, and this was why she was sparing his life. Nonetheless, Zahariel swore that he would find her one day and learn the truth of his master's fate from her, no matter what he has to do. For all her blessings and dark lore, even Ephrael wasn't able to confront the spear of Telesto's power. Rafen raised his weapon, and its energy swarmed the Thriceborn, locking her in place, even as they failed to penetrate her psychic hollow. Wherever a bolt of sorcerer's lightning that was stirring their sides struck the ground, the broken stone of Ayan Lirak were transmuted into dark crystals. And whenever the crystal was struck in turn, it pulsed and grew, absorbing the spear's energy. Perhaps in time, Rafen and Ephrael would both have been trapped by this strange material, locked in perpetual conflict as their powers clashed. But Ahriman had recovered from the spear's strike and rose to his feet. The exile had burned off the corruption, incinerating part of his own body to stop its spread. One of his hearts was gone, but he had been able to close the flesh over the wound, and even to seal together the pieces of his armor. The pain was terrible, of course, and the hasty healing likely meant that Ahriman would never be able to fully recover from the injury. But his true weapon had never been his body. It had always been his mind, both for its psychic powers and the knowledge it contained. Ahriman had seen the Spear of Telesto in action before, during a joint compliance with the Blood Angels. Twisted as the weapon had become, its core principles were still the same. The exile brandished his staff and, with a telepathic sending to the mysterious female who could somehow defy the powers of Slanesh, he acted. The false light burned at his soul. It stabbed at his mind, at his resolve. It dredged childhood emotions from his memory and sent sensations he had never known coursing through his nerves, causing pleasure and agony in equal measures. It whispered sensual nothings and shouted the truths of the universe. It promised him death, immortality, and everything in between, everything he desired and everything he dreaded to relish and abhor. Lies, all of it, lies and deceit. The madness of a false god speaking with a voice it had stolen from the angel it had broken and ruined in its attempts to claim him, not realizing it would destroy that which made the angel so great a prize in the first place. Ahriman would not fall, would not succumb. He had been where the Dark Prince services led. He saw it even now in the twisted, once noble features of the warrior who held the spear. Instead, he fought and pushed the brunt of the spear's attack away from the female warrior. She rose, her sword flaring in her hands. Though she had faced the full onslaught Ahriman was now struggling to contain, she appeared none the worse for wear. Her aura was shining with confidence and determination, with faith. This was the source of the golden light that was fused with the purple fire, the expression of her own psychic powers. Ahriman recognized the golden light also, though he had no idea how this woman had come to possess an aura so close to that of the Emperor himself. In the end, though, it did not matter. "In the God Emperor's name," declared the woman, her voice full of an executioner's solemnity, "I, Ephrael Stern, daughter of the Master of Mankind and Bane of Chaos, declare you guilty. Thrice are you damned, by your blood, by your deeds, and your beliefs. Face now your rightful punishment." "No," screamed the Blood Angel, Raphin. Ahriman could read his name now, written in gold upon his chest plate. "I am Slanesh's chosen. I will not fall like this." The son of Sanguinius brought up the spear of Telesto to parry the woman's downward strike. The blow hit the spear's haft, then, incredibly, it kept going, cutting through the priceless but corrupted archaeotech and stabbing deep within the Blood Angel's chest. There was a pause as Ephrael ripped her blade free of the flesh of her foe. Instead of looking at her, the gaze of the Chaos Lord focused on something behind Ahriman, and the exile sensed his sudden shock. "Stele," the warlord began, before Ephrael's flaming sword descended again and severed his head from his shoulders. When Ahriman glanced at where the Blood Angel had been looking, he saw nothing, only more ancient ruins, now covered with fresh cracks from the battle. Before he could think any more of that mystery, his instincts screamed at him, and his sixth sense immediately told him why. Terrible energies were gathering in the broken pieces of the spear of Telesto, reaching a critical point. Acting on reflex alone, he barely had time to reach, pull Ephrael behind him, and raise a kinetic barrier around him before the shattered relic detonated. An eruption of eldritch fire obliterated Raphan's corpses. The ties of blood between brother legionnaires are strong, and in no legion are they stronger than in the accursed ninth. When Raphan died, every Blood Angel fighting in Aenrach felt it. So filled with the power of the spear was he. In the grotesque repetition of the death of Sanguinius at the walls of the Imperial Palace, they wailed and twitched, sharing in their lord's death throes. Vampire Marines plummeted from the air, crashing gracelessly in the ruins below. The Eldar defenders of the Black Library seized the opportunity at once. The counterattack drove their leaderless Chaos Marines before them, and the Neverborn host, already disorganized by the banishment of the Mask, broke along with their Astartes allies. In moments, what had been a desperate battle to defend all of reality from the Dark Prince turned into a glorious triumph, and the Sea of Souls trembled from the displeasure of Slaanesh. The grand army that should have secured the youngest god's ascension was slaughtered, its members rushing towards the few portals and webway tunnels that remained open, putting themselves at the non-existent mercy of the children of Isha. As an Eldar army finished the destruction of the Slaaneshi host, the White Seers directed another group of Harlequins towards the site of Ahriman and Ephrael's battle against Raphan. The followers of the Laughing God dug the two Imperials out of the rubble beneath which they had been buried by the spear's explosion, finding them protected by a kinetic shield. During that time, Ahriman and Ephrael had talked, exchanging their stories. The exile told the Demon Fugi of his quest to find the Black Library, feeling compelled to reveal the truth of the 15 Legions curse and what he had done in his desperation to stop it. Ephrael repaid this trust by telling him of her own trials, of the dark knowledge that dwelled within her mind, and of the weight of destiny that she too felt upon her shoulders. A strange sense of camaraderie formed between them, for they had both been born as humans, but had become much more through the meandering of fate, and both bore heavy burdens. On a more prosaic level, they were also the only humans in Aenrach, surrounded by Eldar forces. They had to stick together, if only out of instinct and well-ingrained Imperial habit, especially since neither of them had encountered a friendly human in a long time. The Harlequins brought the two Imperials to the Black Library, flying towards the top of the mystical stairway that rose from the ruins of Ayn Rach aboard an Eldar transport. Above them, the gates of the Black Library flickered into existence as they approached and opened once more, again only long enough for them to pass through. And then they closed behind them with a thunderous sound and a shift in the aether that told Ahriman that they had passed the first layer of the wards that kept the library safe from the Dark God and their minions. Oh boy, this was one long sentence. Epheral had dwelled within the Black Library for many years, but even so she had only seen a fraction of what lay behind its walls. Though the White Seers knew her to be a powerful enemy of their greatest adversary, they had little knowledge of her true destiny. Ancient prophecies spoke of the demon Phagi's coming, but they were vague even by the standards of such things. The only thing that the White Seers could agree upon, where Stern was concerned, was that she would play an important part in Rachna Dandra, the final battle against Chaos. And so Epheral had spent her time in the Black Library, training, going endlessly to the routines she had learned during her time as a Sister of Battle. She had also learned how to use her psychic gifts from Eldar experts. The White Seers brought to the Black Library, after having made them sworn oaths of secrecy so potent they no longer remembered having ever gone to the Black Library once they had left it and returned to their people. Epheral had not been a gifted pupil in that regard. She still regarded her own psychic talents with distrust, her mind shaped by the conditioning of the Adepta Sororitas and her own experience with the demonic. But even if she would never be a true battle psyker, she could use her power to devastating effect all the same, as she had proven this day with the destruction of the Chaos Lord Raffin. Her control over her abilities came from instinct, not study, and she focused her mind through her devotion to the God Emperor. The Thrice-Born told all of this to Ahriman as they crossed the final stretch of Ahriman's 10,000 years long journey. Upon learning from the sister of how much time had passed in the galaxy since he had entered the Webway, the exile had been shocked, though not nearly as much as by the changes in the Imperium Epheral had merely hinted at. The kingdom of reason and order Ahriman and his legion had fought to build had become ruled by superstition and tyranny, with those psychically gifted persecuted for the threat their presence posed. War on all fronts against many foes had stretched the strength of the legion's thin. The Imperial Guard fought on thousands of worlds, its soldiers dying by the billion, simply to hold on to what already belonged to the Imperium, rather than to expand its borders further. The iron cages still kept the full might of the traitor legions contained within the Eye of Terror and the Ruin Storm, but warbands still found hidden paths out of their prisons, preying upon the Emperor's subjects. The Ecclesiarchy, and Ahriman had difficulties accepting that the worship of the Emperor as a god had risen to such level, let alone that had become one of the Imperium's pillars of stability, was constantly fighting for the soul of mankind, beset by the heresy and corruption. The picture of the galaxy painted by Epheral's tale was a grim one, and Ahriman knew that the Thrice-Born had only a limited knowledge of current events. What other horrors had happened that she did not know about? Of the 1,000 Suns, she knew only that they endured in their service to the Golden Throne, their numbers forever smaller than that of the other Space Marine legions, their powers whispered of in dread by Imperial soldiers. A better fate than what would have happened had the flesh change continued to afflict them, but not the one Ahriman had wanted for his legion when he had set upon the path that had ended in the Rubik's casting. Was this the result of his actions then? Had he succeeded in preserving his brothers from the curse, rather than replace it with his own? How different would the galaxy be? With the power of the 15th Legion, even without its Primarchs to lead it, the influence of its scholars, how much more of the Great Crusade's dream could have been preserved? These questions danced in his mind, impossible to answer, taunting him with flickering images of what could have been. Ahriman finally pushed aside these thoughts when the group reached the entrance of the Black Library. Whatever might have been did not matter anymore. Here at last was the place where he would find what he needed to make what was into what he desired. Within the Black Library's lore would be the means to undo the rubric, to restore his ashen brothers, and to shield them from the flesh change forever. The means to make things right at long, long last. It required all of his self-control to not run out of the gunship when they landed, and instead walk out calmly, side by side with the Harlequins dancing around as they escorted them further. The group had arrived in a grand hall, its walls holding many warp portals leading to other sections of the Black Library, and awaiting them were the 3 White Seers, and something else, something that had no place here, but was there all the same. It had been a long road, reflected the thing down in the archives of Titan as the Changeling. Rarely had it needed so much time to perform the task appointed to it by the Great Mutator. But this was the most important mission, whose repercussions would echo far and wide onto eternity. It required dedication. It required cunning. More than that, it required inspiration. The first phase of significance it had taken had been that of the traitor, Stele, who had turned from the changer of ways and succumbed to the decadent, weakling song of the Lord of Pleasure and Pain. It had come to Stele during his flight from the wrath of the corpse god's servants, rising from the dregs of his ship, and approached him in the guise of his steward, the man responsible for providing all the luxuries his master so craved. He had made sure Stele knew before he died that even in his betrayal, he had still served the greater designs of Tzeentch. That had been the traitor's punishment, and his reward, before he had consumed his essence so completely. Even the Dark Prince himself had not noticed the replacement. Then it had worn the face of Stele for years upon years, longer than nearly any other disguise had ever assumed. It had been amusing to play the 2 brothers against one another, to weave lies in the mind of the Winged One after a subtle spell had caused the mutation slumbering in his blood to blossom. When the wingless angel had slain the Winged One, it had to flee into the depths of the ship in order to hide its hilarity at the whole situation, masking it as Steel's rage at the destruction of his chosen warlord. It had led the angels to the spear, knowing it must be found in the end, for the Dark Prince would not allow such power to remain unused by the time of the Great Change. Then it had accompanied them in their search for the Black Library, and had worked to delay their quest as much as it dared without breaking its cover or drawing the ire of the spear's wielder. For such was its power, even it would have nothing before it. For decades it had made the scions of the false martyr walk the paths of the webway and circle until the appointed time. Without its interference, they would have reached Ironrock long ago, and the secrets of the Black Library would already serve the Dark Prince, where it simply could not be allowed. Only Tzeentch had any claim to the Black Library's power, for he was master of all the arcane. But where the Profligate One sought to break open its walls with his armies, the Architect of Fate knew better, and sought to claim it by ruse, letting his rival exert himself in vain. Now Raffen was dead, and again the Changeling had made sure he had known how he had been manipulated before his demise. This time it had not hidden its presence, and it knew that the court of Slaanesh was filled with its dread master's fury. Already, legions of demons were marching from the dominion of the Dark Prince towards the Crystal Labyrinth, intended on punishing Tzeentch for his interference. It had known it would happen, and it knew Tzeentch cared not, so long as its mission was successful. Victory in the great game was worth any temporary annoyance. Soon, Slaanesh would be forced to kneel before the God of Change. After the death of Raffen, and more importantly the destruction of the spear, he had finally shed the disguise of Ramius Stele, discarding the last trace of the man's existence, letting it dissolve into oblivion without so much as a final whisper. While the Harlequins had been busy digging out The two fate-touched humans, he had taken the face of one of them and returned to the Black Library along with the corpses of the fallen servants of the Laughing God. The wards of the library would surely have detected it had they not been weakened and shaken by months of assault by the Slaaneshi sorcerers Ahriman had destroyed upon his arrival. It had all fitted together quite magnificently, a scheme worthy of Tzeentch. Inside the library, it had needed to be careful, but it was well experienced in such things, and it had found its last face, the one it wore now. Making the final preparations for his meeting with Azek Ahriman, he had taken no chance, had not revealed his presence or tormented its victim. There had been no time for such indulgences, and the powers of the White Seers were a threat even to one such as it is. They were given time to react. Instead, he had simply slid a dagger into his heart and emerged from his chamber wearing his face, all in silence. Lord Ahriman, it said in the voice of the White Seer who had been chosen by his peers to speak with the exile, we thank you for your assistance in the destruction of the force besieging the library. Without your help, it would have taken much more time and the lives of many of our allies before the servants of She Who Thirsts had been defeated, if they could have been vanquished at all. Ahriman nodded silently. His self-control was extraordinary. Even the changeling's senses could only pick up the faintest hints of emotional turmoil hidden within. We know why you have come to us, it continued, though your path was long and difficult. You seek the means to undo what you perceive as your greatest failure, to restore your legions to its former strength. That is a goal we share, for dark times are ahead, and all will be needed in the battles to come against the forces of the great enemy. Indeed, time is too short for you to spend decades searching our halls for that which you seek, and so we have prepared it for you. The changeling took a tome from his robes, an exact copy of the one the White Seers had actually prepared for the exile. This tome is psychically sensitive. Take it, and the knowledge within will pour into your mind, and you will know how to restore your lost brothers, and how to perfect the rubric. It was quite proud of it all, really. Here at the end, this most beautiful of deceptions would require no lie, for it was speaking the truth. The tome did contain the knowledge to remake the rubric, to free his brothers from their undeath, and restore his legion's glory. But by the time Ahriman had assimilated the knowledge, the other workings within the tome would have transformed him, reforged his mind and soul into what he had always been destined to be, before his Primarch had turned his back on the gift of Tzeentch. Ahriman would become the vector of the great mutator's will, the agent through which they would conquer the Black Library from within. This accursed daughter of the Anathema would be the first to die, or perhaps she would be captured and made to serve the will of Tzeentch as well. Any event past the taking of the tome by Ahriman was still to be decided. After the Black Library had fallen and Ahriman had claimed his rightful place as the chosen of Tzeentch, they would leave and reunite with the Thousand Suns, now under the control of Zahariel, with the armies of the Rubricae shaped in Tzeentch's image and the relics and lore of the Black Library. They would conquer the galaxy in the name of the Great Mutator. Once again, the 15th Legion would bring illumination to the galaxy, this time in the true God's name. The Changeling knew that, in time, Ahriman would come to appreciate the humor of it all. The exile made to take the tome, clueless as to the damnation awaiting him. But before his fingers touched it, the air next to them shimmered and tore open, revealing another place where the designs of Tzeentch were about to reach fruition. It showed the Sanctum of Magnus on Terathalion, where the body of the Crimson King laid in state, surrounded by tens of thousands of his undead sons. It showed the war spilling into that holy place, and the Lord of Change, Zahariel, ascending the steps of Magnus's pyramid, its beady eyes locked onto the Primarch's slumbering form. The Changeling cursed, recognizing the power that could act within the Black Library without difficulty. The laughing god was trying to interfere, to turn Ahriman away from his assigned path, and it was working. "Father," Ahriman shouted, his voice filled with horror, and he made for the portal. "Lord Ahriman," it called out in alarm. "The tome, before you go to your Primarch's side, you must take the tome, or it will all have been for nothing." Ahriman stopped and turned back towards the changeling. Slowly his hand reached the tome. Yes, it thought. So close now. The plan could still work, despite the fool's interference. There would be change to the great design, of course. Ahriman could not be prevented from passing through the portal. Not anymore. But Tzeentch revealed in such alterations. One moment's weakness, one surge of pride, one wish for centuries of wandering and solitude not to have been in vain, and he would have taken and he would take the tome, and then... "I see you now," said Ahriman, his voice calm and cold as the world's frozen gas that turned around its stars. The changeling heard its death in that voice. "I see you, demon." Before he could react, Ahriman's hand hovering above the tome had turned into a fist, and that fist rammed into the changeling's face, sending it flying across the room. The tome fell to the ground, and as soon as it left the demon's grip, its physical form began to devolve, the mutagenous energies within no longer contained. With a snarl, Ahriman released a stream of white-hot fire from his hand and obliterated the gift of Tzeentch from existence. Behind him, the Demifugi drew her blade, while the 3 other White Seers retreated, raising their hands and speaking words of warding and containment that burned at its essence. The Harlequins drew their own weapons, spreading out in half circles. Ahriman gestured for them all to stay back and marched towards the changeling. Already was losing its hold on the White Seer, reverting to the shrouded, hooded shape it assumed when all other disguises failed it. It looked up at Ahriman, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Where before there had been doubt and a desperate need to make things right, there was now a bright fire of conviction and resolve, ignited by the sight of Magnus's peril. "I will never serve your master," spat the exile. "I will never serve chaos. You shrouded my mind with your lies, with the temptations of personal power and glory. But I see clearly now. You have betrayed yourself," mumbled the changeling in a chorus of 100 different voices. "You spent so long seeking this power, and now at the end you turn away from it? Why? Because it will do harm to your brothers? Your brothers are dead, Azek. All of them. All that remains are the descendants, whose minds are so different from your own, you will never recognize them as the sons of Magnus, if not for their armor." "You understand nothing," said Ahriman. "I never sought the power for myself. Everything I did for my legion, for my father, for my brothers, and if I have to sacrifice everything I am and everything I have accomplished to save them, then I shall do so gladly." This is wrong," shrieked the changeling. Why would you do this?" "Because that is what it means to be a space marine," replied Ahriman, before crushing the changeling's head with his staff. Badass. After the changeling's destruction, Ahriman immediately made for the portal, but was interrupted by a new arrival in the chamber. A shadow seer, identical in aspect to the one who had given his life to save Ahriman from the spear of Telesto's fury. But Ahriman recognized the figure's aura. This was the one who had led him through the webway on the occasions where he had lost his path completely and was close to succumbing to despair. He had a strong idea of what it was, and the reaction of the Harlequin confirmed it. They fell to their knees before the figure, as did the White Seers a moment after. Only Ahriman and Zahariel remained standing before the avatar of the laughing god. The avatar advanced towards Ahriman, moving with imposing grace. Without knowing why, Ahriman bent the knee, so that his face was level with that of the divine projection. The laughing god placed one hand on each side of Ahriman's helmet, and the exile's mind was filled with images, words, and concepts that he could not yet understand, but that burned themselves into his eldritch memory. waiting to be called upon and used. This is the gift of the Black Library. Not the knowledge you want, but that which you need. When Ahriman opened his eyes, again, the Shadow Seer was gone, and the portal remained. The exile stood and waited in his march and was joined in his march by Ephrael. When the White Seers called out to the Demon Fugi, she told him that she followed the will of the God Emperor, and she could not believe he would not want her to go to the help of his son. Ahriman welcomed her at his side, for already he knew what he must do on the other side, and that Zahariel had laid low his gene-sire in ages past would be more than he could handle alone. And as all eyes watched the two champions of the Imperium pass through the portal that had been opened by the last free true god of the ancient Eldar pantheon, none noticed a figure emerge from another portal into the hall, farthest from the gathering, nor did they see the two burdens the figure carried. A small bundle filled with ancient tablets, and a single tear-shaped ruby. The figure turned towards another portal, one whose runes of warding were marred by a single invisible crack barely more than a few molecules wide, created months ago by a sorcerer's assault of unusual strength. The figure touched the crack and vanished. The portal led Ahriman and Ephrael directly within the Sanctum of Magnus on Terathalion. It did so in blatant defiance of distance and the words that protected the 15 Legion's most precious location. Though most of these words had been destroyed by Zahariel the Everwatcher, so that he could set foot within the tomb of the Crimson King, Sister of Battle and former First Captain emerged on the stairs leading to the top of Magnus's pyramid, further up from the greater demon whose presence despoiled this holy ground. Zahariel neared when Ahriman crossed the portal, but froze in shock when Ephrael did. Clearly, despite the changeling's breakdown at Ahriman's refusal to claim the corrupt tome, the Court of Change had anticipated that possibility, but it seemed the coming of the Demon Fugi had not been part of the plan. "Go to your sire," said Ephrael, her gaze fixed on the winged demon, her aura flickering with psychic fire. "I will hold this fiend at bay while you perform your task." It hurt Ahriman's pride to turn his back on the creature that was responsible for so much of the harm his legion had suffered over the millennia, but he knew that she was right. With a nod and a pulse of gratitude, he began to climb the last steps of the pyramid, knowing what awaited for him at the top, but unsure whether or not he was ready to face it. For the first time in 10,000 years, Ahriman beheld his father. Even in slumber, Magnus was majestic, projecting an aura of power and wisdom. His chest rose and fell with regularity, and it seemed as if he might wake up at any time. But Ahriman knew better. The soul of his Primarch was gone, the body preserved from death only by his latent power, and the enhancements laid across the bier upon which it rested. With a monumental effort of will, Ahriman cast aside his emotions, and holding his staff in both hands, he began to speak the words granted to him by the laughing god. Lower on the pyramid, Ephrael's stern faced Zahariel. The greater demon had paused in its advance, considering the demon Fugi warily. "You should not be here," said the Everwatcher. "Your place is elsewhere in the great tapestry. Your presence here is an anomaly. Turn back now, little one. Leave, and I will spare you. Your deceptions cannot trick me, demon. I will stop you and put an end to your schemes." "There is nothing you can do to stop me," snarled the greater demon. "I am Tzeentch's chosen champion. The power that makes you anathema to the children of Slaanesh will not abide you against me. I am the hand of fate itself, the doom of Primarch." It says Primarch, not Primarchs. "The doom of Primarch. I cannot be defeated." "Liar," said Ephrael softly, through the blood dripping from her mouth. Then she spoke louder, and it seemed the very walls of the sanctum shook with the strength of her voice. "Liar!" She advanced towards the demon, slowly, blade held low, and Zahariel stepped back, staring at her with something akin to dread and incomprehension in his beady eyes. The blood from her wound was vanishing, turning into golden dust, while the rents in her armor were repairing themselves. Her eyes beamed with psychic light of colors that did not belong to the materium. "There is no place for you here," she declared, "nor is there anywhere else. You are not belied in the seat. You do not belong into this universe, nor any other. You and all your kind are a plague, a cancer onto reality. You have hurt us all for far too long, but this will end." The demon Fuji raised her sword, and it flared with golden light. "We will purge your darkness," she shouted, her voice clear and loud, ringing with the sound of true angelic wrath. "We will free ourselves from your corruption. In nomine Imperator Deus." Nice. The golden light of fate battled the darkness of rampant change, the two forces holding each other in check while around them. The entire sanctum trembled from the unleashed energies. Zahariel roared in disbelief as his power was held back, matched by that of the demon Fuji. "I will destroy you. I will make dust of your dreams and burn your ideals to ash." "I know where and how I die," replied the Pharaoh, her voice straining under the efforts of keeping the greater demons and holy sorcery at bay. "You are not the one to kill me, demon." As Ahriman recited the words of the Eldar ritual and the Pharaoh battled the Everwatcher, the war between order and chaos spilled to the rest of the sanctum. Ragnar Blackmane, the young king, led the forces of the Black Crusade through the threshold of the sanctum, following the greater demon that had abandoned them to focus on his true mission, the destruction of Magnus, and the corruption of the rubric-stricken Thousand Sons. Blackmane expected this attack to be a slaughter, as his forces tore apart the immobile statue-like Astartes and offered up their souls to Khorne, his divine patron. But he was wrong. One servant of the Emperor remained to stand against him. Iskadar Canyon, battered and wounded near unto death by Zahariel, but resurrected from his demise by Maddox the Undying. Though his weapon had been broken by the Everwatcher, the scourge of the wolf stood defiantly against the horde of Ragnar. The fire of Indicta, new-born power of retribution, coursed through his veins and his soul. Its hold reinforced by Canyon's renewed conviction upon seeing Ahriman and Pharaoh arrive. Even though he despised Ahriman for his arrogance and his unwilling destruction of the Legion, he knew him to be a true servant of the Emperor, and the mighty one at that. And the Pharaoh Stern, well, he had met her once, several centuries ago, and they had parted as allies, perhaps even as friends. Her presence boded well indeed. Moments ago, Canyon had thought all hope was lost, but now it had returned, and he would fight until the end to protect it, fragile though it may be. He stood alone as the slaves of ruin charged towards him, laughing and shouting oaths to their malevolent gods. And then, for a second time in minutes, a miracle occurred. They laughed as they charged, for he stood alone, and there were hundreds of them. Space wolves, dark angels, debased cultists, and Xenos mercenaries. They laughed because he held no weapon, and because the wounds Zahariel had inflicted upon him were still visible. His chestplate was rent, his armor black colored by his own blood. Even those who recognized him laughed, for they thought this was their chance to lay low a lord of the Thousand Sons while he was crippled from fighting their betters, and earn great glory with little risk. But they were wrong. He was far from weak, and he was not alone. "Brothers," he called out, his voice speaking for Vindicta itself, "rise, rise from the slumber of ages. Rise and defend yourselves from those who despoil our homeworld." For one terrible second, there was nothing. Then the suit of armor to his right, empty, but for the handful of dust that was all that remained of the son of Magnus that had worn it in life, twitched. Then the rubrica moved. He turned to face the Chaos Army, raised his bolter, and fired. The gun did not fire a physical shell, but a bolt of psychic pale fire that caught a dark angel in the chest and sent him crashing to the ground. Then another Rubrica opened fire, and another, and another, and another, until there were thousands of them turning from the Pyramid of Magnus to battle those who had dared to invade their Primarch's sanctuary. Their eye lenses blazed with a light that belonged to no color mortal eyes could see, and they fought in complete silence, except for Canyon, who was laughing at the center of it all, laughing for the first time in 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, where was it? Yes, the 15th Legion had hidden those of its members who failed to withstand the rubric. With their bodies turned to dust, their minds destroyed, and their souls reduced to the tiniest flickers, they still heed the commands of their brethren, but could no longer think and act by their own. There had been those who had advocated using the so-called Rubricae on the battlefield, claiming that the sons of the Thousand Sons needed all the military power they could get, and that there was little practical difference between a Rubrica and a battle brother from other legions, at least when it came to holding the line. They had been denied, of course. The leaders of Thousand Sons knew that such a move would reveal the truth of the rubric to the wider Imperium. The initial decision to hide the rubric's true cost had occurred not long after the heresy, when the Imperial Creed was still being forged in the crucible of merciless wars of fate between the churches of the God Emperor. Back then, the Legion's leadership had feared that some of these religious factions would denounce them as abominations should the truth leak out. Should that come to pass, the Corvide among them foretold that the Legion would be destroyed, or worse. The seers refused to speak of what dreaded futures they had witnessed, but their haunted Mayan convinced their brothers to heed their counsel and keep the truth of the rubric a secret. Even if these unknown worst-case scenarios were avoided, while the Grey Knights and the Inquisition's highest ranks already knew the spell held no corruption, the rest of the Imperium would still react to the revelation with yet greater fear of the 15th Legion. Recruitment, already a problem for the Thousand Sons, would become even more difficult, and though no son of Magnus would say it out loud, another reason for the continued hiding in the rubric was shame. Shame for the imperfection in their gene seed that allowed the great mutator purchase upon them, and shame at their failure to counter the curse of the flesh change as their Primarch had. Ever were the sons of Magnus prideful, but greatest of all was the shame of having all but killed their own brothers, a shame that had nothing to do with pride. Canyon had not been present for these arguments, but he could imagine them well, and he agreed with the ultimate decision that had been made, to hide the rubric from sight, putting them to serve as the silent watchers of their slumbering Primarch. However, with the Sanctum breached and the silent brothers directly threatened, the time for secrecy was over. No single Thousand Son could hope to control so many rubric at once, but the Scourge of the Wolves did not need to. The visions Vindicta had shown the Heralds of Prospero was still vivid in his mind. The rubric, enslaved by the Changer of Ways, used a legion of chaos to bring ruin to the entire Prosperian dominion. He used his psychic gifts to share the rage and anguish the vision had caused him with the rubricae around him, infusing them with Vindicta's own power, so that they may move as if of their own volition. The chaos attack faltered as thousands of the previously immobile warriors opened fire on them. For the first time since the beginning of the Black Crusade, it was the invaders' turn to be outnumbered, and that was not a change they relished. Even the powers of retribution could not animate the tens of thousands of rubricae at once, but those it could were more than enough to slaughter the would-be despoilers of the 15th Legion sanctuary. Only Ragnar Blackmane himself was able to reach the Imperial lines, protected from the rubricae's etheric bolts by the favor of the Blood God and the power of the Axe of Mordkai. The young king had reclaimed the weapon from Logan Grimnar's headless corpse, and the demon within hungered for revenge against the ones who had slain its last master. Ragnar came at Canyon with the axe raised high, and the first herald stood his ground, despite holding no weapon himself. Though the Space Wolf could not see it, Iskadar was smiling under his helmet, for he knew what was about to happen. As the son of Rus crossed the last distance, separating him from the scourge of the wolves atop the pyramid of Magnus, Ahriman completed the spell imparted to him by the keepers of the Black Library. As his brother turned the wheel of fate once more, Kanyan was still laughing. There was madness all around him, the very substance of chaos. His soul was drowning in it, and every second he spent here was a battle to hold onto his sanity. It ate away at him like acid, trying to dissolve everything he was and return it into the raging storm from which his soul had been created. Yet this was merely the warp, the reflection of the material universe. This was not where his Primarch was, for Magnus would have escaped such a prison easily. Ahriman could see the abyss down which Zahariel's curse had thrown his father's spirit. It was a pit of the blackest despair, forged from every single moment of one of the Imperium subjects had simply given up. Forged from every single moment one of the Imperium subjects had simply given up. And here they were, the old enemies of reasons, the faces of the primordial truth. He will not return, declared the four, with voices born of the universe damnation. We will not let you. He will fall forever until he burns at last. The choice, replied Ahriman, with the calm of the condemned, is not yours. And he jumped into the abyss after his father, and the dark gods howled in rage. Fangs and claws tore his soul as he plunged deeper and deeper into the darkness. He could sense them, even if no mortal eye could ever hope to truly see them. Four terrible beasts, the malice of the universe rendered into vast, evil minds that knew nothing of mercy. They were all there for all that it had been a Zinchian scheme that had lost the Crimson King to his sons. Each of the four had its own reasons for hating the Cyclops, each its own reason to dread his return. His mind nearly shattered under the strain of their mere presence. But he was strong, and eventually the four terrible entities resolved into shapes his brain could comprehend. He had met them before. He had done this before. Once 10,000 years ago, he had delved into the realm of chaos, acting on the intuition of a loyal son and the wisdom of a civilian that had not needed hatred to survive Old Night. What he had been done before can be done again. What has been done before can be done again. The age-old aphorism gave him strength. He has saved Horus, and he will save Magnus. But he had not been alone when he has saved the War Master. There had been four great wolves with him, the four sons of Lupercal, who stood above even the rest of the illustrious 16th Legion. It had been together that they had rescued Horus from the grips of the ruinous powers. The nobility in their souls keeping the darkness at bay long enough for Ahriman to reach Horus and rouse the Primarch's own righteous fury and immense power. Now he was alone, and the pain in his soul was immense as the dark gods ripped at his essence, seeking to undo everything he was. No, Ahriman realized. I am not alone. The knowledge was in him, one last gift from the Black Library's keepers. Words older than the dark gods themselves, a legacy from a time before the galaxy had been rent asunder. Words that could reach beyond even the greatest of veils. He spoke them, and wove among them the names of those who had once been in his brothers indeed, if not in blood. And his call was answered. From the darkness 3 great wolves emerged, but these were not the corrupted, enslaved animals who had destroyed Prospero. These were the loyal wolves, the guardians of order and natural balance. Their bodies had long since perished in the material world, and their spirits had dissolved into the great sea, but their descendants remembered them. Statues of them stood across the Imperium, keeping watch over the kingdom that they had built and defended to the end. They were dead, but not forgotten, and their actions echoed eternal within the Imperium. It was upon these echoes that Ahriman called upon, restoring the spirit of the long departed for this one most glorious of tasks. It concerned him that only 3 had appeared, where there should have been 4, but 3 would be enough. In the psychic storm, the spirit beast appeared to be made of silver light, with their light burning with golden fire. The spirit beast appeared to be made of silver light, with their light burning with golden fire. Okay. Each was unique, yet they all shared an undeniable kinship as they charged at the monsters that were keeping at Magnus's soul beyond Ahriman's reach. The one with a scarred but noble face leapt at the dog-faced thing of brass and blood. The one who seemed to smile mockingly jumped for the throat of a bloated colossus of pestilent flesh and weeping sores, its claws staring into its rotten blubber with joyful abandon. And the third, whose claws shone with the light of righteous vengeance, simply stalked towards the androgynous avatar of perfect sensuality. And the creature reeled back as if suddenly remembering old wounds. Then the wolf flung himself towards it, and it screamed in agony and outrage as the hero's soul tore into its innards. The wolves could not truly harm the dark gods, of course, and Ahriman wasn't foolish enough to believe they could. For all the strength of those they represented, for all the powers of the legend they have become, they were still naught but dust compared to the cosmic might of the 4 abominations that held Magnus captive. But they could hurt them in ways they had not been for far, far too long. And more importantly, they could buy him the time he needed. Only one monster was left between Ahriman and his Primarch now, and it was an adversary Ahriman was familiar with. Unlike the other 3, its shape was ever shifting, a great bird with 9 heads, a pillar of flesh covered in faces, speaking the universe's every secret, a great fire that peered into the very soul of all who looked upon it, and transformed it utterly. But Ahriman could see beyond every disguise, every attempt to hide his true nature. This one, of all the dark gods he could understand, not as Ephraim understood the Dark Prince, and he was grateful to be spared at least that burden, but he understood enough. By the Emperor he understood enough. This was the Legion's old enemy, the false god who sought to deceive Magnus into giving up his soul, the tumor that laid at the heart of the warp, born of every lie ever told, the madness that made mortals see patterns where none existed, the delusion that made them imagine every great manipulation, hiding in the shadows in their desperation to impose order on the chaotic existence. The sick, twisted desire to abandon one's free will when faced with the immensity of choice, to become nothing more than a servant to some greater power and find cold comfort in the servitude. To abandon one's responsibilities by telling oneself that it was all part of fate's great plan. Here was lie. Here was the great deceiver. Here was Tzeentch in all his horrible majesty. I have fought you before, declared Ahriman, and rescued the Primarch's soul from your grasp. And so you have, crowed the creature in 1,000 different voices, each speaking the words with a slightly different meaning, each cutting into Ahriman's mind like razor-sharp daggers. But this time you are alone. The wolf who helped you then is not here. He walks a different path, one that in time shall drown him in darkness. And just like him, you too will be called to serve. Already you have done my work by thwarting the designs of Slaanesh for the Black Library, even if I will need to punish you for your rogue treatment of my servant there. For it is your destiny to be a pawn of fate, Ahriman. It has always been, in every reality that ever was and ever could be. You cannot escape your strings, little one, no matter how much you struggle. I am no pawn, Ahriman shouted into the maelstrom, his mind screaming his defiance at the abomination that stood in his way. I am no slave, I am no puppet, I am Azek Ahriman. Exile no longer, Ahriman struck with the strength of all his anger, of all his will. He struck at the god of change, and the god of change screamed as he burned with the fire of a son's desire to save his father. Tzeentch screamed, and across the galaxy, slaves of the architect of fate felt their master's distress. And the falling, burning shape of Magnus's soul heard his son's cry and reached out in answer. It was then that atop the pyramid, upon the stone where he had laid immobile for thousands of years, the Crimson King opened his eye. I will not bend. You have poisoned my son's blood, seeking to turn them into grotesque instruments of your will, and tempted me with the false promise of their salvation. But I will not bend. You have cast me into hell, made me suffer the torments you inflict upon the galaxy, and told me I could end it all if I would submit to you. But I will not bend. You have torn through the heavens of my world, sealing the souls of his defenders and turning them against one another, made me listen to the horrified screams of the remains of their true minds, and whispered that I could release them if I took their place in your service. But I will not bend. You have taken my people, broken their will, and made them your puppets, and laughed as you threatened me with the same fate, told me that the only way to retain even a modicum of my own mind was to willingly kneel. But I will not bend. You have made reality bleed, unleashed the madness of the great ocean into reality, forced me to listen to the screams of the innocents, thinking to break my resolve, to drive me into madness. But I will not bend. Never. Why do you not understand this? Why do you persist time and again, trying to make me kneel, to break me and make me submit to you? Why do you continue to hurl your armies and your curses at my sons, even as they stand tall amongst the ruins of their dreams and defy you with their last breath? Why do you never relent in your war against my bloodline? Here, in this place of primordial nightmares and murdered dreams, I have pondered these questions for so long, as the centuries trickled by, and the Imperium I helped build changed under the pressure of history. And now, at long last, as your slaves burn their way to the surface of my world and into my son's fortresses, I finally understand. I know now why you never relented in your quest for our destruction. In the end, it is such a simple truth, I cannot believe it took me so long to understand it. Truth is, you are afraid of us. You are afraid of my sons, who can see the strings you use to strangle the free will of mortals. You are afraid of my father's light, and you know that they are those most likely to wield its power when the prophesied hour comes. You are afraid of mankind's potential, of the dream of ages past that you hid from us in the darkness of eternal war. But most of all, you are afraid of me. You are afraid of what I represent. I, the one soul who defied your power, the one soul you coveted above all, yet eluded your grasp. I am not afraid of you anymore, for I know you for what you are. But you are afraid of me, aren't you? Aren't you, Zahariel? Aren't you, Tzeentch? I see you now, deceivers. You will pay for what you have done. In my father's name, for my father's light, you will burn. I am the Crimson King. I am Magnus the Red. And I am returned. The Siege of Terathalion, Part 5. The Crimson King rises. And so Magnus the Red, the Crimson King, rose from his age-long slumber, his soul brought back to his body by the works of his son Ahriman. Terrible was his fury at the desecration of his world, and those who had hoped to snuff out his life, faced the full power of the Primarch of the 15th Legion. Across the galaxy, the servants of the great deceiver trembled in nameless dread. So potent was the terror the never-born slaves of the Changer of Ways felt upon Magnus's awakening. Ahriman, who had at last atoned for his terrible failure 10,000 years ago, wept in joy as his father rose, while among the battle between the Rubricae and the remnants of the Black Crusade, Iskadar Canyon laughed, the power of Vindicta coursing through his soul, and Zahariel, locked in combat against Ephrael Stern, recoiled in horror at the sight of the Crimson King returned, for the Everwatcher knew what this portended for its kind. The storm parted. The first one to notice was Auspex officer Mirak Ulrich on the bridge of the Word of Magnus. While the rest of the crew focused on destroying the fleet of the Black Crusade, he had been tasked with monitoring Terathalion for any changes. When the heralds had sent their reinforcements, the power had weakened the Tempest enough for Ulrich to be sure they had reached the surface, but the sorcerer's cover had reformed almost instantly. Yet now the eldritch patterns in the clouds were torn apart over Ahat Yakabi. For the first time since the Black Crusade had reached the heart of the Prosperian Dominion, sunlight fell upon the capital city, illuminating the fires and devastation that ravaged it so much. Oleg was horrified by the extent of the desolation, now revealed to the ship's Alpexes. Yet the city still stood, in defiance of the hordes that rampaged through its streets. The fortress of the 15th Legion was rich with thermal signatures of all kinds, and the wardens of Ahat Yakabi still fought the Chaos Titans in the ruins. The energies unleashed in these confrontations sent spikes on the word's instrument. Ulrich's vision blurred, and as he reached to his eyes, he noticed that he was weeping. He did not know why, but the image on the Auspex of Ahat Yakabi, no longer covered by darkness, filled him with a deep sense of joy. There was more to it than the already considerable fact that the sorcery of the demons had been broken. That would have caused him to rejoice, but this was much more, even if he did not understand how yet. He turned to report to Lady Sarkat and froze. She was smiling. Her expression softer than Ulrich had ever seen on the face of his stern commanding officer. Across the bridge, other officers were touching their faces, finding tears running down their cheeks. After the defeat of the Black Crusade's fleet, they had held position, impotently watching as the world they had sworn to defend warred against the hordes of the arch-enemy. Their lack of information and inability to act had eaten at them, tempers growing frayed as frustration mounted. But now that was all gone. Now they knew something had changed. Something right had happened. Something good. "It's him," said the Lady Admiral, so low Ulrich nearly didn't hear her. "He's back." Ulrich knew who she meant then. He was no psyker, but even so he could sense it. A presence that, for all of Ulrich's life, had been distant and barely there. So much so that he had never noticed it. Had grown. It had awakened. Like a reassuring hand came to lay on his shoulder. Ulrich knew they were not alone. Another, more religious soul would have thought it the hand of the Emperor. But Ulrich was a son of the Dominion, and he knew there was another, much closer individual who fitted the bill for that kind of intervention. For who'd pierce the darkness of chaos above Terathalion but Magnus himself? Ahriman knelt by his father's side, head lowered. A preternatural silence had fallen on the sanctum, as all stopped in the tracks to behold the Primarch rising from his millennia-long slumber. It was very likely Ahriman's eyes were the only ones not fixed upon his gene-sire. Not that he needed them to see him. The Crimson King's aura was as potent as ever. The damage Magnus's spirit had suffered during his slumber healed by the spell that had returned it to his body. It had taken nearly everything out of the exile. Part of the reason he was kneeling was because he wasn't sure he could stand at the moment. But it had been worth it. Ahriman would gladly have sacrificed far more in order to return his Primarch to his legion. In fact, he was aware that a small part of him had hoped that the Laughing God's spell would require that he give his life. That way, he would have atoned for his past mistakes. Now, however, he had to face the judgment of his father for his terrible failure. But at least, soon it would be over. Soon he would know. Magnus rose with slow, careful motions, remembering how to move his body after so long spent incorporeal. Ahriman felt the gaze of his father's eyes fall upon him, and dared to raise his head and look at him through his helmet eye lenses. The Crimson King was as he remembered him from the time before he had been felled by Zahariel's spell. He was clad in the bronze and ruby armor in which his sons had laid him to rest, and his mane of red hair flowed behind his head, kept in place by a golden band engraved with tiny scriptures that Ahriman knew to be the names of every one of his sons who had died during the heresy and the scouring that had followed. He also recognized each of these names. He had fought alongside most of them, and known the faces of all, even if it had only been through looking at their pictures on their Legion data files. So many names, so many lost brothers, and yet they were only a fraction of the numbers of Rubike who surrounded the pyramid. How many of his brothers had Ahriman's hubris killed? How many heroes had the Imperium been denied because, in his arrogance, he had thought himself his father's equal? Azek, said Magnus, his voice piercing through the fog of self-reincrimination. His hand reached out and laid upon Ahriman's shoulder, and the exile flinched at the contact. He could feel the heat of his Primarch's flesh through his armor, radiating through metal. Thank you. And that was enough. With these words spoken in a kind voice instead of accusatory tone Ahriman had spent 10,000 years expected, he could see the truth at last. He was not the one who had slain his brothers. They had been killed by the curse cast upon them by the great deceiver. All he had done was try to save them from that doom. Try and fail, yes, but better to fail than to not make the attempt at all. The guilt was still there. Ahriman doubted he would ever be completely free of it. Nor should he ever be, he now realized. To let go of it would lessen him, would make him less human and more like the things he had spent so long fighting against. The pain of loss was still there too, but the self-loathing was gone, washed away by a father's understanding and forgiveness. Ahriman felt a great burden lift from his shoulders, and he sat a little straighter. Then, ignoring the proselytations of his muscles, he rose to his feet, leaning on his staff for support. Magnus's grip on his shoulder tightened, and the Primarch helped him stand to his full height. He was still a child before the Crimson King, but that was to be expected. Together, Primarch and Legionnaire turned to face the war that had come to them. Magnus's gaze descended onto the two figures clashing further down the pyramid. One was shrouded in golden light, the other in eldritch sorceress illumination. The first one was unknown to him, but the other was entirely too familiar. Hatred crept onto the Crimson King's noble features, and he took a step down the pyramid. Pale fire ripped across his skin, and his eyes blazed with sorcerous light. Around him the Empyrean stirred, as the power of retribution sought to return to the soul that had birthed its origin 10,000 years ago. It felt good. It felt right. This power, this wrath, it belonged to him. It had always belonged to him. It filled a hole in him he had not noticed had been there since he had heard of Prospero's destruction. With it, there was nothing he could not do. "My sons," declared Magnus, "defend yourselves." The voice of the Crimson King echoed across the entire titanic chamber, and the tens of thousands of Rubike who had been too far from Canyon to react to his own call to arms raised their bolters, their eye lenses ablaze with psychic flames. As one, they turned towards the despoilers in their midst and began to advance, as relentless and undying as the tides of Terra's ancient oceans. Magnus began to take a second step down the pyramid, gaze fixed once more upon Zahariel, his ancient enemy staring back with dread clear in his black and human eyes. Beady eyes. I like saying beady eyes. The sight of the Ever-Watcher caused memories to flicker within Magnus's mind. A ship, ancient and venerable, falling apart under the guns of a traitor armada. The sound of alarms and the screams of the wounded. The stench of blood, human and transhuman. The battle beyond the confines of this ship is won, but the vessel is lost. The cold realization of the trap as its jaws close in. Too late to escape. Too late to do anything but defy it. Defy its maker to the end. The hideous laughter of the winged figure towering above him as he kneels, drained by his efforts to protect the crew from the demon's malice long enough for them to reach the evacuation pods. The Crimson King tightened his fist. Other memories passed in his mind, the suffering of his sons as he was reunited with his legion. The dreadful sight of hundreds of legionnaires bearing his gene seed confined to stasis caskets, their bodies rebelling and mutating under the effect of some unknown flaw that hadn't really been a flaw at all. And then the screams of the galaxy as it burned, slowly and agonizing for millennia, while his father grew ever weaker on his throne, and the dark gods laughed as they devoured the souls of those the Primarchs had sworn to protect. So much suffering he had witnessed, so much pain he had been unable to prevent, so much horror caused only to hurt him, to make him break. But he would not break. Never. "Zahariel," shouted Magnus, "I will kill you." And at that moment, just as the Primarch of the 15th Legion was about to give in to his desire for vengeance, to fully welcome Vindicta into his soul and become its avatar, a figure appeared before him. It was translucent, like the wraiths that had accompanied the heralds of Prospero in battle, but unlike them, it cast a faint glow of silver and gold rather than a cold and pale flame. It hovered before Magnus, looking down at him even though it was only human-sized. The figure was that of a woman, one that Magnus knew, for Tzeentch had shown him her death in order to torment him even further. This was the ghost of Khalida, who had fallen to the blade of Azrael mere hours ago. She looked at the Crimson King, her expression kind, and spoke. "This is not the way, Magnus," she said, and her voice was soft like the kiss of a spring's breeze. Yet the conviction in it undeniable, as strong as the strongest storms of a death world. "This is not what your father intended for you. Duty comes before vengeance." The shade of Khalida faded away on those words, dissolving in a cloud of shining dust that vanished before it touched the steps of the pyramids. Magnus stopped in his tracks, his mind aflame. He understood what she had said, even if he did not know how she had been able to say it. Finally, on the edge of the precipice, he realized the trap that had been laid for him. He was tempted, of course. How he was tempted. He yearned to welcome his ancient rage back in, to let himself be infused with what it had become over the centuries. Vindicta had once been part of his soul, and as such he could draw upon it far more easily than any other being in the entire galaxy. He could become Vindicta's avatar, the vessel through which the power of retribution would enact its judgment upon the wicked. And how terrible would that judgment be? Breaking the Black Crusade would be but the first step. Not even the traitor legions that dwelled within the iron cages would be safe from his wrath. Even his fallen brothers would be driven and broken before him. He would shatter the hold of the dark gods upon the human race, burnt away in the pyre of retribution. He would be able to bring justice to the stars, at long last, justice for all the bloodshed and the torment of the last 60 million years, justice for his and his son's suffering. But she is right. This is not what Father intended for me, he thought. This is not my fate, not my role. He would be terrible indeed, but in the end, that would accomplish nothing. The Dark Gods would endure. Their slaves would die, but they would find others, as they always had. Vengeance, the greatest of temptations, would be hollow and meaningless, no matter how momentarily satisfying it would be. The cycle of torment began by the war in the heavens would go on. Khalida was right. He had another duty, assigned to him in an age long since past. His was not the path of retribution, the path of the destroyer. And duty came before vengeance. The Crimson King let go of his connection to Vindicta, and the web of fate was redrawn once more. The doom of the slaves to ruin grew a little more distant, a little more unlikely, and the light of hope that its dark fire had covered became visible again. Magnus's strength diminished with the loss of his connection to the power, but it remained greater than it had been during that fateful confrontation 100 centuries past aboard the Photep. This time he wasn't spent from protecting the crews of the Glorina class flagship from the corruption of Zahariel and the Dark Angel's spell, nor for the constant effort of shielding his sons from the flesh change. He could do this. He did not need Vindicta's aid to defeat Zahariel. Magnus raised his hands, and for the first time since the mythical days of the Scouring, the power of the Crimson King was unleashed in a torrent of silver, red, and golden lightning that flew towards the greater demon. The attack wasn't the most powerful Magnus had ever let loose, but it still held more than enough energy to turn a Land Raider to molten scrap. It didn't even ruffle the Everwatcher's feathers. As the bolt was about to hit, a sphere of multicolored light erupted around Zahariel, absorbing and dissipating the energy of Magnus's attack. Wards, forged across centuries and empowered with the sacrifices of a thousands and one cults of Zahariel throughout the entire galaxy, specially designed to protect the demon from Magnus's power. The Crimson King frowned and lowered his hand slowly as a wave of despair surged among the Imperial defenders, and the Chaos invaders cackled in glee. "Did you really believe I would not be prepared for this?" mocked Zahariel. "Did you really think I had not considered the possibility of your return in this final hour? Oh, it was only a flicker of a possibility, a 1 in a million chance to be sure. But you and your brothers have already proven, time and again, that you care nothing for odds. It is part of what makes you so desirable in the eyes of the Pantheon. It is why the Dark Gods love you so, and fight so hard among themselves to decide which of them can claim you as their very own." "We are not yours," said Magnus, unfazed by his attack's failure, his voice gaining in strength and conviction with every word. We never were, and we never will be. Those of my brothers who fell to chaos are not but broken echoes of their former glories. The truth is that you have no power over us, deceiver. You only have corruption, ruin, destruction. Your servants diminish themselves the moment they are tricked into believing into your hollow claims of supremacy." "And what of you?" sneered the greater demon. "Your species is dying, Magnus. It had been dying for 10,000 years. Your father's empire is crumbling from all sides, while the power of chaos is ascended. What do we have against such might?" "We have unity, and that strength is something chaos will never have," answered Magnus, undaunted. "You will tear yourselves apart, as you always have. It is in your nature." "You are wrong. There will be unity in chaos before the end. It is ordained, and your own hands have made it certainty. By your actions you have damned yourself. By your defiance you have ensured the destruction of your species. Mankind could have served the dark gods. Now it will be devoured by the primordial annihilator. Still you try to deceive me? I have endured these fabrications for an entire age. Now, as I am free from them, so shall I free all of mankind from your twisted lies, shouted the Cyclops. We are not puppets. We are not slaves. Our destinies, our wills belong to no one but us. The promise of my father's godless kingdom will be made a reality. Your brothers, whispered Zahariel mockingly, feel differently. You are strong, Magnus. Stronger than any of them, perhaps, but not strong enough to face them all. If I face them alone, I could not prevail, admitted Magnus. But I will not be alone. You are, and have always been alone, Magnus, taunted the demon. And you will always be, forever. That has ever been your fate, Cyclops, from the moment your existence entered the web of fate. Yours is the path of the solitaire, isolated from the rest of the world by his knowledge, his power, his differences. You have altered much of your destiny since it was first conceived within the court of change. But not this. And yet in the end, all of this is irrelevant, continues Zahariel, a cruel joy in his voice. In your folly, you have rejected the power that would have enabled you to challenge me. Now, Magnus, you will die. Sorcerer's lightning gathered around the greater demon's staff as it pointed towards Magnus, preparing to unleash a curse that, this time, would not merely send the Crimson King falling into the warp. This time the curse would kill him, and with his death, Zahariel would kill one of the Imperium's few remaining hopes. Ephraim Stern shouted a cry of alarm and was about to leap to place herself between the Everwatcher and the Crimson King when Magnus smiled. You understand nothing, he said softly. I will not be alone, because I was never alone to begin with. My sons, he called out, his voice filled with the Primarch's command once more. Open fire. As one, more than 100,000 Rubrics suddenly turned on the spot, all of them facing the pyramid of the Sanctum's center. As one, they raised their bolters, aiming at the immense winged figure that stood halfway to the construction's top. And as one, they pressed their weapon triggers. Thousands of bolt shells impacted against Zahariel's shield at the exact same time. The incredible precision achievable only thanks to the psychic command of Magnus and the unity of the Rubricae. The spell woven around the greater demon strained and collapsed in a blast of energy that sent the demon Fugi flying before she called upon her power and ignited two great wings of golden light. She landed atop the pyramid near Ahriman, who stood still, stunned into silence. In Zahariel's eyes, the dread had changed to horror. Only one of Iskadar's hearts was still beating. His third lung was the only thing still injecting oxygen in his bloodstream with any reliability, and his vitae was leaking from several wounds that Maddox's healing hadn't fully closed. His armor was so battered that while it still held in one piece, it was one solid hit away from falling apart. Every muscle in his body hurt, and several of his organs were strained to the breaking point, keeping him functioning. He was, all things considered, in considerable pain, and there was a Chaos Lord charging towards him, holding the demon-possessed axe of Mordecai. And to add insult to grievous injury, he did not even have a weapon of his own. He had spent the last power cell for his pistol long ago, and his power axe had been shattered like glass. And yet Iskadar was laughing. He couldn't help it. Part of the reason why was the sheer absurdity of the situation. How unlikely was it that he would face the exact same threat, a wolf-lord dedicated to Khorne, wielding the axe of Mordecai and seeking to kill him most violently twice in a single day? But mostly he was laughing out of joy. After 10,000 years, his Primarch was back. The psychic presence of Magnus was washing over him in waves, filling the air with potential and clashing with the darkness that had followed the Black Crusade's forces. And, well, as for the son of Rust seeking to kill him, Canyon had never needed weapons in the first place. His body may be nearly spent, but the strength of Vindicta flowed through him, its power renewed by the partaking of the shadowy veil caused by Magnus's awakening. Blackmane would not kill him this day. The young king has succumbed to the blood rage that always threatened all who served Khorne. Iskandar would have considered the sign even if Ragnar's aura hadn't been aflame with bloodthirsty madness. The way he moved, the overstrong grip on the axe, the howling coming out of his helmet vox grills, those weren't exactly subtle indicators. Time seemed to slow down as the Space Wolf got closer, dilating like in the old paradoxes that the Thousand Sons had discussed under the stars during the Great Crusade. Iskandar's thoughts sped up, considering possible courses of action and discarding them until he found one that satisfied him. Slowly, so slowly, he rose his arms, just as the axe of Mordecai descended, intent on cleaving through his helmet and his skull. Mere centimeters before the demonic blade started to cut through the helmet's ancient ceramite, the scourge of the wolves caught it between the palms of his gauntlet hands. Blackmane growled and tried to force his reclaimed weapon down, his rage allowing him to summon strength far beyond what even the transhuman body of an Astartes could exert without damaging itself. Muscle fibers in his arms and armor tensed and snapped, yet still the axe of Mordecai went no further. Had Ragnar not been so lost to bloodlust, this would have struck him as odd, impossible even. In his wounded state, there should have been no way for Canyon to block the demon weapon, so even his psychic powers would have been stemmed by the coordinates entity bound within the blade. Still, the axe did not move. That confrontation was more than a contest between the enhanced strength of two gene-forged super soldiers. It was a match between the demon of the blood god Mordecai, bloodthirster and destroyer of Ur-Galog, and Vindicta, newborn power of retribution, acting through the one who had followed its path the longest. And Vindicta was winning. Mordecai was mighty, but the power born of Magnus's wrath and 10 millennia of silent prayers was mightier, especially when it was expressed through one such as Iskandar Canyon. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the axe's blade, shining alternately with the bloodlight of Khorne and the cold fire of Vindicta. A keening and rage wail rose through the air as the very essence of Mordecai was attacked, and the old demon felt pain for the first time since it had been imprisoned within the weapon. Then a dread realization slowly dawned upon the knot of rage and hate that composed the Neverborn's consciousness. Iskandar was about to destroy it utterly, to burn it out of existence with the flames of retribution. From the very dawn of chaos, it had been an inviolate truth that no mortal could destroy a demon. The Neverborn were timeless entities, born of the galaxy's emotions and sins, and were bound by such petty concepts as life, and were unbound by such petty concepts as life and death. Whether fragments of the dark gods or creatures born from events so traumatic, they had birthed their own sentient reflections in the sea of souls. Demon could only be destroyed by entities of enormous power. Almost always this had meant one of the ruinous powers themselves, until the Emperor had revealed himself and the children of chaos had learned to fear the anathema's light. That had been one of the reasons why the dark gods had united to destroy him. But now, as the fire of retribution seared away the threads that made up Mordecai's core, it became clear that Vindicta, the warp entity that mankind had inadvertently created since the heresy, could do what Chaos's ancient enemy had been able to do. It could kill them. Worse, it could empower mortals to kill them. Mordecai screamed, and Canyon laughed. The axe exploded as Mordecai fled its doom, escaping its ancient prison through the very cracks the attack upon its essence had caused. Now uncorporeal, the bloodthirster started to dissolve and sought refuge in the closest vessel, the flesh of he who had wielded its power most recently. Reeling from the explosion of his weapon, still caught in the throes of insane fury, Ragnar had no chance to defend what remained of his soul. The demon slipped inside his flesh, intent on devouring the Wolf Lord's spirit, and used his body as a gateway through which he could manifest its full, terrible glory. But while Ragnar hadn't been in any state to resist the demon's possession, his soul was still a potent one, bearing the mark of Khorne for so many deeds in service to the Lord of Skulls. His spirit roared back as Mordecai, weakened from the wrath of Vindicta, tried to consume it. Perhaps, in time, the greater demon would have succeeded, or perhaps Ragnar would have cast the Neverborn out of his body. But there was no time for this battle for supremacy to play out, for Iskadar was still in front of them, still filled with the power that had nearly destroyed Mordecai. And far too close to comfort was Magnus the Red, whose power dwarfed even that of the Scourge of Wolves. United in fear, Ragnar and Mordecai turned from Iskadar and fled, running with all the speed the demon's power could lend to the Chaos Marine's legs. The newly created Secondborn ran out of the sanctum, leapt over the broken bodies of legionnaires and cultists, and the dissolving slime of vanquished Neverborn, and vanished from sight. Left behind, Iskadar fell on his knees, breathing with difficulty. He wasn't quite sure what he had done. His intent had been to break the axe and banish Mordecai, but halfway through the process, Vindicta's power within him had surged to new, unprecedented levels. Regardless, he had taken its toll. Surrounded by a protective circle of Rubrike, the Herald of Prospero turned his mind inwards to try and heal the worst of his remaining injuries. After all, judging by the sound coming from the pyramid, it looked like things were well in hands without him needing to be involved in it anymore. Whatever. Always, for the last 60 million years, the ruinous powers had taken from the mortal races. Always they had stolen, corrupted and despoiled, and what they took could never be reclaimed, only replaced by something else. Something that they would try to steal too, again and again. The ravenous hunger had only grown more potent as the ages passed, and the poison of chaos spread throughout the sea of souls. Treasures, cities, kingdoms, lives, souls, children, all these and more the dark gods took from the universe, lost forever in darkness. But not today, not anymore. The primordial annihilator had taken enough from Terathalion. Today Magnus swore he would take something from it. Not in the name of vengeance, or even in the name of retribution, for there was nothing he could do that would ever balance the scales. Such were the crimes committed by Chaos against mankind. No, against all species who had lived since the war in the heavens. Not in the name of his own grievances against the canker that dwelled at the core of the Sea of Souls, for this was not about him. It had never been about him, nor about anyone else in particular. He would do this in his father's name, with the power he had given him, and he was sure neither the Emperor nor Chaldea would mind if he made it hurt. Zahariel declared the Crimson King, his eyes burning with the demigod's judgment. You have no power here. Your sorceries are hollow, and your staff is broken. With the thunderclap, the gnarled woodstick in Zahariel's hand exploded, fragments embedding themselves into the greater demon's body or shattering against the ground. Infernal ichor spilled from the wounds, but Zahariel was in too much shock for Magnus's casual destruction of his staff to even notice his injuries. The staff had been made from the flesh of his own supplicants, tens of thousands of years ago. The cultists had called upon him to save them from their enemies, to take them to his side and let them remain there for eternity. And he had granted them their wish, fusing their souls as he had their bodies. Over the millennia, he had added more souls to the staff, but now Magnus had freed them all, and they sighed in relief as they vanished into oblivion, released from their torment at last. Before Zahariel could recover, Magnus struck. Moving with a speed no Astartes could ever match, he descended the steps, separating him from Zahariel, and unleashed a right hook with enough strength to pierce through the armor plating of a land raider. The Primarch felt something crack under the impact, and a handful of curved teeth spat out of Zahariel's beak, dissolving into smoke that was then burned away by Magnus's psychic aura. With their loss, Zahariel felt his control over a cult of assassins he had cultivated on a hive world half the galaxy away vanish. His servants left leaderless and abandoned. He struck again, and with his left fist this time. The right eye of the Everwatcher burst, leaving a gaping, smoking crater on the Neverborn's avian face. With the loss of his eye, Zahariel found that he could no longer summon his perfect knowledge of the present. All he could see were his immediate surroundings and a cracked and twisted reflection of reality. The demon stumbled backwards and fell, and the Cyclops leapt upon him, radiating cold, contained fury, and the golden light of the anathema. Magnus punched Zahariel again, and again, and again, and again. Pinned on the ground with the aura of the Crimson King eating away at his essence, even as Magnus's fist pummeled him and tore him apart, Zahariel withered and flayed, his claws striking back and doing little more than scrape the paint of the Primarch's armor. Golden fire emanated from Magnus's hands, burning the eyes of the demons and traitors who looked upon them. Zahariel was no longer threatening or taunting, no longer speaking at all. He was shrieking, wordless screams of pain and impotent anger emanating from his ruined mouth. The demon of Tzeentch had begun to enter the chamber. The demon of Tzeentch that had begun to enter the chamber stayed away, looking on with a mix of shock, glee, and the ever-present hatred of all Neverborn. Though the humiliation of the greater demon meant a defeat for Tzeentch, the war-born creatures still relished the torment of one who had towered above them all for countless eons. Then the realization of just what Magnus was inflicting upon Zahariel spread among the Neverborn, and they charged towards the Crimson King, heedless of the Rubicae that stood between them and their goal. The Ashen Brothers of the 15th Legion tore into the Neverborn with bolter and blade as they tried to force their way through. Less than one demon in 20 managed to reach the circle the Rubicae had formed around their lord. And there they found Ahriman and Ephrael fighting back to back to keep the horde away from the Crimson King. Even with the will of Tzeentch driving them forward, the Neverborn could not pass them. Another Lord of Change might have been able to. Ahriman was nearly exhausted by his efforts to bring Magnus' soul back to his body, and Ephrael's own power had drained from confronting Zahariel. But after the Everwatcher's sacrifice of his kindred to break the Sanctum's protective wards, only lesser demons remained. Even in their diminished state, the two Imperial heroes were more than a match for these wretches. Eventually Magnus' assault relented. By this point, little remained of the once mighty demon, beyond a mess of ruined, charred flesh that nonetheless clung to existence. Blackened feathers clung to a wasted frame that twitched in agonized spasms. To those who possessed the second sight of Psykers, the damage was even more extensive. The amalgamation of ethereal threads that composed Zahariel's essence was shredded, its power leaking back into the warp as it continued to fall apart, even after the attack ended. "This cannot be," croaked out Zahariel, his voice a pitiful echo of what it had been. How can you mortals defy the will of the Architect of Fate? You are all puppets, all slaves to the will of fate. How can you deny my master's plans time and again?" "I told your master before," said Magnus, in between sharp breaths, as the effort of unmaking one of the strongest Neverborn in existence caught up to his superhuman physiology. "You have no power over us that we do not give you. whether in fear or ignorance, and I know what you are. And therefore, I do not fear you either. That is the true power of knowledge, to dispel shadows cloaking evil, and reveal it for the petty, weak, pathetic thing it really is. We are your masters, shrieked Zahariel. You live, you struggle, you die for our amusement. You are but dust compared to our immortal magnificence. You are a lie, shouted the Primarch. You are a plague, a curse, the failed legacy of those who came before us all. You are a mistake, he continued in a calmer voice, one that has haunted the galaxy for far, far too long, and you will be rectified as such. The Crimson King plunged both of his hands deep within the mess of mutating, seared flesh and dissolving essence that had been the architect of the Black Crusade. A cluster of eyes blossomed within the mangled ruins of Zahariel's face, staring at Magnus wide in panic. The Primarch stared back, his own eye blazing with psychic power, and he spoke one word. Burn. Golden fire erupted from the Primarch's hands, and Zahariel shrieked as the last remaining fragments of its being were annihilated. All traces of the ancient treacheries that had spawned the Everwatcher were erased in a cascade of unbridled energies, and the Court of Fate shook with the outraged screams of Tzeentch as one of the Dark God's most powerful agents met the true death. The Sword of Secrets sang in Azrael's hand as he fought, whispering hidden truths inside his skull. It told him the name of every Rubric he encountered, those they had received upon joining the 15th, and the nicknames they had as children, before they had been taken from their families and reforged into weapons of war, only to fall at the last step and be reduced to dusty spirits trapped within the prisons of Ceramite. Yet even in their diminished state, the Rubric were still powerful warriors. Even with the Sword of Secrets, it took Azrael more than one blow to fell them, and their bolt shells rammed into his armor, with enough strength for him to feel it despite the protective enchantments woven upon the warplate. More than that, they had overwhelming numbers, though their positioning at the battle's beginning prevented them from bringing them to bear. It was perfect. Once Zahariel had destroyed Magnus, Azrael would keep the Everwatcher. Azrael would help the Everwatcher perform the ritual that would bind the Rubric to their will, dragging the 15th Legion into the service of Tzeentch, as it should have been long ago. Canyon the Black would be made to witness the destruction of all he held dead a second time, and through this torment, the Dark Angels remake him into a servant of chaos, bringing Vindicta itself into the embrace of ruin. It would be a long endeavor, the work of centuries, but it would result in the doom of the Imperium by the hand of the very power its childish cries for justice had created, with the renewed 15th Legion leading the way as the forces of chaos crushed the path to Terra. All that remained was for Zahariel to reach the top of the pyramid and then, out of nowhere, two beings who should have been far, far from here were there, and the Crimson King was awake and everything was going according to plan. Magnus had risen and claimed the power of Vindicta within himself, serving the thread that would have led him to assume his true purpose in the false Emperor's schemes. By giving in to his anger, the Crimson King would break the forces of the other Dark Gods and allow the Changer of Ways to ascend as a supreme Chaos God, as was his divine right. Vindicta, newcomer to the great game, would be manipulated into doing the work of Tzeentch, all at the cost of a few pawns. But a figure as Zahariel was sure he had killed himself through the blessings of Tzeentch appeared before Magnus, and her words made him see through the trap, and as planned, Magnus had abandoned the power of Vindicta, giving in to his weak and foolish nature. Had he held on to it, he would have been an actual threat, but Azrael had known he would not. If the Cyclops had any ambition, he would have understood the truth and knelt before the architect of fate long ago. Now, without the fire of Vindicta to aid him, he would be unable to pierce to Zahariel's words, and would fall by the greater demon's hands. And then Azrael saw Magnus command the Rubrique. He saw Zahariel's wards shatter under the weight of 100,000 bolt shells. He saw the Everwatcher brought low by the Crimson King, bare fists, then beheld the true destruction of the Lord of Change. Something that should not have been possible. It had happened all the same. He saw all this, and this time, it was too much. This time, the evidence couldn't be denied. No, but brothers, how Stop, please. Azrael screamed, a primeval sound of soul-tearing anguish and agony. Too many contradictions, too many denials, too many failures, too many plans ruined, all at a time when the God of Change himself was reeling from the loss of the Everwatcher. The constant lies that dominated and reshaped Azrael's mind from one moment to the next were fraying. Whatever true identity had been buried under them when Zeech had cursed the Lord of Lies was threatening to emerge again, straining under its chains. But the divine spell wasn't going to simply break. Its hold on the favored slave of the great mutator was too strong for that. It twisted and bent, but it endured, anchoring itself deeper into the soul of the Grand Master to resist the force of the truth that sought to rip it out. And so caught between these opposing powers, the soul of he who was called Azrael suffered. Yet even as Azrael's mind dissolved, his body still moved, propelled by fighting instinct so deeply ingrained that even the uncountable years the Lord of Change, the uncountable years the Lord of Lies had spent dancing at the end of Zeech's strings could not erase them. The Sword of Secrets parried and struck, and so lost was Azrael that he did not even notice when the relic blade severed the head of his ally. The space wolf Leifar, the immortal's body and armor turned to ash before they hit the ground, and whether the unholy pacts Leifar had made would return him to life yet again, or had been dissolved by the Sword of Secret's power, remained unknown. The Grand Master's rampage ceased when his sword was blocked by another blade, red and pale fire. The impact's psychic resonance drew Azrael out of his agony, and he looked in stupor at the Rubric Marine who had managed to parry his blow. The Rubrica's armor was of an ancient design that harkened back to the days immediately after the heresy. A bolter was mag-locked to his scythe, and he held a kopesh. I think it's called a kopesh, right? It's that nice sword that's curved. And he had held a kopesh clad in a power field with both hands. Like all his silent brothers, a name was inscribed upon his shoulder pauldron in golden lettering, inscribed after his life had been stolen by the Rubric, to ensure some record of his identity remained. Though the name was written in the language of Zika, Azrael could read it. It said, Helio Isidorus. The name meant something to the Grand Master. But then again, in his present state, nothing meant anything to him. The name meant nothing to the Grand Master. Okay, but then again, in his present state, nothing meant anything to him. He knew nothing, understood nothing except his pain. And then the Rubric did something every son of Magnus knew to be impossible. He spoke. His voice was sepulchre, and echoed within Azrael's burning skull. But it was undeniable of voice, and undeniably came from the armored warrior before him. Cousin, he said. For one terrible moment, Azrael stood on the brink of reclaiming his freedom from the god that had enslaved him. The voice of the Rubric, the voice of a being so deeply in touch with one of the few powers in the galaxy that were able to oppose each, cut through the fog of pain that shrouded his mind, through the tapestry of lies woven around who he really was. But before the Grand Master could break free, the God of Change turned his gaze upon him once more, and the shackles of the sea tightened around his soul, causing Azrael to wail in agony. The rubric. No, not the rubric. Helio Isidorus simply stood immobile, his copelish still holding the sword of secrets at bay. Then he spoke again. Go back to the shadows, cousin. The light will find you soon. And just as the memory of those words vanished from Azrael's mind, so did the Lord of Lies vanish from the sanctum, snatch away in a flare of azure lightning. A moment later, every son of the lion in the room was also gone, reclaimed by their true master as his power on Terathalion waned. Salvage, that was what they were, recover from a most bitter defeat. Tzeentch's schemes to claim the 15th Legion at last had failed, and now the Chaos God was recouping his losses, anticipating the next move in the great game. The choirs of change started to plot and scheme, seeking ways to recover from their setback, each of the teeming Neverborn a fragment of the changing one's own immense mind. They considered all that had happened, and considered the myriad possible futures that the events had destroyed and created in equal measures. Strangely, the words spoken, against all reason and possibility, by the lone rubric Marine, were one of the things that disturbed the nightmarish warp entity the most. On the vast plains of Ahat Yakabi, a lone silhouette stumbled. The land bore the marks of the Black Crusade. What little vegetation had survived was twisted, thorns and poison everywhere on plants that should have possessed neither. The earth itself was dry, as if all water in it had either evaporated to form the cloud cover that was only beginning to break apart over the region, or had retreated into the depths to flee from the corruption on the surface. The crusading army had left more tangible traces of his passing as well. Unholy symbols were carved into stones, and primitive monuments to ruin had been hastily assembled. Some were made of rocks, others of bodies, bound together into shapes pleasing the denizens of the Empyrean, and with eldritch runes attached into their flesh. It would take months for the Thousand Sons and their surviving allies, to purge all traces of the Black Crusade, if they ever managed it at all. Ragnar Blackmane, the young king, was on the very edge of death. A dozen bolt wounds, each of which would have slain another Astartes, were visible on his armor, as were several cuts from the power weapon and chain swords. A crystalline shard from the battering ram that had brought down the other walls of Ahat Yakabi judged from his side, glowing with crimson light. His helmet was gone, destroyed or cast aside in the heat of battle. He did not remember, and the black hair that had given him his name hung around his head, matted with blood. A not insignificant part of it Ragnar's own. The only reason he wasn't dead yet, back kill, maim blood, take his skull, break him, claim his soul for the blood god, was the demon that now shared his flesh. Morkai, once bound within the axe of Logan Grimnar, now lurked within Ragnar's body. The Chaos Lord wasn't sure how it had happened. There had been the rage, the charge on that black-armored necromancer, and then find him, hunt him, kill him, kill. He could not remember. This wasn't the first time he had lost his awareness in the middle of battle, but it was the first time he wished he hadn't. One moment he had been about to slay the infamous Scourge of the Wolves and avenge Logan's death. The next, he had been running from the sanctum, a demon power coursing through his body, and raw, primal terror through his soul. Even now, despite the demon's cries, the mere thought of going back was enough to turn his blood to ice. If he went back, he would die. That he knew. It hadn't been Canyon who had terrified him like that. He was sure of it. He remembered a light bright and hot, different from the cold fire of the Herald's strange maleficum. So by the fangs of Leman Rus, what had it been? And why had that last thought finally caused Morkai to be silent? He shook his head. Too many questions, too few to answer. He had to focus on what he knew. Clearly, the siege of Terathalion had failed. He couldn't use the full array of new perceptions. His transformation into a second-born had bestowed upon him. But he could still sense that Zahariel wasn't there anymore, destroyed by the same burning power that caused him to run. Without the demon, Ragnar and whoever else had survived was trapped on Terathalion, with no way to escape. If the Thousand Sons unleashed the tens of thousands of silent Astartes that had been guarding their Primarch's body, they would purge the planet of the Black Crusade remains in days. Even with Mordecai's power, Ragnar would not be able to fight them all. But the demon's presence would also render any effort to hide pointless. He was going to die on Terathalion, he realized. There was nothing he could do about it. Barring a true miracle, it wasn't a question of if, it was only a matter of when and how. Ragnar was considering how to take as many sons of Magnus with him as possible, when the space before him tore open with the sound of shrieking souls being consumed. He recognized it. This was a warp portal, opened through ritual and sorcery. Judging by the stench of blood and death that emanated from it, he doubted it was the work of any witch of the 15th Legion. They were more talented at hiding their corruption. But then who? A figure appeared on the other side of the opening in reality, clad in power armor whose color could only be obtained by repeatedly dredging ceramite in copious amounts of fresh human blood. The warrior wore a horned helmet, and the mark of Khorne was inscribed on both his warplate and soul. In his right hand he held a great warhammer engraved with the 8-pointed star of chaos, and his shoulder plate displayed the emblem of a black bird with a blood drop at its center. Even from whatever distance separated the two of them, Ragnar could feel the power that radiated from this individual. This was no mere warrior of the blood god, but the Lord of Khorne, favored by the Lord of Skulls. The warlord held up his free hand towards Ragnar, palm up. He did not say anything, or even if he did, his words did not survive the journey to the portal. But the meaning of the gesture and the intent behind it were clear enough. Slowly, a feral smile formed on Ragnar's face as he finally recognized the emblem of the warlord on the warlord's shoulder and understood what was going on. The young king stepped through the portal to meet with the Blood Raven and plan vengeance upon the 15th Legion with him. And for the first time since the axe of Mordecai had been broken by Iskadar Canyon, the Bloodthirster laughed, and the terrible sound was echoed in the Sea of Souls by Khorne's own, mocking, nightmarish laugh. It had been a few hours since the last Chaos scum in the Sanctum had been slain, and every Thousand Son and Hat-Yakabi knelt before their Primarch at the foot of the pyramid. Only the Rubric remained standing, watchful guardians whose vigil never relented. The army that had laid siege to Hat-Yakabi had fled with the defeat of its leaders. The Chaos Marines had abandoned their mortal followers behind, Dark Angels and Space Wolves fleeing through sorcery or dark tech devices. Not all sons of Russ and the Lion had departed, however. Some, by choice or not, were trapped on Terathalion and would need to be purged. Magnus sat on one knee, eye closed, and in the exact spot he had been after he had obliterated Zahariel. He had not moved since the fateful confrontation, first recovering from the titanic effort, then focusing his mind on what there was still to do. His armor, perfectly preserved during his slumber, had reactivated upon his awakening, though it had not fully completed its reboot before his brief and brutal confrontation with the greater demon. Now, however, it was fully functional once more, its marvelous technology as efficient now as it had been the first time Magnus had donned the armor. It had been a gift from Kelborhal, a replacement for the one the Lion had ruined beyond repair during their battle in the Cavea Ferum, and had served him well during the Scouring. The Primarch's old authority codes were still valid, giving him full access to all Imperial communications across Terathalion's system. Since he had destroyed Zahariel and had made the spell that had blocked transmission, Magnus had been listening, forging a picture of the situation in his mind. Reports had come in from orbit and from other cities. Apparently, each of the armies that had detached from the Black Crusade's main thrust on Ahat Yakabi had learned of his awakening, though they had reacted in different ways. Some had scattered, abandoning the siege in fear of retribution, forgetting that there was no escape from Terathalion's surface. Others were redoubling their efforts, though a few orbital bombardments under the Lady Admiral's command had soon broken them apart. And one, the army that had attacked Ferhain, was simply gone, along with the entire city, its building, its people, and the very ground upon which it had stood. Casting his psychic gaze upon the city's former location, Magnus felt nothing but a hideous, gaping void, and he forced himself away from it, lest it draw him within its darkened depths. Magnus opened his eye and found his sons staring at him, their auras rippling with awe mixed with an undercut of dread. He chastised himself. What had he been thinking, staying immobile for hours, when they had just finally seen him rise? He smiled, dispelling their fears that he had somehow been lost to them again, and stood up. With a gesture, he beckoned the two Astartes who stood at the front of the circle of legionnaires arrayed around him, one clad in crimson, the other in black. "Let me see you, my sons," asked Magnus. Ahriman and Canyon removed their helmets, exposing their faces for the first time, in Emperor knew how many years. The face of the exile was no different from when he had cast the rubric 10 millennia prior, noble and regal, proud even. There were perhaps a few more lines on it, hinting at the weight of the regrets and guilt he had carried for so long. Tears ran down his cheeks as he beheld the image of his father with his own eyes. About the only thing Canyon shared with his brother was the color of his skin, the caramel tint of a long-lost Prospero that was still prominent among the people of Terathalion. But even after generations of mixing with other populations, and that was the same as that of Ahriman's Terran tribe. Wait, what? Even after generations of mixing with other population, and that was the same as that of Ahriman's Terran tribe, the face of the first herald was covered in scars and wrinkles, the legacy of 100 centuries of war against some of the most terrible dangers to mankind. His eyes blazed with the cold psychic light of Vindicta, as did a pattern of veins beneath the skin. Ravaged lips were curved in a smile, revealing 2 rows of perfect teeth. A strange thing, considering the ruination of the rest of his face. "You have suffered in my absence, both of you," he said at last, "and you have done well. But it is time for the separation from the Legion to end. Iskadar, the heralds will rejoin the Legion, for my silent sons will need your special talents to guide them in the coming wars." "My Primarch," asked Ahriman, his voice hesitant. "Are you sure? Having the rubric take part in battles outside the sanctum, it will expose us to the rest of the Imperium. They will know what we did to protect ourselves in your absence. The Imperium will soon have more important problems to deal with than that," chuckled Magnus, though there was no joy in it. "Yes, Isaac, I am sure. All of our strength will be needed in the coming days, I fear. We cannot hold anything back. First, though, we must clean our own house. There are many slaves of ruin left on Terathalion. They must be dealt with before the 15th Legion can sail forth and bring help to the Imperium, whatever it needed. With you to lead us, my lord, we will crush all who defile Terathalion's soil," declared Canyon with confidence. It broke Magnus's heart to hear his next words, but he knew he had to. "No, Canyon. I will not take back the Legion's leadership." The look on his sons' faces would have been comical had he not been able to feel their pain. By his mere presence, he had given back the hope that everything would be all right, that all the horrors they had witnessed would end at last. And now he had snatched that hope away. "There is something else I must do," he explained. "I wish with all my heart that I could lead you once more, see how you have grown in my absence, and fight by your side against the enemies of mankind. But I cannot. Duty calls me elsewhere. And in these times, none of us can turn from what we must do, or all will be lost." He raised a hand, silencing the protest before they could leave their lips, and continued, infusing his voice with some of the authority with which he had once commanded armies and convinced entire planetary governments to lay down arms and join the Imperium peacefully. "Canyon, you will lead the Legion in cleansing Terathalion of the corruption of chaos. Bring peace to the lost and death to the damned. You are the chosen of Vindicta. Act as such." Then the Crimson King turned towards Ahriman and the smaller, god-shrouded figure that knelt behind him. "Azek, Lady Stern, the two of you will accompany me to Terra." Magnus looked up, then past the sanctum, past the Hatya Kabi, past Terathalion even, to something only he could see. A distant light in the heavens, a fire burning against the endless dark. The fire had once blazed strong and banished the dark, but now it spurred, reduced to little more than sparks and embers. Time was running out, for him, for everyone. "It is time I speak with my father once more," said the Crimson King. The vault exited atop a thin tower that rose thousands of meters above the dry and cold surface of a lifeless world. Only thanks to precise calculations and the use of priceless archaeotech maintained throughout the millennia by a dedicated cadre of the tech priests could this reconstruction endure without succumbing to its own weight. At the foot of the tower was a great fortress built for the sole purpose to guard the one and only access to the vault, the space elevator at its center. Only one soul may enter the elevator at the same time, and the psyker bound within the fortress would scour it for the slightest trace of corruption. All the way up, stooping their inquiries only at the last moment before the gates of the vault opened. If the soul-bound witches detected any corruption, the elevator's occupant would be eliminated. There were a total of 73 ways to do this, all redundant and independent from each other. In all of the vault's history, there had been a need to use them 5 times, each incident a mark of shame upon the 15th Legion, whose servants maintained and defended the vault. The only source of illumination in the chamber was the flickering light of stasis fields, hundreds and hundreds of them. The kilometers-long vault was filled with these, each filled with a relic, artifact, or tome of dark knowledge. Some had claimed from the strongholds of defeated heretics, others penned by the sons of Magnus themselves, collecting their observations on the ruinous power and their servants. But all, because of the very lore they contained, were twisted things of evil, whose malevolent aura was contained within the vault by a layer upon layer of wards engraved upon every metal slab that composed its hull. There was no air, no heat, no gravity within the vault, and countless security systems scanned the tight passages between the stasis fields, linked to powerful augmented defenses, ready to open fire at the slightest variation from acceptable patterns. The security was the best an entire Legion resources could build without anyone alive being required inside the vault proper. Even the machine spears that controlled the entire apparatus were buried deep within the vault's hull, away from possible contamination. That was why, when the warp shook with the echoes of the siege of Terathalion and the awakening of the Crimson King, there was no one in the vault to notice the momentary flicker in one of the stasis fields. It was a minute thing, caused by a shaking in the etheric tides being picked up by the vault's wards, but it was enough for something to slip out of the relic contained within that field. A small sphere of blackstone covered with tiny engravings. The thing took shape within the vault, becoming a figure that had no face or true body to speak of, only a small bundle. It walked across the length of the vault, triggering none of its alarms, stepping from one spot to the next without actually moving through the space in between. The figure arrived before another stasis field, and reached into its bundle to produce a small, pulsating piece of flesh. It laid it against the field, and with a sizzling sound, the creature was turned to ash, while the field vanished. In a few seconds, he had thus bought the figure. The figure pulled another thing from his bundle. A copy of the grimoire that had laid within the stasis field. Quickly, he switched the copy for the original, just in time for the stasis field to reassert its hold onto the small piece of reality, separating it from the rest of the universe's flow of time. The figure and its bundle vanished, and the archives of shame were empty once more. Oh boy, and this was the Siege of Terathalion, Part 5, and, well, the end of it. Let's see where things take us next, shall we?